On a certain day, month, and year, at a certain hour, minute, and second, the world below never changes, always windless with some tiny clouds covering the observable area. A satellite asked if they had crossed over and remarked that he was just floating over that world, and only God knows how many years have passed. He mentioned that they have witnessed that continent from the beginning, when there was not even a single mammal capable of walking upright. He has witnessed up to the moment when the first man-made fire was born, but from that moment on, for some reason, everything suddenly went faster. He stated that it was like his perception of time itself was broken. The satellite commented that those humanoid creatures forged their own civilizations, established tribes, and even managed to establish early city-states. He declared that they managed to master an uncanny ability, and they used that magical ability to open up new frontiers. The satellite observed that those humanoid creatures began to compete with a variety of other races for their survival on that continent, and they have conquered each other by chanting the names of various gods. He noted that the continent was populated by various kingdoms with various faiths. But soon after, one by one, they were reduced to rubble before the satellite could see what was really happening on the continent. The satellite recalled that from the ruins, new humanoids emerged and started repopulating the continent, and the progress on that continent was accelerating rapidly to the point that he was unable to process the vast amount of information he was seeing. He shared that he suddenly saw a giant creature resembling a dragon, and he didn't know how or where it evolved on that continent, so he asked if it came from somewhere else beyond the oceans. The satellite realized that it wasn't the progress on the continent that was speeding up, but that he had skipped a lot of information, and suddenly, words flashed through his mind and the planet was rotating so fast that he couldn't see anything. He confessed that his consciousness was starting to fade away, but he refused and asserted that he needed to get out of that situation no matter the cost. The satellite kept on insisting that he must get out of that situation until the droplet of his consciousness disappeared into a pool of darkness. While the satellite was gathering its energy, the system suddenly gave a notification that there was an energy failure and it failed to reboot the host, so it was initiating the escape protocol. Meanwhile, the satellite's vision was blurry and he uttered that he wouldn't die that way. He proclaimed that he wouldn't die in that strange place. Suddenly, the satellite released the energy that it had accumulated and fired a powerful beam of light. The satellite's consciousness was surprised that it hadn't disappeared. He realized that he was falling, so he wondered what exactly was happening. A bright light shone on the continent's horizon as the satellite continued to fire the beam of light towards it. Suddenly, someone was groaning in pain and was out of breath. It was the satellite's consciousness that had transformed, and as he thought that it was so cold, he looked at his surroundings and wondered if it was the tomb for him. He trembled and muttered that they shouldn't kill him yet, as he was still in good shape, not like that old tomb. On the other hand, two mages were using their magic to close a door. One of the mages sat on the ground, completely exhausted, while a knight approached them, called the Lord Viscount, and announced that the passage had been sealed and those monsters should not be able to enter for the time being. The other mage, who seemed to be the Lord Viscount, thanked the knight, whose name was Byron, for his hard work and responded that they could at least breathe a little. Suddenly, a fire was lit. As their party proceeded to walk through a tunnel, the other mage called the Lord Viscount Aunt Hetty and remarked that there was a heavy distortion. The Lord Viscount declared that that place is the final resting place of the ancestors of the Cecil family, so she shouldn't do anything rude. The mage was embarrassed, and she remarked that it looked like no one had been in there for a long time. The place was dirty, and the ceiling was filled with cobwebs. The Lord Viscount explained that ever since the Marquis de Grumman took the sacred relics from his ancestors' tomb 100 years ago and participated in the rebellion that almost led to the destruction of his family, that place has been completely sealed off, and every descendant of the Cecil family knows the way to open that place. However, due to family orders, no one dared to barge in unless it was a matter of life and death. She informed them that they were the first people to set foot there in more than 100 years. The mage acknowledged that they were really in one of those life or death situations, and she laughed awkwardly as she inquired if their ancestors would forgive them. The Lord Viscount remained silent, but she looked so distressed. Suddenly, someone placed their hand over a symbol, and the symbol gradually lit up. It was the Lord Viscount, and the wall in front of them lit up as she placed her hand over it. The wall suddenly trembled, and it began to lift off the ground. The wall was a secret door, and while the Lord Viscount and the others waited for it to open, the other knights were guarding them from behind. As the door completely opened, they saw a huge tomb inside, and they asked if it was the tomb of their Lord Ancestor. The Lord Viscount noticed something near the tomb, and she was alarmed. Everyone was immediately on guard when the Lord Viscount queried if there was someone inside, and the person inside, who seemed to be an elf, was alarmed. The mage from earlier called a girl named Betty and instructed her to go find somewhere to hide. She quickly turned around when she heard a loud noise. She saw that an elf was engaging in a fight with Knight Byron, but the elf moved past everyone so quickly that they were not able to react. As the elf ran towards the exit, the Lord Viscount managed to release a fire spell. The elf screamed when a ferocious, blazing fire blocked her way. A blade was immediately pointed at the elf's throat while someone demanded who she was and how dare she break into the ancestral tomb of the Cecil family. The elf implored that they should wait a minute as she hasn't stolen anything yet, and the Lord Viscount remarked that she has a lot of nerve. The mage interrogated the elf on what she had done to their ancestors. The elf was so nervous, she pleaded that they shouldn't kill her yet and that they should first check their ancestor's coffin because something was going wrong. The tomb was trembling vigorously. The Lord Viscount talked to their ancestor and stated that he should rest assured that he who disturbs his slumber will be punished. The elf remarked that if the Lord Viscount is done talking nonsense, she might as well be holding down her ancestor's coffin. The knights surrounding her were speechless. Suddenly, the coffin opened and a hand reached out of it. The mage quickly swung her staff, greeted her ancestor, and declared that he may rest in peace. She hit the hand reaching out of the coffin, and someone cursed. Everyone was startled when the person inside the coffin asked who broke his hand. The mage looked so horrified as she turned towards the Lord Viscount and admitted that she thought she may have disrespected their ancestor. The Lord Viscount called the mage, whose name was Rebecca, and ordered that she should get out of there. She suggested that it could be the resurrection of the dead, and maybe it was those monsters on the surface who dared corrupt the sacred remains of their ancestors. The hand of the person inside the coffin trembled, and they seemed pissed. Suddenly, the tomb's cover was thrown up in the air. Rebecca was still standing in front of the coffin when a huge silhouette emerged from it. The elf commented that they should look, as it seems that their ancestor has returned to life. The ancestor looked pissed, and he groaned in pain while looking at his hand. He noticed Rebecca, who was trembling while she was gripping so hard on her staff. The ancestor asked Rebecca if it was her that smashed his hand earlier, and Rebecca was terrified as she confessed yes and apologized. Rebecca quickly ran away from the tomb. She hid behind the Lord Viscount, who was already casting a spell, and she inquired if their ancestor knew who he was. The ancestor wondered who he was, and when he realized that he had died, he thought that it seemed that he had taken over the body of their ancestor. He wondered if he was alive and who he was when he suddenly had an influx of memories. The ancestor was hit by a realization, and he proclaimed that he is Gawain Cecil, the founder of the kingdom of Ansu. The Lord Viscount let out a sigh of relief. Gawain Cecil asked them what year it was at the moment. Rebecca mentioned that the year is 735s, and he has been sleeping for more than 700 years. The Lord Viscount bowed down to Gawain Cecil, and Rebecca followed. She explained that they were his descendants. She is Hetty Cecil while the other one is Rebecca Cecil, and she requested that he forgive Rebecca Cecil for her youthfulness and lack of understanding and for disturbing his slumber. Gawain Cecil felt awkward when he knew that the two of them were his great-great-great-great-granddaughters. He uttered that it was nothing, and as he expressed that he didn't know how he woke up, he asked if someone could help him. Rebecca Cecil quickly extended her hand and suggested that Gawain Cecil should let her help him get out of the coffin. Gawain Cecil was speechless, while Rebecca Cecil was gleefully helping him out of the coffin. Hetty Cecil also uttered nothing and continued to bow down. Remembering that it has been over 700 years, Gawain Cecil checked out his clothes and inquired what kind of material it was made of, and Rebecca Cecil replied that it looks like a moonstruck cloth woven by an elf. Gawain Cecil noted that it was truly an advanced technology, and Rebecca Cecil was surprised. Rebecca Cecil looked up at Gawain Cecil with the impression that his knowledge was profound. Meanwhile, Gawain Cecil, who contained the satellite's consciousness, was thinking that after so many years, he could finally walk straight compared to other crossover novels where the protagonists are gods and Buddhas who have the universe. He took a step down the platform. Seeing the elf kneeling with swords pointed at her, Gawain Cecil asked them to tell him what was going on there. The elf explained that she just wanted to come in and hide. Hetty Cecil was enraged, and she asked the elf if she had to go all the way into the deepest chamber just to hide. She pointed at the elf as she called Gawain Cecil, and she declared that it was that vile thief who disturbed his slumber. Rebecca Cecil and the elf were both nervous as Gawain Cecil asked if, in other words, it was the elf who woke him up. With tears in her eyes, the elf quickly responded that she really didn't do anything and that she just wanted to find a safe place to hide when she accidentally ended up in that tomb. But she really didn't have anything. Gawain Cecil proclaimed that, in summary, he was thanking her. Everyone present was baffled by what Gawain Cecil just uttered. Gawain Cecil asserted that they should release her and that it doesn't seem right that the 4 grown men should corner a little girl like that, and the knights were rendered speechless. He stated that it wasn't compatible with the essence of being a knight with chivalry. Hetty Cecil tried to reason out with Gawain Cecil who the elf was, but Gawain Cecil urged that they should forget it, for he didn't see what she was talking about, and he would like to thank the elf for waking him up from his slumber. The elf was in awe, and she remarked that Gawain Cecil was their elder, so he had to keep his word, and he couldn't go back on his promise. Gawain Cecil approached the elf and asked her what her name was. The elf smiled and replied that her name was Amber. Gawain Cecil was intrigued when he heard Amber's name. He asked her if she was some kind of wood elf. Suddenly, Hetty Cecil called him, and as she asked him to forgive her interruption, she mentioned that it was not a time for small talk as they were not safe there, to which Rebecca Cecil agreed. Gawain Cecil expressed that they should tell him what was going on. Rebecca Cecil explained that it was the monsters. She described that the monsters poured in from the forest road and the mines, that the army and the guards were no match for them, and Hetty Cecil added that she was afraid that the outside was already completely overrun by them. Hetty Cecil recounted that they tried to organize as much resistance as they could, and before the situation collapsed near the end, the Knight Philip led some soldiers to cover the civilians who took refuge. But before the second evacuation party left, those monsters were able to push and destroy the drawbridge. She narrated that they fought in the citadel until the last moment, until the gates of the inner court were breached, and they were forced to retreat there, so she and Rebecca Cecil did not dishonor the Cecil family, and neither did those brave warriors. Gawain Cecil thought that he woke up inside that mess, and he remarked that those monsters had completely taken over the outside, so it was a suicide mission to go out. He looked so clueless as he inquired what exactly those monsters were. Hetty Cecil presumed that it was a subspecies of the demons. But the demons had not been seen in many years, and she was not sure how they could reproduce on such a large scale. Rebecca Cecil asked Gawain Cecil if it was possible that even with his power, he could not deal with the monsters outside, and Gawain Cecil was puzzled. Rebecca Cecil requested Gawain Cecil to confirm if he was not the most powerful knight in the kingdom of Ansu or even in the whole of the northern continent, and she stated that legend has it that he killed the barbarian army's great chief, Gurje, with a single swing of his sword. Gawain Cecil, who was one of the greatest heroes of the Kingdom of Ansu's founding era and one of its earliest founders in what is known as the Second Founding Era, was a legendary and powerful leader, as it was him and a band of his peers that led the surviving humans to flee the ruins of the crumbling empire in the midst of the dark times, when the ancient empire of Gondor collapsed, and the lights of human civilization were gradually swallowed up by the tide of chaos that spread from the heart of the continent. In the present, Gawain Cecil was silent as he gathered his memories. He recalled that his life was short but glorious as he set out as a young man of 15 to become the youngest of the pioneering horsemen of that day. He became one of the 7 generals of the kingdom after the foundation of Ansu, defending the southern frontier against a large and small army. More than a dozen times, Gawain Cecil defeated the Dark Tide without a single defeat. But such a glorious life was like a candle that burned too hot, and that legendary man lived only to the age of 35, when he died of exhaustion in his last battle against the Dark Tide. Gawain Cecil, in the present, thought that he possessed a person who was beyond compare. He looked at Rebecca Cecil, who was filled with admiration, and Hetty Cecil, who was filled with hope, and he responded that fighting all the way out would be unrealistic. Gawain Cecil observed that he has been slumbering for so long that he is not sure how capable he is. He trembled as he clenched his fist. Gawain Cecil suggested that they are not sure how powerful those monsters outside could be, so the smartest thing to do was to find a way to get around those monsters and get to a safer place. But Rebecca Cecil stated that the drawbridge has been destroyed and several other roads have been blocked. Gawain Cecil revealed that Cecil's domain was once part of the southern defenses of the kingdom, and there was a secret tunnel underneath it with its entrance just below the citadel. Rebecca Cecil got excited when she heard that there was such a thing, and as she asked what they were waiting for, she proposed that they should go and find the hidden path, and Gawain Cecil should show them the way. But Gawain Cecil noted that there was a problem. He explained that he only knew the way from the citadel, but he did not know the way from the catacombs. Rebecca Cecil asked Gawain Cecil if he didn't know the way there after staying there for so long. Gawain Cecil was gloomy as he admitted that he had been staying there for many years, but he was already dead by then. And as he asked Rebecca Cecil if she knew what her tomb looked like when she would die, Rebecca Cecil laughed awkwardly and acknowledged that it made sense. Everyone looked at Rebecca Cecil with bewilderment in their eyes, which made her feel embarrassed. Hetty Cecil observed that they cannot go back where they came from at that moment as the entrance to the citadel, and the catacombs of the ancestors had already been overrun by the monsters, and it would be a hopeless attempt if they went back the same way, so they must find another way, and since 700 years have passed, she fears that the citadel is not the same structure as it was then. Gawain Cecil gave it some thought. He affirmed that the foundations, however, remain intact, and the entrance he mentioned should still be in place, so it should be fine. Gawain Cecil approached a knight and requested to let him use his sword for a moment, to which the knight agreed. He drew on the floor with the sword and declared that the entrance lies at that location, 2 floors below, next to the wine cellar and the granary, and there are 2 access points leading into the halls, both of which are from outside, so they are probably inaccessible. Looking at the drawing, Rebecca Cecil commented that it was also currently used as a wine cellar and a grain store, but she never knew there was a third room between them. Gawain Cecil clarified that it was not a room but a compartment concealed between the walls and support beams by some architectural tricks, because in those days, the land was not so peaceful because in the borderlands, the strange creatures that emerged from the ruins of the Gondorian Empire and the crazy old imperial army came to the door once every 10 days and a half. He disclosed that the earliest Cecil towers were built to the standards of battle fortifications, and culverts and compartments were indispensable for emergency evacuation as well as for the transfer of supplies in case of siege. Gawain Cecil asked Rebecca Cecil if she really didn't know anything about that and pointed out that it should be knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Cecil family. Rebecca Cecil blushed in embarrassment again when she heard Gawain Cecil's question. Hetty Cecil stepped forward, and she asserted that they have failed to live up to the glory Gawain Cecil fought for their family in those days, as the Cecil family has been through a lot in those 700 years. Gawain Cecil acknowledged that he understood, so after they leave that place, they are going to give him a good explanation of what happened in the last 700 years. He emphasized that the most urgent task at the moment is to find the way from the catacombs to the secret passage. Everyone gathered around the drawing, whispering. Rebecca Cecil couldn't take it, and she asked who the hell knew where the secret passage was. Suddenly, someone announced that they may know the way. Amber was startled when Hetty Cecil, Rebecca Cecil, and Knight Byron suddenly glared at her. They all towered over her and asked her how she would know. Amber looked so nervous, and as she was about to say something, she looked to her side. Gawain Cecil noticed that Amber was looking at him, so he urged her to speak. Amber immediately blurted out and responded that it should be about the right direction where she came from, so she assumed that it was the secret passage. Gawain Cecil gave Amber a thumbs up and acknowledged that, very well, she would lead the way, which made Rebecca Cecil and Hetty Cecil look at him with doubt. Amber proudly expressed that as long as Gawain Cecil doesn't hold it against her for digging up their family's ancestral tombs. Hetty Cecil glared at Amber, and Amber proudly glared back. Everyone prepared to move out when they noticed that Gawain Cecil was thinking deeply about something. Rebecca Cecil called Gawain Cecil, who was still deep in his thoughts. Gawain Cecil commented that he also needed to bring a weapon. He walked back towards the tomb, and Rebecca Cecil was surprised. A sword was lying inside the tomb, and Gawain Cecil reached out to it. Gawain Cecil raised it up and observed that it was the founding sword. Rebecca Cecil was in awe, and she inquired if it was the legendary sword of the founder of Ansu. Hetty Cecil looked back, as she was curious when she heard about the founder's sword. Gawain Cecil swung the founding sword and noted that currently it was just a sharper sword. He remarked that after 700 years, the magic inside has been emptied in spite of the 11 blessings that keep it from being eroded and rotted. Gawain Cecil commented that there was no telling how long it would take to be recharged. He indicated that he should still have a shield that he never left behind, and he questioned if it wasn't buried with him. Gawain Cecil saw that the place where the shield was kept was empty, so he inquired how he lost such a big shield. Hetty Cecil looked guilty as she bowed and confessed that Gawain Cecil's descendants had failed him once again. She revealed that 100 years ago, Gawain Cecil's descendant, Gawain Cecil, took it from the tomb, and it was lost on the battlefield. Gawain Cecil remarked that it was foolishness, and he thought that fortunately, the sword was placed in the coffin, and Gawain Cecil was not so insane as to remove it from the coffin of his ancestors to make a set. Suddenly, Rebecca Cecil called Betty and urged that she should come on out as it was safe. A little girl emerged from behind the wall, and she was holding a pan. Betty looked anxious, and Rebecca Cecil explained that she was a maid from the Citadel, and they don't know how she could have been abandoned by the retreating group, but she followed them instead. Rebecca Cecil was smiling brightly as she called Betty, and she pointed towards Gawain Cecil as she instructed that was the way. Everyone was startled when the ceiling started to shake. Gawain Cecil looked up and reasoned that it was no longer time to talk. He turned to Amber and directed that she should lead the way. Glowing lines appeared as Amber placed her hand on the wall. As a matter of the art of sneaking, a specialist in the power of shadows, and a lover of gravediggers, Amber has a wise saying, "The door is there, the way is there," and it was just an illusory decoration. As Amber passed through the glowing lines on the wall, Gawain Cecil was in awe as he watched. The wall started to part, and a staircase revealed itself. Amber proudly stood in front of the entrance. Hetty Cecil asked Amber if she was really just a thief. Amber smiled and admitted that she really was just a petty thief, usually trying to make a living. But Hetty Cecil looked at her skeptically as she remarked that, as a descendant of wood elves, she was very respectful to the spirits of ancestors, so there was no way she could do something such as grave robbing. Gawain Cecil asked Amber if she would care to explain why she was so skilled, and Amber replied that lockpicking and decryption techniques are standard in their industry. Amber noted that she has good basics and inquired if there was something wrong with that. As they walked forward, Rebecca Cecil asked Amber if she was a citizen of Cecil territory. Amber mentioned that she has lived there for several years, but she has never applied to become a full citizen, and Rebecca Cecil pointed out that according to their Sicilian rules, those who have lived in the territory for more than 3 years and pay their taxes on time are considered citizens. Amber was taken aback when she heard what Rebecca Cecil revealed. She questioned Rebecca Cecil if she was telling her that she was considered a citizen. Rebecca Cecil clarified that if Amber has not applied, she does not count, and Amber queried why she was asking her that. Rebecca Cecil proudly proclaimed that she is the Lord of Cecil's territory. Therefore, if Amber is her citizen, she is obliged to protect her. Amber suggested that Rebecca Cecil should have mentioned it earlier and asked her if she could still apply for one at the moment, but Rebecca Cecil informed her that it was too late. The group continued to move forward. Gawain Cecil subtly smiled as he thought that even though he woke up in that mess, the feeling of being a new person was much better than the cursed state he was in before. Hetty Cecil noticed Gawain Cecil's expression, and she looked at him curiously. Gawain Cecil noticed Hetty Cecil's stare, so he remarked that if she wanted to ask something, she should just say it, to which she agreed. Hetty Cecil claimed that she still didn't quite believe it, and she asked Gawain Cecil if he was real. Gawain Cecil confirmed that indeed, he was still the same Gawain Cecil, the founder of the kingdom from 700 years ago, and he can tell Hetty Cecil everything he has experienced in his life for over 30 years. But to be honest, that alone proves nothing, and a historian may not be more credible than he is. He asked Hetty Cecil to confirm that she was just trying to verify his authenticity, and Hetty Cecil requested that he forgive her doubts. Hetty Cecil remarked that it was really something, and although there have always been stories of the resurrection from the dead, it was another story to see it with her own eyes, as she had only heard that holy knights and silver moon elves can rely on the holy light and mystical arts to preserve them for decades. As they continued to walk together, Hetty Cecil acknowledged that she had never heard of a human knight who could do the same, and Gawain Cecil had been dead for 700 years. Gawain Cecil admitted that, to be honest, he doesn't know how. He theorized that perhaps it has something to do with the elemental blessings he received when he was leading the pioneering effort of their people, and it has probably changed his constitution. Hetty Cecil inquired of Gawain Cecil if that was really the case. Suddenly, she noticed that her hair had moved. She observed that there was airflow. Hetty Cecil saw that the airflow was coming from in front of them, and she declared that there were some strange magical reactions. She determined that it should be the exit of the catacombs. Suddenly, Knight Byron ordered that they should stay alert. He was highly on guard, and he instructed that the soldiers should take care of the rear, to which the soldiers all agreed. A few moments later, they arrived in a dark corridor, and someone asked which way it was. Knight Byron was guarding the group from the front, and Amber was behind him. Amber pointed to her left and stated that she came from that side, which led to a dry well outside the fortress, but that side must be currently occupied by monsters. She glanced behind her to see their reactions. Gawain Cecil suddenly inquired which way was west. Hetty Cecil performed a spell and summoned something that was glowing in her hand. It moved in the air as she raised her hand. The light was pointing towards a dark corridor. Gawain Cecil followed the light and asserted that it was the way. But suddenly, he was alarmed, and something powerful hit his face. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, but luckily, Gawain Cecil was able to block the blow with his sword. Rebecca Cecil yelled from the top of her lungs as she called Gawain Cecil, and as she pointed ahead, she screamed that those were the monsters. Huge monsters stood in front of Gawain Cecil. Suddenly, someone summoned a magic circle. It was Hetty Cecil, and as she used her powerful purification magic on everyone, she urged that they should stay calm. Meanwhile, Gawain Cecil was pointing his sword forward, and as he looked at the monsters in front of him, he wondered what on earth those things were. Amber's eyes bulged out of their sockets due to shock when she saw that one of the monsters was about to attack her. She quickly hid behind Knight Byron. On the other hand, Knight Byron was determined to fight. Knight Byron charged forward while Amber just crouched there and screamed. Gawain Cecil suddenly called Hetty Cecil and Rebecca Cecil and instructed that they should get rid of the one that shoots shadow arrows, but they should try not to use magic as it is almost useless against those things. He swung his sword at the monsters, and he commanded that Amber and the soldiers should protect the casters. Gawain Cecil gritted his teeth, and he cursed in his mind. He continued to charge forward while he wondered if those monsters were just malformed bodies. As he lunged forward, he thought that 700 years ago, Gawain Cecil alone could have handled 100 of them. He remarked that day there were only 3, and he thought that he still didn't believe it. Gawain Cecil swung his sword, and he managed to cut the monster in half. Smoke surrounded Gawain Cecil as the monster collapsed on the ground. Rebecca Cecil looked worried, while Amber commented that she didn't expect Gawain Cecil to be quite so strong after being dead for so long. On the other hand, Hetty Cecil was also worried. Gawain Cecil was startled when Hetty Cecil called him and cautioned that he should be careful. He turned to look at his side and saw that a huge monster was extending its arms to grab him. Gawain managed to block the monster's claws with his sword. Rebecca immediately cast a spell. Fireballs came out of Rebecca's magic circle. The fireballs hit the monster and it created a huge explosion. The other knights exclaimed that it was great timing and that they should go. Rebecca insisted that they should go help Byron because she and Gawain will be fine for the time being, but they will all lose hope if Byron falls. The knights looked at each other to gauge the situation. They turned towards Byron and requested that he hold on. The knights immediately came to help Byron and surrounded the monster he was fighting with. On the other hand, Gawain backed away to dodge the monster's attack in front of him. Gawain declared that it wasn't a challenge and that the control of his body was improving. He managed to dodge another one of the monster's attacks by stepping to the side, and he thrust his sword at it. The monster crouched on the ground, and it was trembling in pain while holding his abdomen, where Gawain plunged his sword. Gawain assured that the others shouldn't worry about the chest, as those things don't have a heart, so they have to strike as many of its members as they could, its abdomen, legs, hip, and back. He continued to attack the monster along with Rebecca's fireball support, and he explained that attacking the weak points could significantly weaken the fighting ability of those monsters. Meanwhile, Byron watched as Gawain plunged his sword into the monster's back. He instructed that the soldiers should hold the monster back, as he would attack its weak points. One of the knights pierced the monster's arm with their sword, while one pierced the torso, and the other grabbed the monster's arm to hold it in place. Byron smirked, and he charged forward with his sword. Suddenly, the monster's arm moved, and it was about to attack him. Byron was alarmed when he saw that, but he managed to maneuver himself and slide underneath the monster to dodge its attack. Byron quickly stood up as soon as he slid behind the monster. He dug his sword into the monster's back. The monster fell face first into the ground, and it started producing smoke as it started to melt. Byron looked at Gawain and saw that he had also defeated the monster he was fighting with, and it was on fire. Rebecca noted that it was all sorted out and asked Gawain if he was all right. Gawain watched as the monster's flesh melted into the ground, leaving out its bones, and he wondered if those were the creatures that attacked Cecil's domain. Everyone just stood there, and they remarked nothing as they watched the defeated monsters melt. Rebecca was sitting beside one of the monster's corpses. She was observing it silently when a silhouette appeared behind her, and Amber was alarmed when she saw that. A huge silhouette loomed over Rebecca from behind, and she looked unaware. Someone shouted that Rebecca should be careful, and she was surprised when she turned around to see the monster, but the monster trembled and got frozen in place. The monster suddenly collapsed, and Amber, who was twirling her dagger, boasted that she was good at stabbing the ass. Rebecca was flustered, and she exclaimed that Gawain mentioned it should be the back of the waist, not the ass. Amber just dismissed Rebecca by clicking her tongue, and she remarked that she has no humor at all. As they continued to move forward, someone asked Gawain if he knew where those monsters came from, and Gawain explained that those were the main things they were dealing with back and asked the person if they knew the history of the Gondorian Empire and the second founding. Gawain was talking to Rebecca, and she proudly announced that she knew that topic. Rebecca narrated that more than 700 years ago, the Empire of Gondor was the most powerful empire of its time. But came the scourge of the Dark Tide, where the demonic tide destroyed the entire realm, and the survivors went to the southeast and northeast to explore the four directions, known as the Second Foundation, and Gawain was one of the most famous pioneering knights of that era. Gawain acknowledged that it was a good history lesson. Hetty chimed in and asked Gawain what he meant. Gawain confirmed that, no doubt, that was what they fought back then, and they were born out of the demonic tide after the collapse of the empire back then, and a large number of monsters like that came out of the ruins and hunted down the survivors, not so much on a pioneering trip as on a fleeing one. He explained that even after the founding of new kingdoms on the edge of the continent, the monsters did not cease, and they frequently stormed the defenses of the civilized world. Gawain revealed that he has been dealing with them every day for the past 10 years of their existence. Rebecca asked if, after 10 years since the founding of the kingdom of Ansu, no more strange creatures had appeared. Gawain patted Rebecca on the head, called her a silly child, and disclosed that after that, he died. Hetty asked to confirm if Gawain just mentioned that those monsters were the monsters that appeared in Cecil's territory 700 years ago. Gawain replied that he guessed they hadn't seen it in a few hundred years, and Hetty noted that the most recent records were from 600 years ago. Hetty stated that those demons have certainly been a nuisance in Ansu for a long time. She explained that, however, ever since the elves built the towers, those monsters have vanished and become nothing more than legends. Gawain remarked that they were the Sentinel's tower and that elf-built structures were not so easily destroyed. Rebecca asserted that it must be reported to their Majesty the King as soon as possible that the long-lost monsters have reappeared and the losses in Cecil's territory were so great that they will need to ask the crown for help. Hetty was startled when Gawain assured Rebecca shouldn't worry because, with the position of their house and the influence he had left behind, the city of St. Sunil would spare no effort to help them rebuild their territory. Hetty called Gawain and admitted that she was actually going to tell him about that thing before. Noticing how Hetty hesitated, Gawain inquired what was wrong. Hetty and Rebecca looked at each other but remained silent. The two of them bowed, and Hetty confessed that the honor of the House of Cecil was no more, and although Gawain was still the legendary founder of the kingdom, Rebecca currently holds the family title and is only a viscount. Gawain gritted his teeth when he heard that. He glowered at them, and as he declared that he was already a duke by birth and was a member of the royal family, he questioned them what the descendants of Cecil did and if they assassinated the king or raised an army to rebel against him, which made Hetty and Rebecca nervous. Hetty averted her gaze and explained that so much has happened in the 700 years since then, and currently, Ansu belongs to the second dynasty. She revealed that the Cecil house ceased being an important vassal of the frontier and became a stigmatized outcast of the royal family. Rebecca recounted that 100 years ago, the last king of Ansu, who had no heir, died, which left the kingdom in turmoil, and the royal family, with its various descendants, fought for the throne in the month of Mist in the year 635, which became known as the Rebellion of the Month of Mist. She detailed that the great houses that supported the royal families began to fight each other, and the Cecil family was involved. In fact, it was the Marquis de Grumman who was behind all that. But he didn't yet have the support of his family and had little influence, so he turned his attention to his ancestors. Gawain rested his head on his hand and remarked that, of course, Marquis de Grumman was the one who took his shield. Rebecca agreed that what Gawain stated was right. Hetty recounted that the Marquis de Grumman first imprisoned the Grand Duke of Cecil back then, and he took Gawain's relics from his mausoleum, and then, in the name of Cecil's successor, he proclaimed his support for Prince Tosh. She continued that in the 3rd month of the same year, Prince Tosh was assassinated, and the Marquis de Grumman quickly announced his support for Prince Fiddick, who was defeated and killed himself in the 4th month of the same year, so the Marquis de Grumman approached one of the king's uncles and facilitated an alliance, and the Grand Duke Wilder of the North, who had not been involved in the Civil War, suddenly put a teenager on the stage and announced that the teenager was the illegitimate son of the previous king, which was used as leverage in the civil war that ended in the misty moon of 636 in Ansu. Gawain's expression was grim as Hetty disclosed that after that, the second dynasty of Ansu was established, and naturally, it was a rather sensitive subject. Amber chimed in and observed that the farce lasted only a year, but it caused a complete restructuring of the kingdom, leaving no one on the continent unaware of that history. Hetty remarked that the last person to ascend to the throne was a bastard known privately as the Bastard Prince of War. She mentioned that the civil war involved many families, and the new king was in urgent need of order, and the old nobles were indispensable, so they avoided being killed. But Gawain cut her off and asked if he was right that those who jumped ship the hardest were exempt, and that he supposes there was no one better than Grumman Cecil for that. Hetty explained that from then on, the Cecil house was left in ruins, and although the last vestiges of the family lineage were preserved, the Cecil house existed in name only. Gawain slammed his fist on the wall and exclaimed that it was a disgrace and a dishonor, and the punk even lost his shield. He calmed down and stated that nevertheless, looking back into the past does not help as those monsters were a major threat to them all, so the city of St. Sunil may ignore them, but it cannot ignore the monsters, and for that reason, the city of St. Sunil must also value them, those who have survived that calamity. A few moments later, they arrived at the bottom of a staircase. Rebecca looked so happy when she announced that it was the exit. The stairs were hidden underneath the roots of a huge tree, and the group emerged back into the ground, which was filled with a gentle breeze and the sound of the rustling leaves. Gawain gazed into the horizon, where the sun was already rising. Hetty and Rebecca were laughing, while the others were just observing Gawain. Suddenly, Gawain realized something. Noticing how huge the light coming out of the mountain range was, Gawain declared that it was not the sun. Looking at the horizon, Gawain asked if it was sunrise and remarked that the sun was completely different from the one back home. Someone explained that it was because of the relatively low luminous and thermal efficiency of the stars there and the close proximity of that planet to it, which is why Gawain could see such a massive sun. Gawain speculated that perhaps it was not a star at all but an emitting beam of light and heat, and alternatively, it could be something less scientific but something more magical and enigmatic. He suggested that perhaps the planet was not orbiting the sun but was instead orbiting a gas giant as a satellite when someone called him. It was Hetty, and she called Gawain again with a questioning tone when he didn't respond the first time, and Gawain turned to her, confused. Hetty noted that Gawain was lost in his thoughts, but they needed to get out of there first. Gawain proposed that first they should check out the high ground to verify the situation in the vicinity. Looking around, Gawain stated that all he knew was the topography of 700 years ago, which may not be useful at that moment. Everyone started walking down the path. Gawain looked at the horizon one more time. Rebecca noticed it, so she asked Gawain why he was staring at the sun and if there was a problem. Amber commented that since Gawain has slept for 700 years without seeing the sun, it was the first time he had seen it in a while, and that annoyed Rebecca. While Amber and Rebecca were bickering, Gawain observed that, as expected, the people there also called that thing in the sky the sun. Looking up at a bright star in the sky, Gawain mentioned that O was a star that has been given a lot of symbolic meaning in religious and magical rituals. Gawain asserted that it was probably the star of that system, and he continued to walk forward. A few moments later, as they arrived at a high ground, they saw a huge area that was destroyed and was filled with dark smoke. Monsters roamed the area, and a dark aura oozed out from the ground. Rebecca was in tears, and she lamented that it was the family domain. Gawain explained that it was what the soil looks like when it has been corrupted by the tide, and when the empire of Gondor was destroyed, new monsters emerged from its corrupt soil at an endless rate. Amber invoked the dear god of shadows and asked how they could have been surrounded by those things before. Hetty inquired if it was possible to remedy it, and Gawain declared that it was hopeless. Gawain pointed out that their failure to stop the attack of those monsters has resulted in the formation of a colony whose resonance has created a demonic tide of elemental infestation that has become irreversible. So even if all the monsters are eliminated, the contamination of the land will persist for a considerable period of time. Hetty asked how long it lasted, and instead of answering her question, Gawain questioned if human civilization had returned to the land of the Gondorian Empire. Crestfallen, Hetty confirmed that it was still a dead zone and no one dared to tread on the other side of the Great Barrier. The knights fell silent when they heard that, and Betty looked at them with a confused look on her face. Gawain surmised that it would seem that the corruption of the Sicilian lands would have lasted at least 700 years. Looking at Rebecca and Hetty's concerned faces, Gawain asked them what was wrong. Rebecca asked Gawain if he wasn't angry, and she stressed that it was the last territory of the Cecil house. Gawain cursed. He cleared his throat and stated that there was no use dwelling on it. Gawain emphasized that he was a founder, and he built every inch of that family's land and wealth from the ground up. But if the territory was gone, it was gone, so they should find new ground and start over, and he asked the others what they were doing. Everyone just looked at Gawain and said nothing. Amber noted that, as expected of a legendary ancestor, Gawain's perspective and heart are really different. But she remarked that, currently, all the land was partitioned, so she wondered where Gawain was going to go. Gawain mentioned that there was nothing more to see there, so they should plan our journey. He suggested that they should find the town first and try and reunite with the people who fled the region in the first place. He believed it was a knight named Philip who led the escape and asked if they agreed on a location for the rendezvous. Rebecca confirmed that they have agreed to meet in the northern town of Tanzar. Pointing at the map, Rebecca indicated that if Tanzar was also attacked by monsters, they would continue north on the main road of the kingdom. Gawain furrowed his brows and agreed. Suddenly, a swift breeze came from behind them, and when Byron felt that, he immediately warned that everyone should get away and hide. Everyone scrambled to run in all different directions, and Betty, who was on the verge of tears while running towards Gawain, called for her mother. A huge dragon flew over them. Hetty was so surprised when she saw that. She readied herself to use her magic as the dragon flew above them. The dragon noticed the ruins of the family domain, which were filled with a dark aura. It took a deep breath and breathed out a ferocious fire that was directed towards the ruins. The dragon continued to breathe out fire and engulf the area in flames. When the entire area was filled with fire, the dragon flew away. Gawain watched as the family domain was razed to the ground by the flames. Everyone was taken aback by the sight and the dragon they saw. Rebecca trembled, and she exclaimed that it was over as she saw a dragon. But she was startled when Gawain responded that before she mentioned it, he also saw it. Looking at the family domain, Gawain declared that it was destroyed by the tide and incinerated by the dragon's fire, so that land was completely lost. Byron chimed in and remarked that he believed dragons only appeared in legends. Gawain replied no, and Byron asked him if he had ever dealt with dragons. Gawain explained that dragons are very mysterious creatures, and even 700 years ago, when half the continent of Loren was being turned upside down, they did not interfere with the rest of the world. He remarked that it was really more impressive when they saw the dragons up close. Suddenly, Gawain heard someone express their admiration. It was Amber, and she was all over the place. She was excited that she had seen a dragon, exclaimed that it was so big, and declared that her mom would never believe her that she saw a dragon. Amber tried to talk to Gawain about it as well, but Gawain stopped her and reminded that they all saw it. Gawain asked Amber where she went. Amber explained that she went in a crevice in a nearby rock as she was a good runner, and Gawain acknowledged that she was proud of the fact that she was at least a master of shadow affinity, and that she was only marginally better at fighting head-to-head than a goose. Gawain declared that it was not safe there, so they should move on. Hetty looked crestfallen, and as she called Gawain, she lamented that the dragon had burned their territory. Gawain brushed it off and clarified that it was their ruins and those monsters that the dragon burned because Cecil's domain was already destroyed before the dragon came. But Hetty tried to contradict him. Gawain asked Hetty if she really wanted to fight with a dragon and urged that they should be realistic because if she really wanted to do something, they should hurry up and return to civilization and report on all the monsters and the dragon. Although she still looked downcast, Hetty agreed, and she began using her magic. Gawain observed it and noted that magic was really a very convenient tool. Hetty asked Gawain if she upset him with those skills. Gawain inquired why he should be upset. Hetty remarked that the Cecil family has always been founded on the strength of knights, unlike her and Rebecca, who have gone to become mages, and 100 years ago, it would have been a problem to establish themselves in the family. Gawain looked appalled, and he asked who made those stupid rules. Everyone looked horrified, and Byron avoided the topic and commented that his shoelaces were loose. Gawain looked at Rebecca, and without saying anything, she just pointed at him. Amber gave Gawain a side eye and muttered, "Geez." Giving it some thought, Gawain recalled how he was drinking and remarked that knights were better than mages, and the man he was drinking with agreed that he was right. He awkwardly suggested that they should pretend that there is no such rule when one is drunk. Amber's stomach started to rumble, and she mentioned that although she knew it was a bit inappropriate to bring it up when Gawain was having fun with his grandchildren, she was a bit hungry. Gawain instructed that Betty, Hetty, and Rebecca will stay with Byron as their guard while the rest will go hunting with him. Amber tried to sneak off, but she was startled when Gawain grabbed her scarf and declared that she was included. As Gawain dragged her, Amber flailed her arms in protest and asked why she had to go when she was tired too. Gawain inquired how she could say that her ancestors were wood elves if she didn't follow him into the woods to hunt, and that pissed her off. Amber insisted that it was racial prejudice, and as she asked Gawain, who claimed that elves must hunt in the woods, she stated that she learned to stalk and not hunt in the woods. Gawain asserted that Amber searched his tomb. When Amber heard that, she immediately turned meek and agreed. Hetty and Rebecca rested on the ground, while Betty and Byron gathered firewood. Rebecca started to gather her magic in the palm of her hand. But everyone was startled, including Rebecca, when the magic in her hand suddenly started going haywire. The magic eventually exploded. Rebecca was on the verge of tears, so Hetty took over, and while releasing a gentle magic towards the firewood, she assured that it was alright and that she would do it. Hetty insisted that Rebecca shouldn't be easily embarrassed. And even when she has to apologize, she shouldn't keep her head down like that because she is the heir of Cecil House, and she asked her if she understood. Tears welled on the corners of Rebecca's eyes, and she apologized to Hetty. Hetty let out an exasperated sigh. She admitted that, to be honest, she feared that Gawain was extremely disappointed by Rebecca's action that day, although he did not show it. Rebecca panicked, and she asked Hetty what she should do. There was a moment of silence while Betty approached the fire while carrying firewood. Hetty acknowledged there was nothing anyone could do because, looking at the current state of the family, she was afraid that no heir to the Cecil house would be able to meet the expectations of Gawain because what they are at the moment is a far cry from the family's former glory. Rebecca sulked, and she was speechless, but she suddenly straightened up. She inquired if Hetty really mentioned that Gawain had really come back to life. Hetty questioned Rebecca if she doubted Gawain or his resurrection. Rebecca admitted that she knew she shouldn't doubt it, but it was hard to believe. Hetty confirmed that so does she, but the truth was in front of them. She asked Rebecca if she remembered the first lesson every student of magic learns and reminded that it was not a theory or a formula but a motto. Hetty emphasized that truth may go against common sense, but truth will always be truth. She explained that it holds true in areas other than magic as well, so regardless of the origin of Gawain's resurrection from his slumber, his resurrection was a truth. Betty and Byron sat near the fire, and everyone gathered in silence. A few moments later, Gawain and the others returned, and Amber proudly raised a rabbit as she announced that they had something to eat. The group set up camp and started cooking the meat over the fire. Gawain noted that Amber claimed she didn't know how to hunt but that she was as skilled as a grey elf in mosswood. Amber pointed out that Gawain's story about the grey elves must be at least several centuries old and asked him if he knew that the grey elves don't hunt anymore as they are currently involved in the import and export of herbs. She confessed that she was not really a good hunter, although she's half-elf, but she has been living in human society for as long as she could remember, and she was raised by an old thief. Gawain inquired about Amber's skill. Amber proudly shared that, even though she didn't know how to hunt, she could steal chickens. She mentioned that she learned all those skills back then. Hetty criticized that she was vulgar and unpleasant, which startled Amber and made her upset. Amber admitted that she was vulgar, but she was only a thief who could only occasionally take a few coins from the pockets of passers-by. Unlike them, who are noblemen who live in castles and have the luxury of taking money out of the pockets of their subjects. While still eating, Byron casually swung his sword beside Amber, and Amber was alarmed. Byron casually pulled his sword back, and Gawain wondered how Amber managed not to get beaten to death with that mouth of hers. Gawain surmised that Amber must be a good fugitive and asked her if that was right. Amber was still in shock and was weeping, so she was not able to answer Gawain's question. She was startled when someone intervened and declared that it was enough. It was Gawain, and he suggested that they should put aside the class truffles as they were currently on the same boat. Gawain stood up and announced that first they needed to restore their strength, and the mages also needed time to meditate to restore their mana, and after that, they must leave before noon. He stated that they had already spent one night underground and could not afford to waste the rest of the day. Rebecca waved at Betty, who was holding something close to her chest, and she told her that she should come over to her and have something to eat. She instructed that Betty should put that down in the meantime, as she doesn't need it. Betty looked at Rebecca, but she responded with silence. She averted her eyes and looked worried. Gawain asked Betty why she kept holding that pan. Betty explained that Madame Hansen mentioned that she would be responsible for frying the sausages and bread slices with that pan. Gawain looked at Betty intently. Hetty clarified that Madame Hansen oversees the kitchens in the Citadel, and Amber was astonished when Hetty revealed that she had died. Gawain tapped Betty on the shoulder and assured her that the pan was hers and that it would be hers from that point onward. He informed her that she could put it aside for a few minutes to come and eat. Hetty and Rebecca smiled when they heard what Gawain conveyed. Amber also smiled, and Byron laughed. Betty's eyes lit up, and she smiled as she looked up at Gawain. Someone slashed the grass. It was Gawain, and he was leading the group forward. As they passed by a fallen tree, Gawain saw Rebecca jump over it with ease. Gawain remarked that he didn't expect Rebecca to be so physically strong and that she was no worse than a soldier. Rebecca proudly mentioned that when she was a child, she used to run around like a boy. She explained that her father thought she could be trained as a knight, and later, even though she could not be a knight, she trained very hard because, after all, as Gawain's orders command, to be a lord who could protect his people, one needs a strong body. Suddenly, with a dark aura wrapping around the tip of their sword, someone noted that there may be some magical creatures in the depths of the forest, but they were not very strong. It was Byron, and he informed that the center of the forest should have a natural magical concentration of dark energy, although it seems to be a very weak one. Amber crouched on the ground to observe the grass and commented that it must be very weak. She pointed out that there was no visible variation in the surrounding vegetation, which meant that the level of concentration did not even affect the wildlife. Gawain asked Byron if he was familiar with that. Rebecca chimed in and mentioned that, before serving her father, Byron used to be a mercenary. Byron looked at Rebecca and stated that it was all in the past. Although she doesn't look surprised, Amber expressed her shock and asked who doesn't have a bit of the past on their face. Suddenly, mist wafted in the forest, and it was accompanied by a ringing sound. Byron and Amber immediately noticed it. Amber asked if they noticed that the temperature was a bit too cold at the moment. Hetty stomped her staff on the ground and started using her magic. Betty looked terrified, and she was trembling as she pointed at something. She saw that the mist formed into strange figures with horns and glowing eyes. Hetty exclaimed that it was the ghostly mist, and she cursed. Rebecca also looked terrified, and she inquired when they became surrounded by those things. On the other hand, Hetty questioned how such things could exist there. Gawain advised that they should be quiet and not make a sound because they would alert whatever was in that mist. He raised his sword and looked ahead with extreme concentration. Gawain suddenly swung his sword and cut one of the ghostly mists. He instructed that they should set fire to that misty one before it reforms. The ghostly mist looked like it had dissipated, but it started to swirl, and it went back to its original form. Hetty and Rebecca prepared their magic, and Hetty observed that those ghosts were intact. Rebecca threw a fireball into one of the ghostly mists. When Gawain saw that, he directed that Rebecca should use a spell with a wider range. He advised that it doesn't have to be powerful, but it has to be wide. Otherwise, those ghosts will disperse all attacks, so she shouldn't use fireballs. Rebecca looked embarrassed as she yelled and admitted that she could only use fireball. Gawain was surprised when he heard that. Hetty chimed in and revealed that Rebecca has only learned fireball, and it took her 5 years to learn that one magic skill. Rebecca was trembling in both embarrassment and rage. She looked so pissed as she raised her staff in the air and started gathering her magic. Amber was surprised when she saw that Rebecca had summoned a gigantic fireball. Rebecca threw the fireball towards the ghostly mists and created a huge explosion. Everyone was astonished when they saw what Rebecca did. Suddenly, one of the knights' eyes turned bloodshot, and they drooled like they were choking. Gawain and Hetty noticed what happened, and Hetty asked what was going on. Other knights rushed towards the choking knight, and they were trying to help him. They held the knight, who was already trembling, on the ground. Suddenly, the other knight's eyes turned bloodshot as well. Gawain was alarmed when he saw that, and he shouted that they had to wake them up immediately. With a loud clang, Gawain dug his sword into the ground. He used his skill, Mind Shock, and released a powerful aura. The two knights were immediately startled, and they woke up. Gawain and the two knights watched as the knight who was choking earlier lay unconscious on the ground. Gawain suddenly looked around and asked where Betty was. Amber emerged from the crack in space that appeared beside Gawain and mentioned that she just saw their little girl run off into the mist, looking like a sleepwalker. Gawain exclaimed that it was bad because Betty had been controlled. He inquired how that ghostly mist could turn out to be so strange. Amber responded that she didn't know, but the situation was already awful. There were still a lot of ghostly mists hovering near the trees. Gawain stated that the mist has not dissipated at all, even if it should have weakened after being attacked for so long. He swung his sword to attack one of the ghostly mists. Gawain explained that they had previously determined that the magical concentration there wasn't very powerful, so he asked how such an average magical concentration could give birth to such a mist that was capable of spawning such sentient beings. Amber inquired if he was saying that the mist was not a natural phenomenon and if it had some kind of artificial energy source or something to keep it going. Gawain continued to swing his sword and remarked that it is not necessarily an artificial energy source, but something must be sustaining it. He mentioned that the thing that sustains it should be near there, hidden from their senses, and invisible to them. Amber noted that Hetty has already done it by using detect distortions. But her eyes went wide when she realized something, and she questioned if it was not on that plane. Gawain turned to ask Amber what she meant, but Amber had already gone into the crack in space that she had created. Amber swiftly came out of that crack in space. Gawain commented that it was a simple, brutal, and powerful shadow walk, and he wondered where the half-elf thief really came from and what her origin was. He was astonished when Amber suddenly emerged from the crack in space behind him, and she urged that they should go. Amber dragged Gawain towards the crack in space, and he asked her what she was doing. Gawain felt silent, and he was surprised when his environment suddenly changed. Everything was black and white, and he was surrounded by dead trees. Gawain looked around and saw that Rebecca was in front of him. He could see the ghostly mists coming out of the ground, and his companions were frozen in place. Gawain gritted his teeth and prepared to swing his sword. But someone tapped him on the shoulder and advised that he shouldn't. It was Amber. She cautioned that Gawain shouldn't get too close because nothing could be done to help them, and if he was not careful, he would make it worse. Amber requested that he shouldn't ask her anything because it's embarrassing if he asks, and she doesn't tell him, especially as she has just dug his grave, which makes her feel guilty. She walked forward and noted that they have limited time, and it was her first time in such a deep part, and with Gawain on board, she doesn't know how long it will last. Gawain queried what that place was, and Amber identified it as the Shadow Realm. Amber pointed ahead and directed Gawain to look. They saw glowing footsteps on the ground ahead. When Gawain saw it, he asked if it was Betty's footprint. Amber acknowledged that it looked like it, although she didn't know what happened when the little maid went into the Shadow Realm. Gawain proposed that they should go, and they started walking forward. Amber speculated that perhaps it was the true nature of the ghostly mists. She grinned and teased Gawain how much he would say it was worth if they were to sell that discovery to the Secret Society or the Astrologers Guild. Gawain retorted that they will give Amber a bunch of positions and tie a record crystal on her head, and finally, with a banishment spell, they will throw her into the Shadow Realm as their scout. Amber argued that Gawain is a founder of Ansu, and they can't fill their ancestors with potions. Gawain asked Amber what she thought. He claimed that they were happy to hang him on walls, to write about him in books, to put him on their tables, and even the king himself, with his whole family, was willing to give him a bouquet of flowers and 3 days off every year without risking his reputation. Gawain mentioned that, however, if he really emerged out of his coffin, the first reaction of the people who held him on a pedestal would have been to put him back in the coffin, and they would have nailed over 200 nails on all sides or even filled them with lead if they tried harder, which surprised Amber, and she asked him why. He explained that it was because the 3 days of national holidays would be gone. Amber responded that Gawain should wait a minute because he has made a mistake. She clarified that nobody gets a holiday when someone is visiting his grave, and the only time they get 3 days off is when they pay tribute to their founding fathers. But Gawain has died early, so he doesn't know, and that made Gawain stumble. She remarked that Gawain shouldn't oversell himself, and Gawain commented that it was a bummer when the two of them suddenly stopped walking. They stopped in front of a shabby house, and Amber pointed out that there it was. Gawain and Amber stood at the front door of the house, and Amber mentioned that Gawain could go ahead and chop it up with his divine presence, and she would be right behind him, and Gawain pushed the door open. The person inside the house was sitting at a table, and they exclaimed that there was a visitor. It was an old man, and he remarked that it has been a long time since he has had visitors in his lab, and there were 2 of them. He smiled, and it revealed that he was missing a few teeth. Gawain explained that they were looking for someone, a girl of about 15 or 16 years old who was carrying a pan, and Amber confirmed that it was right. The old man requested that they find somewhere to sit because Annie was preparing lunch and there was no place to rest in the deep woods, so they should stay and eat there too if they don't mind. Gawain inquired who Annie was. The old man responded that it was his daughter and she's a good girl. When Gawain heard that it was the old man's daughter, he quickly turned to see her. He saw Betty standing by the door near him. Gawain reached out his hand as he called him and declared that he was glad that she was safe. But Betty shook her head. The old man called her Annie and asked if the lunch was ready yet, and Betty replied almost while calling the old man her dad. Betty walked back inside the room, which surprised Gawain and confused Amber. The two of them followed Betty into the room. They saw that Betty was cooking an egg on her pan. Gawain and Amber were both astonished, and as Gawain asked what was going on, Amber wondered how it was possible to cook in the shadows. Betty continued to cook the egg, and she explained that she really doesn't understand. But the person in the other room seems to treat her like his daughter. Amber asked Betty if she was just being obedient and pretending that he was her father. Betty mentioned that the old man was a very miserable man, which is why she will at least cook him a meal before they leave. Gawain gave it some thought. Suddenly, Betty remembered something, and she reached down in her pocket. Betty handed a book to Gawain and informed that it was from the old man, and she didn't understand a lot of the stuff in it, but he should be able to understand it. Amber was surprised, and as she suggested that they should take a look, Gawain opened the book. When they saw what was written in the book, they immediately wondered if it was magic formulae or runic sequencing. Amber asked if the weird old man was actually a mage. Gawain hit her with the book and remarked that, technically speaking, he was a wild mage. He questioned Amber if she didn't see it when they walked in the door and saw all those magic tools. Gawain insisted that he must be more than a simple wild mage. A few moments later, the wild mage started eating his food. Everyone gathered around the table while the man ate, and Gawain inquired how long he had been there. The wild mage revealed that he has been settled there since the second year after leaving the secret society. Gawain was surprised when he heard that the wild mage was a member of the secret society, and he assumed that he was always a wild mage. The wild mage explained that, by the standards of the secret society, he is a full-fledged spellcaster. Gawain listened intently, and the wild mage added that he was good at calculations and deductions, but lacked the ability to translate them into spell patterns. In other words, his level of spellcasting will always be at the beginner's level, and such a mage is not welcome in the secret society. The wild mage admitted that he was originally a second-rank member of the secret society. Amber questioned the wild mage if the secret society had driven him away. The wild mage waved his hand and declared that he left on his own. He looked at Betty and explained that, for the sake of his daughter, he had to leave in order to heal her. Gawain furrowed his brow and insisted that the wild mage should know exactly what they were there for, and they don't have a lot of time to waste. The wild mage trembled as he confessed that he didn't really know what Gawain meant, and Betty looked at Gawain and called him with a questioning tone. Gawain averted his gaze, and he suggested that they should wait. Everyone sat in silence as the wild mage continued to eat. A few moments later, the wild mage finished his food. Betty held his hand and called him Dad. She announced that she had to go. Looking behind her, Betty mentioned that Rebecca and Hetty were still waiting for her, and Gawain was there too. The wild mage looked at Betty, and he was speechless for a moment. He held her hand firmly and instructed that she must remember not to eat from strangers, go to bed on time, listen to her teacher, and not fight with other kids. The wild mage looked horrified, and he repeatedly emphasized that Betty should not fight with other kids. Betty was surprised when the wild mage started to burn, as he reminded her that she should remember to listen to her teacher again. Gawain was alarmed when he saw what was happening. He immediately plunged his sword into the wild mage's chest. Everything on the table started to fall and spill as it got flipped, and both Betty and Amber were surprised by what Gawain did. The wild mage lost consciousness, and he continued to combust in flames. Gawain pulled out his sword. A few moments later, the man turned to ashes. The place started to tremble, and both Gawain and Amber were alarmed. Gawain quickly exclaimed that they should get out of there. The three of them managed to get out of the house, and they watched as the house was also consumed by flames. The house collapsed as it got consumed by flames, and something was glowing on the ground when everything crumbled. Amber noticed the light, and she suggested that they should look at it. A few moments later, they cleared out the debris, and they saw that it was a huge magic circle. Gawain kneeled on the ground to inspect the magic circle, and he declared that it was probably the highest feat of the wild mage in his lifetime. He explained that it was probably that spell that went wrong, which led him to that state. Suddenly, Betty started glowing, and she called Gawain in distress, which alarmed him. Betty suddenly disappeared, like she was sucked by the orb of light. On the other hand, Gawain and Amber's bodies started dissipating, and Amber warned that they must leave because that place no longer wanted them there. Amber urged that they should go, and they started moving. Meanwhile, in the real world, Rebecca and Hetty looked exhausted, and as they leaned on a tree trunk for support, Byron announced that the fog had cleared. Hetty let out a sigh of relief. She was surprised when a crack in space suddenly appeared in front of her, and Gawain came out of it. Hetty acknowledged that it was good to know that Gawain was safe and sound. But when she saw Amber behind Gawain, she inquired if that thief didn't flee. Amber was pissed, and as she asked Hetty what the hell she thought she was doing, she retorted that she and Gawain just went to the Shadow Realm to save them from death and called Hetty a big-breasted, brainless old woman. Hetty was flustered, and she demanded that Amber should stop and that she should realize that she was insulting a member of the nobility. Gawain immediately mediated between them, and he urged that they should stop fighting because Amber wasn't lying, as they both went to solve the crisis together earlier, but of course, it was her fault that she called Hetty out for having big boobs earlier. Everyone was speechless, and they looked at Gawain with a blank look on their faces. Hetty was embarrassed, and Rebecca mentioned that Amber has just said a total of one compliment, and Gawain has ruled it out. Gawain was still just standing there and was completely clueless. Hetty remembered and asked how Amber managed to get into the Shadow Realm. She explained that it was an ability that only a few high-ranking shadow mages or the chosen of the shadow gods possess, and she asked Amber how she managed to do it. Amber proudly claimed that she was chosen by the god of shadows. But Hetty didn't believe it, and she questioned Amber if a god's chosen could be slapped on the ground by Byron with an ordinary steel sword. Gawain chimed in and advised that Hetty should forget it and stop asking Amber questions. He assured that he has promised Amber not to look into it, and when she wants to tell them, she will do so. Gawain stood up, and as he walked towards the knight who had died earlier, he proposed that they should bury the dead first. Everyone was astonished when Gawain declared that the knight also fought bravely and should be laid to rest like a warrior. Gawain noticed everyone's expression, so he inquired if he said something wrong. Byron explained that the knight was a serf, and it was the Viscount who issued the decree of grace that a serf's son like the knight had the opportunity to enter the territorial army to free himself by service, but he had just served for half a year, so he was still a serf, and such a status could not be buried as a warrior. Gawain asked if that was the case. Rebecca immediately agreed and apologized. She admitted that she didn't think that serfdom does make a lot of sense, which is why she let them use service to gain their freedom, which she knew was taboo. Gawain denied it, and he was not blaming her, which surprised Rebecca. He placed a gold coin on top of the knight's chest, and he mentioned that it was what Charlie gave him back and that he deserved the honor of being a knight. Amber cursed when she saw that, and she exclaimed that the gold coin was worth at least half the cost of a manor. Gawain declared that the knight's debts were forgiven and his soul was freed. He suggested that they should bury him, but Byron tried to object and protested something about the law. Gawain glanced over his shoulder and asserted that he was the law. Burnt wood was lying on the ground. Byron inspected them and remarked that the fire happened about half a month ago. Gawain observed that what they saw in the Shadow Realm was likely a reflection. He explained that the wild mage has been living there in seclusion for many years, and the place was so far outside their domain that even hunters don't come there, so no one knew a hermit was actually living there. Hetty released her magic and questioned how the accident happened. She noted that there was only a very weak mana nexus there, and the wild mage living there wasn't all that powerful. So even if his magical experiments had gone out of control and burned the house down, it could not have created such a long-term projection inside the Shadow Realm. Hetty concluded that for it to also generate such a powerful wraith fog, a single wild mage could never provide all of the mana required. Gawain handed the book to Hetty and suggested that perhaps it might answer some questions. Hetty read that in Ansu, year 729, Thermidor, the wild mage, had found a mana nexus at the edge of the Cecil domain, so he should be able to ease Annie's sickness. The wild mage wrote that on Ansu, year 729, Messidor, Annie's condition has been stable for quite some time, but he has no idea if it was because the rites and medicines were actually effective, so perhaps he should consider the formulas. On Ansu, year 730, Brumaire, the wild mage wrote that the calculations and formulations met his expectations because, using the amplification model, the energy of the mana nexus was greatly increased, and he could finally proceed with the next stage of Annie's treatment as she cannot go on like that for much longer. And on Ansu, year 731, Frumaire, the wild mage wrote that Annie was able to get out of bed and even cook, and she made grilled sausages and vegetable soup. And he has never eaten such delicious food in almost 100 years, although the sausage ended up burnt, and she forgot to add salt to the soup. The wild mage cursed and recorded that Annie has relapsed, so he needed to write down every detail, every last one of them, as he needed to find the cause of that so Annie will be alright. But the man documented that he doesn't know where things went wrong because all of the treatments went according to plan. But Annie still has her episodes and it was getting worse, so he needed to find the cause quickly. On Ansu, year 734, Nivos, the wild mage, noted that Annie's condition has not turned for the better and she is drifting further and further away from that world. And that morning, he saw her hand becoming as transparent as the mist, so that world was rejecting her, pushing her towards the Shadow Realm, so he doesn't know what he should do. The wild mage cursed the sun, as its dark crimson lines looked like they were laughing at how powerless he was, as he had finally discovered where the problem lay but had no means to resolve it. Hetty and Rebecca continued to read as the wild mage documented that the elemental energies are concentrating at an abnormal rate. So taking Annie away from that place was the best possible move because her body was resonating with the elements there, and that resonance was prolonging her life but was also killing her at the same time. On Ansu, year 743, Fremer, the wild mage, recorded that there was something wrong with the mana in the entire region as it was roiling violently, and the border of Cecil's domain was in a state similar to the legendary Sea of Mana. But he could no longer reverse the changes in Annie because that morning she mentioned that she saw the entire house becoming monochromic, so perhaps she will have to find another way. On Ansu, year 735, Thermidor, the wild mage, documented that the long preparation was finally at an end and Annie's debility had also reached its limit, so it was his only chance and he had no other choice. Standing on top of the magic circle, the wild mage declared that since he cannot keep Annie alive in the material world, he shall choose another path, and the ritual for shadow transformation was recorded in the tomes, but the mana required was almost unimaginable, although for him, it was not outside the realm of impossibility. The wild mage wrote that he just needed to wait until the midday sun came when mana was at its strongest. He could begin the ritual, and he asked Annie to hold on as her father would save her and he would enter the shadow realm with her. They would stay there for all eternity. Hetty continued to read the book. Gawain pointed out and remarked that there were a few more words over there, and it was written that the mana was out of control and the sun was red. Hetty noted that it was more than half a month ago, and there were more red spots on the surface of the sun than normal, so if the wild mage was in a daze, he may very well have mistaken them for a red sun. She observed that the notebook does explain a lot of things, and it seems that the nameless wild mage set up a rather significant magic matrix to cure his daughter. And later on, he came up with the insane idea of transforming both him and his daughter into shadow forms. Hetty commented that the result led to the massive fire half a month ago, the formation of the Wraith Fog, and what Gawain saw in the shadow realm. But Gawain stated that those aren't important. Gawain mentioned that whether it was the Wraith Fog or the wooden hut in the Shadow Realm, all those had answers inside the notebook, but what he wanted Hetty to see were the two details mentioned in the book. He emphasized that it was the dark red patterns on the surface of the sun and the large-scale red spot eruption, and Hetty was confused by those two things. Gawain explained that in addition, the wild mage mentioned a surge in mana, and as mages, both Hetty and Rebecca should be able to sense that. Rebecca confirmed that there were indeed a few mana surges on that side of Cecil's domain, but mana surges were very normal. Hetty clarified that all of the mana in that world comes from the sun, and the sun was revolving constantly, so the mana of the land was naturally unstable. And although the frequency of mana surges in recent times has increased, they are not at an alarming level just yet. Gawain recounted that in Gandor, in the year 1736, large dark red patterns on the sun were reported from all over the empire. In the year 1738, they detected the largest red spot eruption, and almost half of the sun was covered in those red spots. According to the records, almost a third of the babies born that day possessed an innate elemental affinity. Gawain informed that there was a shortage of resonance stones in every newborn inspection bureau that day, and the court scholars thus declared that day the dawn of magic. But something else happened in the same year. The largest mana repository in the imperial capital of Gandor, the Azure Fount, exploded, and the cause of the explosion was the sudden appearance of chaotic and powerful mana inside its mana nexus. The extraction matrices were unable to process those chaotic energies, causing the core to melt down. Gawain revealed that in Gandor, in the year 1740, the mana tide erupted and the most powerful human empire in history perished in a matter of months, and that astonished both Hetty and Rebecca. Rebecca and Hetty looked astonished, and as Rebecca remarked that it was possible that those monsters did not come from the Gandor wastelands but were created naturally within the domain, Hetty concluded that that meant that it was a new mana tide. Amber got worried, so she asked them if they weren't overreacting a little, as Amber stated that it was just a diary left behind by a wild mage and its contents were all over the place. She asked them why they were linking it to the mana tide, and Gawain suggested that it was possible that they were being overly anxious, and Amber agreed. She commented that Gawain had been dead for 700 years, so she could see that his brain was still stuck at that time period. Amber mentioned that she knew Gawain had experienced the mana tide before, and he may have suffered some trauma from that. Suddenly, Rebecca hit Amber on the head with her staff and commanded that she should mind her manners. Gawain declared that no matter how believable it was, they needed to report it to their majesty once they arrived at St. Sunil, and as for how much of it the king would believe, that would be beyond their control. He noted that he should first set up a foothold in that world, and even though the Cecils were just an old, declining noble house, it was better than crossing over to an unknown grave somewhere in the wilderness. A few moments later, an old man with a carriage passed by, and Hetty offered him a hefty sum, and they were able to ride his carriage along with his goods. While leisurely lying on a haystack, Amber remarked that sure enough, gold was the best business negotiator. Gawain inquired where the closest town was, and Hetty replied that the town closest to Cecil Domain was Tanza, and they should be able to reach it within 7 to 8 days at that pace. But Gawain was surprised when he heard Tanza. Rebecca chimed in and informed that Tanza is a new town that was more or less born from the migration of the Cecils. Tanza was a very large town. It was one of the most populated towns in the south, with almost 10,000 people living on its triangular flatland, probably because it was situated on a fertile plain, and it was also close to a river. The Whitewater River flows from the west and splits into two around Tanza. It irrigates a large plot of farmland and was also the transportation lifeline of the area, and towards the east of the town was a mine, which was the town's most important economic resource. A few days later, they arrived at Tanza. Someone asked if there were any rules for the roads there, and someone replied that those walking on either side were the farm serfs and the mine slaves. They noted that there were also poor freemen from the surrounding areas, but they were not allowed to use the roads as they could not afford to donate for its maintenance. Hetty was the one explaining, and she elaborated that those walking at the center of the road were proper citizens, merchants from other places, or mercenaries, as those people could afford the various taxes so they could walk at the center of the road. She asked Gawain what the problem was, and he responded that it was nothing. Gawain explained that it was just that his innate nature as a person who has crossed over was repulsed by things like that, but it was not the time for him to judge and correct those things. He added that it was simply because he didn't know that world that well yet. Gawain asked Hetty what her plans were, and Hetty responded that they were going to look for the lord of that land, Viscount Andrew, as it would be easier for them to contact Philip through him, and the next matter was to decide whether to settle their people there or to head straight to the royal city. Hetty insisted that what happened in Cecil Domain was not something that could be resolved with just a messenger or two, so it will be necessary for Rebecca to gain an audience with the king to explain everything in person, and Gawain agreed that they should do that for the time being. Amber suddenly showed up and announced that she was back from scouting, which startled Hetty. Rebecca was also astonished, and as she asked Amber when she left, Amber proudly informed them that it was just as they all entered Tanza. Both Hetty and Rebecca looked at Amber with suspicion in their eyes. Amber explained that they shouldn't look at her like that because it was Gawain who requested her to see what intel could be collected. Hetty inquired what information Amber had gathered, and Amber reported that, as expected, the army that had broken out of the Cecil Domain had successfully entered Tanza, but they were not in good shape. Not only was their equipment battered, many were simply carried in, and she learned that all of them were at Viscount Andrew's place, but the entire place was under lockdown, so she decided to report back to them instead of going straight in. Gawain teased that Amber should just admit if she was scared and stop making excuses. But he concluded that it was good that they were fine because the more manpower they had on hand, the better it was for their future. Someone asked Gawain how they should introduce him later, and Gawain replied that what they agreed on earlier would be fine. They were sitting at a table, and Gawain mentioned that they could be less discreet there. Hetty looked worried about something as she called Gawain. Amber was at the corner, trying to steal stuff, and Hetty inquired if Gawain really thought her presence there was appropriate. Gawain immediately called Amber, and she was startled. A few moments later, a lot of valuable items were laid on the table, and they were found on the pat-down of a sneaky thief. Gawain and the others looked worried when they saw that, while Amber was tied up behind them. Gawain stated that Amber was an important witness to his resurrection. He added that, besides, if they rid themselves of Amber, it could be their undoing. Suddenly, the door to the room opened with a loud creaking sound. A man, who seemed to be Viscount Andrew, entered the room, and as he both called Hetty and Rebecca beautiful misses, he apologized for being late. Andrew rambled and mentioned that the bad news in Cecil Domain had spread throughout his territory and the people were panicking, so he had to spend the majority of his day on matters of territorial defense and patrol reports. Gawain inquired if he also had to use that tone of voice when talking to the nobles of that era, and instead of answering his question, Rebecca questioned him if the nobles weren't like that in his time. Gawain replied that of course not. Hetty politely commented that they understood that Andrew was really busy at the moment, but she glared at him and reminded him that Rebecca's title was Viscountess, and not Miss. Hetty explained that Rebecca inherited the family title as early as last year, so on such occasions, Andrew should refer to her as Lady Rebecca or Viscountess Cecil, and Rebecca thanked Andrew's hospitality while she called him Lord Andrew. Rebecca was startled when Andrew leaned in to kiss her hand and remarked that it was his pleasure while calling her Viscountess Cecil. Andrew expressed that he deeply regretted what happened to the Cecil Domain and that it was a disaster, but he was glad that they were safe and that the Cecil's family's inheritance would live on. Rebecca mentioned that before the castle fell, Philip led a team to evacuate the civilians, so they should have retreated there. And according to the law made by the founding kings, Andrew granted them asylum there, and she inquired how they were doing. Andrew affirmed that, of course, the law made by the founding kings was sacred, and as small as his territory is, it was more than enough to help neighbors in trouble. He noted that the brave knight was covered with wounds at that time, so he arranged for him to rest in the cathedral of the Holy Light Church so he could receive the best treatment there. And he also arranged for those loyal soldiers and poor civilians to stay in the eastern and southern city districts. So at the moment, no one has died of freezing or starvation. Rebecca let out a sigh of relief when she heard that. Gawain acknowledged that the Cecil family will express their gratitude for Andrew's help. But the priority at the moment was the disaster itself. Andrew mentioned that he had been curious, and as he excused himself for asking, he inquired who Gawain was. Hetty explained that Gawain was the forefather of the Cecil family, the pioneer among the pioneers, one of the 7 founding generals of the Ansu kingdom, and the Grand Duke of the Southern Realm, and Andrew must have heard of his name since he was a child, as he was the first glory of Dawn. When Gawain heard that, he asked what the heck was that title, and as Rebecca explained that it was the title of the founding king conferred to him posthumously, he joked that the dude was an edgelord and wondered if he couldn't have thought of a nicer name. Gawain questioned Andrew why Hetty would lie and what he made of that. A huge sword clattered as it was placed on the table. Gawain declared that the tide of monsters and elements destroyed a viscounty, and a dragon appeared above them, so an event of that magnitude could have alarmed their majesty the king in the royal city. And as he asked Andrew if they would arrange for someone to put on an ancient costume, carry a lousy ancient sword, and come to his castle to tell him some fantasy story just to have fun, he made his sword on the table light up. He suggested that Andrew may ask an elven craftsman to verify the authenticity of that sword, as it was their people who made it, so they know how to check the elvish rune. Andrew was sweating so much, and he looked so worried as he stared at Gawain. Gawain mentioned that Andrew may also bring the portraits of the founding princes out and compare them with him because he might have slept for 700 years, but his appearance hasn't changed much. He also recommended that if possible, Andrew should seek out the elven mercenaries who participated in the second expansion operation, as they currently live in the woods as recluses, and maybe some of them still know him. Andrew looked nervous, and he stuttered as he replied that that wouldn't be necessary. He conceded that since Gawain is a legendary hero, perhaps it was possible to sleep for 700 years before being resurrected. But Andrew looked terrified when he realized what Gawain just mentioned, and he asked him to confirm if he just stated that a dragon appeared nearby. Gawain affirmed that it was correct. He confirmed that it was a blue dragon, and he had no clue where it came from, but it headed for the northwest. Andrew speculated something about aberrant bodies, monsters during the Monotide era, and dragons, and asserted that it was impossible, so he asked what was going on in that world. Hetty commented that the scholars and their majesty the king would worry about what was happening in that world, and their business was to pass on the information about what happened there to St. Sunil City as soon as possible, as things had gotten dire. Andrew reported that he has sent a messenger to report the news of the attack on the Cecil domain, and the messenger has set off on a horse and should be halfway there already. Hetty insisted that it was not enough because the matter has gotten so serious that Rebecca must meet their majesty in person, and besides, the Grand Duke of Cecil has woken up from his hibernation, so he must go to the royal city, and that they appreciate Andrew's help to the Cecil family, but they still needed more. Andrew inquired what they needed, whether it was horses, supplies, or guards. Rebecca immediately requested that they need all of them, and until they return from the royal city and find a new territory for their people, they also need him to help take care of the people of Cecil domain. Andrew remarked that, as a matter of fact, he was just about to discuss that issue. He admitted that he was already trying his best to help his neighbor, and he was also happy to be a generous person, but he was just a mere viscount, so there wasn't much he could feed their refugees. Rebecca noted that Philip brought a batch of gold and silver during the evacuation and that the money should be enough. Andrew smiled and acknowledged that, of course, he knew about the gold and silver, and Rebecca shouldn't worry because he's not a person who would take advantage of the situation. But it was just that both medicine and food cost money. He reminded them and remarked that the brave knight was badly injured when he arrived in Tanza, and almost all the soldiers and civilians he brought with him were wounded, and he had used the best medicine and invited the best pastor in the territory to treat them, and those things were very expensive. Andrew concluded that the gold and silver were barely enough. Rebecca looked baffled as she listened, and Andrew continued that he would help those refugees and help as much as possible. But he smirked and quipped that he simply wanted to make sure if the Cecil family would still have the ability to repay their debt after he had done all that. Andrew took a sip of his drink, and there was silence in the room. Rebecca declared that the Cecil family will not owe anything to anyone, and they have the ability to repay because, although they have lost their most populous region, they still have the forest on the outer edge of the Cecil domain. She assured that as long as she, the heir, was still there would always be a loan belonging to the Cecil family waiting in the mithril vault. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat and advised that Rebecca should calm down. It was Gawain, and he urged that Andrew should look at the big picture. Andrew apologized and admitted that he was indeed a little greedy. Gawain acknowledged that at least Andrew was honest about it. But that's fine because there is no shame in taking care of one's interests, but they need to understand the situation. He explained that a viscounty was destroyed, a dragon appeared inside the kingdom, and the monetide era had reappeared, so it was not appropriate to talk business in times like that. Andrew was taken aback, and Gawain continued that, of course, after talking about mortality, they still needed to consider the practical issues. Gawain noted that Andrew was worried that assisting the Cecil family would accumulate infinitely, and he would eventually lose everything. So he would tell him that the Cecil family is not only capable of paying off any debts, but they could also bring him unlimited benefits if he seized the opportunity. Andrew got interested, so he encouraged that Gawain should carry on. Gawain stood up and slammed his hands on the table as he proclaimed that he would be Andrew's greatest asset. Andrew was so shocked that he spurted out his drink. He awkwardly admitted that while he did believe that Gawain really was that duke, he must remind him that he had been dead for 700 years and Ansu was in its second dynasty. Andrew reminded that all of Gawain's titles and properties have been divided, inherited, consumed, or taken back by the royal family, and of course, he respects him personally, just like all the people of Ansu respect him. But he's not just anybody. He's a viscount, and he has his territory and his people to consider. Gawain advised that Andrew should broaden his mind and asked him if money and real estate were the only things that have investing value. Andrew was puzzled, so he inquired what Gawain meant. Gawain revealed that he has the eternal charter of pioneering, which states that when he holds the sword of the Ansu pioneer, he has the right to develop any unowned land, including, but not limited to, undeveloped areas within Ansu's border, barbaric areas outside the borders of various states, and the Gondor wasteland where there is no legal dispute, as long as it could be guaranteed to maintain a certain degree of control after developing the mentioned areas. He continued that wherever the sword of the pioneer goes, it is the territory of the Cecil family, and the Ansu royal family will always recognize and guarantee his rights as the development rights were signed by King Charles I, the founding king of Ansu. And at the same time, the Augur tribal state in the west, the Typhon Empire in the east, the High Mountain Kingdom in the south, the Elven Silver Empire, and the northern city-states jointly recognized that the validity period was unlimited. Andrew looked so surprised as Gawain disclosed that, in fact, that decree was not signed to him alone because, at that time, all the pioneering leaders had corresponding authorization, but he was the only one who could exercise that right at the moment. Gawain commented that the old geezers who signed those documents would never have imagined that one day he would come back to life. Rebecca looked surprised as well, and she questioned if that was true. Instead of answering Rebecca's question, Gawain inquired who on earth was in charge of her history class or if the decree had been repealed, and Hetty immediately confessed that she teaches Rebecca history, but has received poor grades. Hetty stated that the decree Gawain mentioned has certainly not been repealed as that decree became a part of the glory, representing the belief of mankind to reshape civilization, and no one would abolish it. No one dared to abolish it when the pioneer knights were still alive and even after the death of the last pioneer. Andrew noted that not only has it not been abolished, but those historians and polymaths will write books about it. Gawain proudly proclaimed that his sudden resurrection would absolutely be a pleasant surprise to them, and that decree from 700 years ago finally comes in handy again. Andrew confessed that he admits that he has never thought of that before, and with the eternal charter of pioneering, there is a possibility that Gawain might revive the Cecil family. He remarked that, in his humble opinion, it would be a very long-term deal and asked Gawain if he knew how many unowned land there was on the border of the kingdom. Gawain mentioned that his descendants have indicated that on the way there. He explained that basically all habitable areas have been distributed, and the unowned lands were forests, poisonous swamps, or those bordering the Gondor wasteland. Andrew inquired about Gawain's plan and where he was going to revive his family. Gawain acknowledged that it was a good question and that he would think about it. While Andrew observed that Gawain just needed to think about it because a pioneering Grand Duke who participated in the second development and still maintains the eternal charter of pioneering will be a great investment, the satellite where Gawain's consciousness came from started buzzing. He added that if Gawain's eternal charter of pioneering was really recognized by the royal family, He, as a little viscount, would be happy to provide him with help within his ability. A few moments later, someone commented that it was typical of a sleek aristocratic speech as it left no flaws, not beyond the rules but showing a certain degree of courtesy. Rebecca looked so surprised, and she asked if it was possible that the current king would not recognize the eternal charter of pioneering recognized by the founding monarchs and the ancestors of all states. Gawain speculated that it is very likely that the king will not recognize his identity, and even if King Charles came out to be his witness, the king and his officials would still pray from the bottom of their hearts that he would die on the spot. Rebecca looked so pissed as she exclaimed that Gawain was the pioneering Grand Duke of Ansu, the figure that the king and the nobles pay tribute to in the temple every year, and she questioned why they don't want him to come back and help the kingdom again, which startled Amber. Amber chimed in and remarked that it was because they would lose 3 days of holiday. Gawain grinned and reassured that Rebecca shouldn't listen to Amber's nonsense, as it was a joke he made. He turned to look at Hetty and asked to confirm if she and Andrew had figured out the real reason. Hetty explained that the king will honor a hero as the image and reputation of a hero could consolidate the king's rule, but he will never hope that the hero will return because once that happens, the image and reputation will no longer be under his control. Gawain concluded that the thing he had to think about was basically certain at the moment. He asserted that it was to put his eternal charter of pioneering into effect. Meanwhile, in outer space, the satellite has established its location. Someone asked Gawain if he thought Andrew could be relied upon. It was Hetty, and as Gawain admitted that he never actually thought of that, she remarked that Gawain discussed so much with him. Gawain explained that it was because he had to. He mentioned that they have a need for Andrew at the moment. Gawain commented that, as for whether he is reliable or not, they don't have other options. They gazed upon the castle while Amber was busy chomping on food. Rebecca asks Gawain if he thinks Andrew will help. Amber chimed in and suggested that it was because Andrew doesn't want to lose money while calling Rebecca silly. She explained that since Andrew took in the refugees, he would naturally want something from the Cecils. Otherwise, he could have just shut the gates and let those refugees perish because, although there were laws of mutual aid, in that remote place, gold was worth much more than laws. Rebecca asked Amber how a thief like her knew so much. Amber questioned Rebecca if it wasn't obvious and if the nobility wasn't the most adept at advancing their own interests, which made Rebecca so mad that she summoned a fireball. Amber taunted Rebecca and dared her to cast an ice bolt if she could, when something suddenly moved past her. Her hand suddenly froze, and Hetty, who was dusting her hand, declared that it was the ice bolt Amber wanted. A few moments later, Betty arrived and announced that Philip was there. Philip immediately called his lords as the door opened. He exclaimed that it was so good to see them safe and sound. Rebecca looked excited when she saw Philip, and as she pointed out that he was there, Philip bowed and greeted her properly. Rebecca approached Philip and acknowledged that it was thanks to him that the soldiers and civilians were saved. Gawain praised that Philip did a good job and inquired how many of their people survived. Philip looked surprised when he saw Gawain, and he seemed to have recognized him. Hetty chimed in, and she was amused as she observed that it seemed like Philip already knew that Gawain was the Lord Ancestor of the House of Cecil, the pioneering Grand Duke of Ansu, which startled Gawain. Gawain cut Hetty off and repeatedly insisted that it was enough because those over-the-top titles give him the chills when he hears them. Philip immediately knelt on the ground as he called Gawain Lord and His Grace and exclaimed that he didn't think it to be true and that he was the paragon of all knights. Gawain also cut Philip off and emphasized that what he mentioned would do, so he should tell him how many of their people have survived. Philip revealed that when they broke out that day, there were about 1,000 of them, but they were harried by monsters along the way, and some of them perished, so the total number of survivors was no more than 900. Gawain asked Philip exactly how many and who those people were. Philip responded that there were 873 in total, and aside from him, there were 16 professional soldiers, 30 militiamen, and the rest were civilians. Hetty commended that Philip has done well. On the other hand, Rebecca was speechless. Meanwhile, Andrew was writing a letter. He was writing a letter to the king that declared that the king must have learned of the loss of the Cecil domain in his previous letter. But new events have overtaken things, and the matter was bizarre yet unprecedented, and he personally confirmed the matter and found it to be true. It stated that he had seen the light descending upon the wasteland of the Cecil domain with his own eyes that vanquished the monster, and immediately after, a dragon appeared, which he shall write separately on the matter of the dragon, and he personally went to investigate, met Viscountess Cecil along the way, and saw the scene of Gawain coming back to life. Andrew stamped his seal into the letter. He handed it and instructed that they should get someone to send that to Argent Citadel immediately because that must arrive before the Cecils. Andrew also instructed that the man should go to the vault and return Cecil's gold and silver as they were, and the man agreed and responded that he would see to it right away. He mentioned that he would give the Cecils everything back first, and when they depart, he would prepare something under the guise of transportation fees because the situation had changed and Gawain seemed to be a rather capable person. Andrew remarked that it was better not to get on Gawain's bad side, and giving everything back was the first step. He silently looked up at the stars in the sky. On the other hand, Gawain was also looking up at the sky, and he was wondering what those things hanging in the sky were, what effect they had upon the land, and if there was a creator, what their goal was. Amber noticed Gawain, and as she commented that he looks at the sun and the stars like that every day, she asked if there was something wrong. Instead of answering Amber's question, Gawain remarked that he should not sneak up onto someone else's balcony in the middle of the night because it's bad manners. But Amber just replied that the night was her domain and there were shadows everywhere, so she could go wherever she wanted to. Amber suddenly disappeared from where she was sitting, and as she reappeared and stood on the railing near Gawain, she asked if a proper hero like him was afraid of ghosts. There was no response as Amber went down the railing. Amber observed that Gawain stared at the sun during the day and the stars at night and asked what he was thinking. Gawain did not answer and instead asked Amber what she thought was up there in the sky. Amber questioned if it wasn't just the sun, the stars, and the like, and as she inquired if Gawain thought the palaces of the gods must be up there, she added that she was not interested in those gods. She explained that she worshipped the goddess of darkness, the lady of the night, and her divine domain was in the deepest reaches of the starless night, which was a place completely different from the real world, so every day she would just close her eyes and offer a word of prayer, which was more than enough respect paid. Gawain asked Amber if she had heard of a saying that once a person dies, their spirits will return to the sky and wander the stars, and that every star was actually the soul of their forebears. Amber excitedly asked if it could be that Gawain went straight to heaven after he died and what it was like after death, and she requested that he should tell her about it. Gawain instructed Amber to get lost because he was just speaking out of boredom, and once a person dies, there is no memory of it. Amber clicked her tongue and remarked that old farts sure were boring. When Gawain heard what Amber commented, he asked her to repeat it again. In a huge open field, a lot of tents were pitched, and people were occupying the area. Rebecca looked crestfallen when she saw those people. Some of the people were injured, and they were in pitiful conditions. Rebecca glanced over the people as she walked past them. She looked behind her and declared that those people will be in Philip's care, so before they return, she requests that he ensure that no one perishes. Philip replied that it was his honor, and he swore to her that he would protect every single person and property of the house of Cecil. Someone chimed in and mentioned that Philip shouldn't also forget the order he gave him. It was Gawain, and he explained that Andrew would provide the required assistance. So he simply needed to send those quick on their feet and wits over, and he didn't have to be too tight on the purse strings as the things they were about to do were much more valuable than money, and Philip agreed. Philip asked if those matters were really that important, and Gawain confirmed that, of course, they are. Gawain explained that when it's small, it's just a rumor among the lowly masses, and when it's big, it becomes public opinion, and one shouldn't underestimate the power of such invisible forces because once everyone starts talking about the same thing, even the king won't be able to sit still. Amber broke the atmosphere as she chimed in and joked that Gawain was blabbing about some bizarre, high and mighty drivel again. The horses and some soldiers were already prepared to depart. Rebecca rode her horse, and Hetty reminded her to always remember her station to not dishonor the name of the house of the Cecil, and she shouldn't get into conflict with the nobles in the royal city. She instructed that once Rebecca meets the king, she must adhere to the rules and not go smacking someone with her fireball, and she shouldn't rush into answering things that she doesn't know and seek counsel from either Gawain or Byron because every single word she says will be read many times by others. Hetty emphasized that most importantly, Rebecca is to listen to Gawain, especially when it comes to dealing with the nobles, as she is not good at that, but Gawain is a Grand Duke, so he knows better. Rebecca looked embarrassed as she listened to Hetty's reminders, while Gawain just had a bored look on his face. Gawain was imagining a verbal fight between men, while Rebecca assured that Hetty shouldn't worry because she knows. Hetty waved goodbye as everyone departed. The group traveled on their horses through the woods, and Byron was leading them, followed by Rebecca and Gawain. A few moments later, they arrived in a small town. Gawain informed that they would rest there for the day, which surprised Rebecca, and she questioned that they had only just departed. Gawain clarified that they will rest there for the day because they cannot travel too fast, and there are still things that they need to do. He turned to Byron and instructed that he should go spread the news of his resurrection. The wider and further it travels, the better. Rebecca looked puzzled, and he asked Gawain what it was. Gawain explained that his goal was very simple, to let the news about the resurrection of the Lord Ancestor of House Cecil spread as much and as far as possible. He emphasized that it cannot stay a secret among nobility. It should be discussed by civilians and perhaps even serfs. And if possible, it should be a tall tale, exaggerated into a terrifying tale of monstrous proportions. Gawain insisted that everyone will know that the Lord Ancestor of House Cecil has resurrected and that the legendary Grand Duke was resurrected during the time when the kingdom was under siege by monsters. Horses started to travel, and it was Byron and the other soldiers who traveled around the town. Byron drank in a tavern with other people and inquired if they knew about the resurrection of the Grand Duke of Cecil. Amber also helped out and was spreading the word on the streets at night. It was morning and someone was looking at a map. It was Gawain, and he mentioned that although it was a satellite view from 10 years ago, in that slow-paced world, using a map that is 10 years old was not a problem. Gawain remarked that it seemed like the plan was proceeding without a hitch. Evening came, and Amber appeared by a window and reported that the mission was complete. She went down the window and saw that someone was looking at the same thing again, so she asked them how many times they had looked at it. It was Gawain who was looking at the map, and he explained that he was confirming the changes in the lay of the land between Cecil Domain and the royal city because it was a basic requirement of a proper leader. Gawain inquired of Amber how things were on her end. Instead of answering Gawain's question, Amber noted that it had been almost 2 months and asked him if he was still worried about it. Amber handed a scroll to Gawain, and she revealed that it was the information gathered from the underground information brokers and information gathering places of every town and market they had passed through, and she used the money he had given her to pay them to spread the news of his resurrection. She disclosed that be it the rogues, traveling merchants, or wandering bards, all of them were passing on the word about Gawain. Amber informed that there were about 100 versions of the news of Gawain's resurrection within the royal city at the moment, so no one will be surprised if he says that he was there to reclaim the throne when he was in the royal city. The next day, at the royal city, someone called the king and announced that the entourage of the self-proclaimed Gawain Cecil had arrived near the royal city. The king looked troubled by the news as he sat on his throne. The soldier reported that the entourage had not chosen to depart immediately, and instead continued to stay in the nearby town. The king acknowledged and permitted the soldier to leave. He commented that Gawain sure was taking his time, and it took him more than 2 whole months to travel from the Cecil to the royal city. The king's advisor expressed concern that there might be another reason for that. The king revealed that he knew Gawain was buying time and drawing attention to increase his bargaining power. He pointed out that in those past 2 months, the information they received has never stopped, and there were over hundreds of different versions that were not inclusive of the local dialects. The advisor remarked that through that method, Gawain has circumvented all of the plans they discussed earlier, be it an assassination, denying his identity, or revoking his title. None of those means could be used at the moment, and the king concluded that at the moment, they could only do one thing. The king stood up and instructed that the advisor should follow him to meet that ancestor of theirs. The crowd had gathered around the adorned street, and the king was waiting at the end of it. A man leaned into the king and mentioned that the one entering the city is not the 17-year-old Viscountess Cecil, but the Grand Duke of the Southern Realm. The king instructed that they should treat Gawain with the protocols of a duke and to tell him that he will meet him the next day at noon. He also requested that the man invite the Grand Duke of the Southern Realm to rest in the Argent Citadel to ease the fatigue from his travels, and also, aside from the meeting arrangements, he should try to fulfill all of the requests Gawain makes, as there must be no negligence on matters of etiquette. The prince suddenly asked him if he thought that the resurrected Grand Duke was a fake. The king replied that it was not important. He explained that although Lord Andrew has sent them that letter, they have also received much evidence, so whether Gawain is real or not, they will need to see how things unfold. The king declared that, as of the moment, he could only state that it was no farce. A few moments later, a fluttering flag arrived. As Gawain rode his white horse through the streets, he was showered with flower petals, and someone remarked that the resurrected Ancient One sure gave them a huge surprise. The prince asked the king what he thought Gawain was there for. The king responded that before they met, Gawain's intentions were all mere conjectures, and judging from the fanfare he created along the way, and the intentional rumors, he definitely will not present his intentions for all to see. He advised that the prince should find an opportunity to get in touch with Gawain and get a measure of his person, but he should also mind his attitude as they are facing something unprecedented, so he should not anger Gawain. The prince walked away and left the king on the balcony to watch the parade. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind the king when he called someone named Raven and instructed that he should go monitor Gawain and report any developments. The king also reminded Raven not to get too close because if Gawain were the real legend from 700 years ago, he might be detected if he got too close. The shadowy figure quickly left after the king gave his instructions. Meanwhile, the horses continued to parade through the streets. Gawain led the parade, and his companions followed behind him. A man went to greet them and requested that Gawain follow him to the Argent Citadel because the king has already prepared the best room and meals for him and hot spring water to ease his fatigue, and he announced that the meeting was arranged for the next day, so he requested that he rest well. Gawain commented that he thought that the king would be excited to meet him. He leaned in and remarked that, after all, it's not easy to meet a person who has just sprung out from his coffin, which made the man feel uneasy. The man politely explained that the king has considered the fatigue from the travel, so he has arranged for the meeting to be in the morrow. Gawain smirked as he confirmed if that was the case. The man got more uneasy with what Gawain uttered. Gawain acknowledged that he would thank the king for his good grace. However, since they were not meeting that day, there is no need for him to enter the citadel as he's not used to staying in the Argent Citadel. The man was about to reason out with Gawain, but Gawain cut him off and asserted that it was much more comfortable staying at his own place. Gawain wondered if no. 4 Crown Street has been dismantled since 700 years have passed. The man looked nervous when he heard Gawain mention no. 4 Crown Street. He confirmed that it was still there, but it had been refurbished many times. Gawain commented that, of course, it was just a manor, so it wouldn't be as sturdy as a castle. He acknowledged that since it has been refurbished, it should be in good shape, so there shouldn't be a problem if he stays for the night, and the man confirmed that of course it is, but there seemed to be a problem. Before the man could give his reasons, Gawain revealed that he knew that it had been reclaimed by the royal house, but he had heard that no one had been staying there, and in fact, no one had stayed in that place in the past 100 years. The man confirmed that indeed, the first king had left many things there, so no one dared to take possession of the manor, and in fact, until that day, no one had earned the right to inherit them, so no. 4 Crown Street has always remained uninhabited. Gawain commented that since no one inherited it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reside for a night in his own home, to which the man agreed. As Gawain started to move, the man requested that he wait a moment as he would lead the way, but Gawain remarked that there was no need because he still remembered where his home was. Gawain called Rebecca, who was in a daze, a silly child, and he suggested that they should go. As Rebecca rode beside Gawain, she was so confused, and he asked him if they weren't staying in the palace that night. Gawain asked Rebecca what was so nice about the palace, and he remarked that back then, he mentioned that the ground he had chosen was no good, and a giant crack appeared 3 years after he built his palace. He suggested that Rebecca should come and let him take her to his house from back then, as it's more like a proper house there. The man was left with the dust kicked by the horse, and Gawain advised that he should just inform the king that he would pay him a visit at the Argent Citadel at noontime sharp. He sighed, and he looked so troubled. The man quickly looked behind him and instructed that they should send a druid that could transform into a bird and go to No. 4 Crown Street to prepare immediately. At No. 4 Crown Street, the manor looked peaceful and quiet. But inside, the people were busy moving some furniture and clearing out paintings. A man greeted Gawain, and as he mentioned that his abode was ready, he introduced himself as Thomas Bryant, the manager of the property, and he mentioned that he had the honor of serving Gawain as his chamberlain during his stay in the royal city. Gawain stated that the surname Bryant was familiar, and he began recollecting his memories. He recalled Holly Bryant, Charlie's servant, from back then, and Bryant was a surname that Charlie bestowed. Thomas nervously confirmed that yes indeed, Holly Bryant is his great ancestor, and their family has been servants of the royal house. So the properties of the royal house in the royal city are all managed on their behalf by the Bryants. Gawain recalled that this house is currently the property of the royal house, and he noted that there was no need for Thomas to trouble himself because he wouldn't be staying for long. He threw his coat and gloves at Thomas for him to set aside. Thomas confirmed that he has received orders to serve Gawain with their best, and ensuring that the manor is fit for habitation is their duty. Gawain asked if clearing out those selling tickets at the door and those acting as guides inside was also part of his duty, which made Thomas speechless. A few moments later, Gawain was walking in a hallway with Rebecca and Amber. Amber asked if that was it, and she noted that it was so different from what she thought it would be. Gawain remarked that the place was built 700 years ago, and back then, even the Argent Citadel was only a tad bit larger than that. As they continued to look around, Rebecca observed that she did feel that the place was nice. Rebecca noted that, aside from the large foundation, the castle she lived in wasn't at all comparable to that place. Amber chimed in and mentioned that Rebecca's family's fortune was almost all gone after all, which pissed Rebecca off. Rebecca started to summon her fireball and dared Amber not to move, but Gawain stopped her and instructed that there should be no tossing of fireballs in there, and Amber taunted Rebecca, so Gawain instructed that Amber should behave too. Gawain advised that Amber shouldn't pick fights just because she's good at escaping, because if she met a master of shadows, she would probably die instantly, but Amber just shrugged it off and mentioned that she would stand still, so Rebecca should come hit her. While Gawain, Rebecca, and Amber were busy marveling at the beauty of the place, Byron and the other knights were busy bringing in their luggage. Gawain observed that they did preserve everything. Looking at an axe that is famed on the wall, Gawain recalled that he won that from Charlie in a swordsmanship duel back then, but it's not some great weapon or anything. just a dwarven axe, and he doesn't know how those stunties grow as all of them only reach his waist. Yet they have unmatched strength because an axe that large is heavy for a normal human soldier, but they're able to wield one in each hand as if the axes were nothing but air. Rebecca observed Gawain as he reminisced about the past while looking at the axe. She asked Gawain if the Charlie he was mentioning was referring to the founding king, King Charlie. Gawain clarified that it was Charlie Morn, and no one else but him would be currently called King Charlie. There was longing in Gawain's eyes as he recalled that the Charlie he mentioned could only be him. Sitting leisurely, Amber asked Gawain if he insisted on coming there because he wanted to take everything there back. Amber suggested that after all, Gawain's descendants have almost run his house into the ground, and he doesn't really get that many chances to retrieve anything. While Rebecca was pissed, Gawain was baffled, and as he inquired where Amber even got that idea, Amber teased him and suggested that he shouldn't be shy because it's a very normal idea. Amber noted that if Gawain was worried that he wouldn't be able to carry everything, he could leave it to her as she would help him and none would be the wiser. She stated that with her abilities, it would only take 3 shopping trips to clean that entire place out. But Gawain suggested that Amber should save it because if he truly wanted to take everything, he wouldn't even need her help, and no matter how foolish Francis too is, he wouldn't be calculative on matters like that, to which Rebecca agreed. Amber decided to let it go and observed that most of the stuff there isn't worth jack because most of them are replicas and only the axe and the vase by the door were real. But she noted that the vase was a replica too. Amber suddenly realized something, so she exclaimed, "Hold on," and as she approached Gawain, she inquired why he dragged her there when she's not a household knight or a soldier, and she noted that she's just a passing thief, so she doesn't see what she could actually do for him. Gawain explained that first, Amber tried to rob his grave, and even though she was looking for refuge, by the kingdom's law, she should have been hanged. However, he granted her clemency, so he inquired if she didn't think she had a duty to help him out. When Amber felt guilty about it, Gawain elaborated that, secondly, he did actually take notice of her ability, not as a thief but as an infiltrator. Gawain noted that it was the royal city, and no one knows how many eyes are on that place and on each and every one of them. He noted that Byron is a knight who's only strong at head-on combat, Rebecca only knows how to cast fireballs, and he hasn't fully recovered his strength yet. Gawain stated that he needs Amber, a skilled master of shadows, at his disposal, and he inquired if that answer satisfied her. Amber's face lit up when she heard what Gawain explained. She got flustered when everything sank in, and she bashfully acknowledged that if Gawain put it that way, she would help. But Amber got arrogant, and she suggested that Gawain should praise her more because if he called her a skilled master of shadows a couple more times, she might not even charge him. Gawain inquired if Rebecca could cast a fireball that's able to smash Amber's face in without actually killing her, and Amber was alarmed when Rebecca noted that it was no problem and summoned a huge fireball. While Gawain was watching Amber and Rebecca fight with each other, Thomas approached him and mentioned that he had a guest. Thomas mentioned that Prince Edmund is paying Gawain a visit. Thomas ushered Edmund to the place where Gawain and the others were. Edmund mentioned that he hopes Gawain will enjoy his stay there, and if the services provided by the servants and maids do not meet his expectations, he may directly inform Thomas. Gawain reassured that Edmund shouldn't worry because there's nothing more comfortable than living in his own home. He remarked that they have done well with preserving that place, as it looked nearly identical to how it did 700 years ago, and they even reconstructed his favorite tea set like for like, which was not bad at all. Edmund commented that maintaining a hero's residence is akin to protecting their honor. Gawain advised that Edmund should drop the pleasantries and that he shouldn't talk to him like he's some old geezer because he may have been dead for 700 years, but he was only 35 when he died, not too much older than him. Edmund agreed that Gawain was right indeed. But he could not help but add the 700 years on top of his age, and Gawain acknowledged that there is definitely still a 700-year-long gap between them. Gawain reflected that back then, when they were much more straightforward, they could have a proper discussion after a round of fisticuffs or beer. Yet the people of the current times need a good half a day of pomp and circumstance before anything is started. Edmund noted that, just as Gawain mentioned, he is not as difficult to talk with as his father imagined because his father had advised to keep note of all forms of protocol, but he commented that too much nonsense is bound to annoy someone. Meanwhile, Amber was listening on the side while Gawain scoffed and commented that it was how he likes to talk. Gawain leaned in, and as he proposed that they should get straight to the point, he asked Edmund if he was there to scope things out. Edmund was caught off guard, and he stuttered as he remarked that it was a little too direct. Gawain stated that they, the ancient folk, wear their hearts on their sleeves so Edmund doesn't have to try to hide anything, and he asked Edmund if the reason that his father sent him there was to seek out what he wanted after rising from the grave. Edmund clarified that it was not his father's intention but his own, because, in fact, he is indeed intrigued by the intention of Gawain's visit. He inquired if Gawain was there for the benefit of House Cecil. Gawain confirmed that, of course, he's there for the benefit of House Cecil, but the key point was which part of said benefit. He explained that from his point of view, there are plenty of things that he could ask for, and most directly, the hereditary dukedom and the southern domain are very big discussion topics. Edmund recounted that Gawain's title and holdings have been inherited by his descendants for generations after his death, and later on, as his descendants ran afoul of the kingdom's laws, they were unable to retain their titles and holdings, which were all done within the framework of the kingdom's laws. Gawain acknowledged that it was based on the kingdom's laws, but he noted that if they were to go by the word of the law, his descendants could only fully inherit his titles and holdings after his death. Edmund furrowed his brow as Gawain elaborated that, moreover, while he was still alive, only his eldest son had the right to a noble rank below him and was only limited to the exercise of legal authority. Edmund was astonished and was lost for words. On the other hand, Byron was trying his best to eavesdrop, while Amber cursed and remarked that Gawain was even more shameless than she is. Edmund tried to refute Gawain and mentioned that when the laws were created, no one would have considered that Gawain would suddenly come back to life. Moreover, he had indeed died once. Gawain advised that Edmund should put all logic and rules aside when he speaks with him because those lost all meaning the moment his coffin was open, and that he just wanted him to know that if they were to discuss the matters of House Cecil's inheritance using the word of law, there are just too many loopholes that he could use. Edmund was stupefied when Gawain observed that no one asked for the laws of inheritance to revolve around him being dead or not. He let out a sigh as he let things go, and he acknowledged that he understood. Edmund remarked that Gawain just mentioned that people 700 years ago were the straightforward type and not the ones adept at beating around the bush, but currently, it feels like he would probably be harder to deal with than his debate tutor. Grabbing a glass of wine, Gawain recounted that he did not only live through the savage times of Anso's founding but also the pinnacle of Gandor's glory, so Edmund shouldn't look down on an ancient person from 700 years ago. Gawain noted that when they were barbaric, they drank blood, and when they were cultured, they could name a wine 36 times, each name with a quatorzain tied to it, and he raised the glass of wine in front of Edmund. Edmund did the same and asked Gawain if they could talk in detail about what he and his father would discuss at noon tomorrow. The two of them had a toast after that. A few moments later, they watched as Edmund left the manor. Rebecca remarked that she thought a royal would be tough to get along with, especially with all sorts of court protocols, but Gawain explained that it was because the person standing before Edmund was a senior from 700 years ago, not a down-on-her-luck viscountess from the frontier. As Gawain asked Rebecca if she thought that how Edmund behaved there was how he usually behaves, he explained that it was the exact opposite, and it was because Edmund's performance was in line with how he communicated that he was sure that Edmund had done his homework before he came there. He patted Rebecca on the head. Gawain remarked that Edmund first came as a prince to visit a very important noble lord and showed the right amount of respect and decorum. But Edmund noticed how he spoke and his behavior, so he quickly became easygoing and humorous, which made him more willing to talk to him. He observed that itself shows great ability. But Rebecca looked so confused, so Gawain advised that she should just stick to studying the 4 different casts of fireballs. Rebecca was on the verge of tears as she asked Gawain if she was a little too dumb in that aspect. Gawain reassured that everyone has something that they are good at, and it wasn't hers, so there was no point forcing it. He acknowledged that, to be honest, he had little love for such intrigues, and he would prefer the bunch back when they threw caution to the wind as they fought for their survival back in the wastelands. Gawain and Rebecca continued their chat, and they were unaware of the shadowy figure spying on them from a distance. Someone was approaching the door in one of the rooms of the manor. It was Gawain, and he remarked that it seemed like they didn't only restore the furniture. He fell silent as he looked intently at the trace of a square design in the middle of the table. Gawain pushed a button underneath the table. In an instant, the square design opened, and a small chest came out of it. When Gawain opened the chest, he saw a circular device and some crystals in there, and in his mind, he was thankful that it was still there. The circular device has multiple writings embedded all over it. Gawain took the device and announced that he had gotten the key. Suddenly, Gawain noticed something. He quickly brandished his word and demanded who was there. Someone who was enveloped in colorful smoke revealed themselves, and they commented that Gawain has the acuity and reaction. It was a lady who was covering her face, and she observed that it seemed like it was really Gawain. The lady was surprised when Amber suddenly appeared behind her, called her thief, and declared that she finally got her. She was surprised that she smacked Amber across the face without giving it any thought. Amber was sent flying, and as she crashed on the wall, the lady inquired what that was. Gawain stated that if he was not wrong, that was his guard. The lady apologized and mentioned that it seems like her method of appearance was ill-advised, but she asked Gawain if he was sure that he wanted to fight her. Gawain continued to raise his sword, so the lady pointed out that for people like them, they would put half the city on alert if they were to fight. He asked the lady if it wasn't better. The lady was speechless. She raised her hand and proposed that they should forget it, as she has no intention to cross swords with a legendary level opponent. The lady bowed and conveyed that the Mithril Bank sends its regards. As she asked Gawain to allow her to introduce herself, she identified that she's his VIP handler, Mylethoponia, and his deposits in the Mithril Bank shall be her responsibility. Gawain was appalled when he imagined something else and inquired if she said my little pony. Myletha was confused, so Gawain apologized and explained that she shouldn't mind him because it was just a case of mispronunciation. Gawain cleared his throat, and he wondered what the purpose of Myletha's visit was that late at night and, moreover, with an entrance through the window. Myletha asked Gawain if he knew how many eyes were staring at his location and revealed that the items he had left behind in the Mithril Bank were top-secret level items, and based on the agreement back then, be it deposits or withdrawals, the entire process would need to be done in absolute secrecy. Gawain asked Myletha what he had deposited back then. Myletha asked Gawain if he had forgotten and if it was because he had been asleep for too long. Gawain can't actually recall that part of his memories, so he admitted that he has been asleep for 700 years and has indeed forgotten some stuff, so he asked Myletha if he could withdraw his items. Myletha confirmed that of course he could, as he had paid a great price for such service back then. As she summoned a chest, Myletha mentioned that the Mithril Bank had encountered all sorts of issues, and they were well prepared to face any eventualities. As she handed the chest to Gawain, Myletha explained that his memories are but a minor problem and requested that he place his hand on the runic seal, as the ancient magic would naturally be able to ascertain his identity. Gawain did what Myletha instructed, and the chest lit up the moment he placed his hand over it. The chest emitted a bright light, and the runes wrapping around it began to lift. Myletha elaborated that providing the most convenience to their customers is the motto of the Mithril Bank, so it will help their customers settle their dues as well. But of course, Gawain's dues have already been settled 700 years ago. As Gawain opened the chest, he saw that there was a crystal inside. As he looked at it closely, he wondered why the crystal was familiar. Gawain asked Myletha why she chose to visit him at that time and if it was part of the agreement last time. Myletha said no, but however, they did require some time to ascertain the veracity of his resurrection, and she noted that she would just mention as well that she had been waiting there for a while, and that the price of grain and lodging in the royal city was very expensive. But Myletha pointed out that Gawain is a VIP customer, so the costs on that front were all waived, which rendered Gawain speechless. Gawain acknowledged that the price of grain in the royal city is indeed expensive, and his guard over there has quite the appetite, and since she's been wounded by Myletha, he was afraid that the cost of her recuperation would be quite significant. But he won't be demanding payment for that either, which rendered Myletha speechless. Myletha pulled out a ring and declared that the transaction was successfully completed, and as a VIP guest of the Mithril Bank, she asked if he would receive a gift. Gawain took the ring and inquired what it was. Myletha clarified that it was a mithril ring, and every VIP guest who had completed their first transaction would get it. She mentioned that through it, Gawain could contact his VIP handler at any time, and if it was just for nominal service, he could bring the ring to the nearest Mithril Bank agency, and it would allow him to enjoy many benefits. As he put on the ring, Gawain commented that he hoped he would never have the need to borrow money from them because, after all, the price of grain in the royal city is expensive. Myletha suggested that Gawain should believe her that everyone may run into financial difficulties, and when that happens, the Mithril Bank will gladly open its doors to their troubled customers. Gawain was speechless as he stared through the window when Myletha was gone. But he was surprised when Amber suddenly appeared in front of him, and she reported that she saw a thief earlier. Gawain was surprised that he smacked Amber across the face like Myletha did. Amber crashed into the wall, and that left Gawain speechless. With her face filled with bumps and bruises, Amber asked Gawain why he did it. Gawain questioned Amber how he would know that she would suddenly scurry in through the window and if she couldn't just take the door. Amber replied that Gawain knew that she was a thief, so going through the main door goes against the nature of her job. And as she stated that he was just sent flying and that Gawain had not talked about injury damages until that time, she asked him if that did not gnaw at his conscience or if all nobles were ruthless like that. Gawain explained that he has no money at the moment, so he will repay her once he has them, and Amber reminded him that those were his own words and that Gawain should know that her memory is good. He instructed that Amber should call Rebecca over and tell her that he needs to see her for something, which made Amber curious. Seeing the items laid out on the table, Amber inquired if it could be that the foundation of House Cecil was actually inside those crystals. But instead of answering her question, Gawain threatened that if Amber stayed a moment longer, he would smash her into the wall again. But at that time, with his sword, Amber scoffed at Gawain, but she quickly left the room. Gawain fell silent, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He was wondering what the secret of his resurrection, or rather, possession, was. Recalling what happened to him, Gawain mused that he thought that it was just a coincidence, and he floated to some kind of equipment floating in space that was at the end of its life, where he was shot down by the escape system and crashed into someone else's grave before climbing out of it. As he inspected one of the crystals, Gawain pondered that it seemed like perhaps his coming there was indeed an accident, but Gawain Cecil's resurrection isn't. Gawain placed the crystal back on the table, and he wondered who he was. Suddenly, Amber came back with Rebecca, who questioned if he was looking for her. Instead of answering Rebecca's question, Gawain instructed Amber to stand guard outside and not allow anyone near, and if anyone else sneaks in, Amber should forget her injury claims and her pay will be forfeited as well. Amber grumpily walked out of the room and grumbled that it was as if Gawain had paid her before. She jumped out of the window, which surprised Gawain, and he asked her why she must take the window. Back in the room, Gawain addressed Rebecca's question and clarified that Amber was not completely wrong, as he did indeed have something to tell her. But Gawain emphasized that it was definitely not the division of inheritance. As Gawain picked up the key from the table, Rebecca asked him what it was. Gawain identified that it was a key, but as he was about to reveal what it could open, he was cut off. He and Rebecca were both startled when someone exclaimed thief, and they caught them again. Gawain and Rebecca quickly wielded their weapons and were ready for battle. Amber suddenly burst through the door while dragging a person with her, and as she proudly proclaimed that they should see, she asked them if she was good. She was dragging a man who was unconscious. Gawain asked Amber how she caught the man and if she beat him in combat. Amber seemed pissed, and she questioned Gawain what was with his look. Amber proudly declared that she may be weak when it comes to head-on melee combat, but it was not to the point that he couldn't beat anyone because she even killed one of those monsters they called a mutant. But of course, it was mainly because the guy was an idiot. She explained that the guy was showing off his shadow step to her, so she kicked him out of it. And since his mind was between the material world and the shadow realm, he suffered a concussion and fainted. Rebecca inspected the man, and she inquired if he wasn't out for good. Gawain remarked that it was hard to say because if a normal person were to suffer a shock at the edge of the shadow realm, they would be reduced to a bumbling fool, if not dead. Suddenly, the guy started furrowing his brows as if he were in agonizing pain. He opened his eyes, and he was surprised. Gawain quickly grabbed him by his clothes and bombarded him with questions like who he was, what he was there for, and who sent him. Amber smiled menacingly as she pulled out her dagger, and as she repeatedly asked Gawain if she should try to interrogate the guy. She admitted that she was not a pro at it, but she had seen quite a few techniques used when she snuck into the dungeons to steal back then. Rebecca looked unamused as she queried Amber about what she was stealing from the dungeons, and Amber responded that she wouldn't know it. But when a prison guard relieves a prisoner of their belongings, they usually hide them in the corner of the dungeon. They will move them when they change shifts, and that's when she strikes. But Gawain dismissed it and noted that interrogating the guy is pointless. He revealed that the guy, who seemed to be Raven, was a royal shadow guard, an elite among elites specially trained to serve the king, and aside from all sorts of combat techniques, their willpower is scarily strong as well. So he didn't expect that Amber could bumble her way into capturing an elite like that because that alone would be enough capital for her to brag about in the pubs for a good half a year. Gawain pointed out that, however, even though 700 years have passed, surely the Royal Shadow Guard hasn't been reduced to just sneaking around. He questioned Raven if he wanted to ask him how he could tell who he was. But before Raven could talk, Gawain slapped him and asserted that it was nonsense because he was the first trainer of the Royal Shadow Guard, and back then, he personally named them and created the first version of their training regiment. Amber was in awe, and as she expressed that Gawain was a knight, yet he became a trainer for a group of infiltrators, she queried him if he was teaching them how to infiltrate. Gawain denied it and clarified that he trained them on matters regarding physical abilities and dual-wielding sword techniques. Amber questioned Gawain why infiltrators need to be trained in dual-wielding sword techniques, and Gawain explained that, of course, it is for taking out all witnesses if they are discovered during a mission. Gawain asserted that for an infiltrator of Anso, being detected while infiltrating was the true start of the mission. He indicated that, however, it looked like Raven did not complete that program, so perhaps the program he had left behind was removed because it was outdated. And Raven looked astonished as he realized that Gawain was the one who left that hellish training regiment behind. Gawain interrogated Raven if he was right that Francis II sent him there. But Gawain concluded that he didn't think that Francis II was foolish enough to send an assassin after him with half the kingdom aware of his presence in the royal city, so he questioned Raven if Francis II's order was for him to monitor him. Gawain insisted that Francis II should have reminded Raven to keep his distance. He glared at Raven and admonished that even if House Cecil was in decline, Gawain Cecil had not declined with it. Gawain demanded Raven if what happened was due to overconfidence or a violation of his orders. But instead of answering Gawain's question, Raven confessed that he has failed his duties and he will pay for them with his life, so Gawain has no need to worry about that. Gawain slapped Raven across the face and branded him a fool. He was enraged, and as he interrogated Raven if they had fallen into that state because times have been too easy for too long and what the duty of a royal shadow guard is, he proclaimed that it was to protect the king, the kingdom, and the lands, and to fight against those evildoers plotting to turn the kingdom upside down and not help a foolish king to monitor their founding Grand Duke. Gawain contended that if Raven had confessed that as a prisoner of war of an opposing nation, he would have considered him brave, but he was there at his home, yet he was telling him that he had failed his duty, and he demanded Raven if it could be that the people of Anso in that age think that the founding Grand Duke and the kingdom he helped found are currently on opposing sides. Raven was flabbergasted, and he insisted that he did not mean that. Gawain stated that he's not calculative enough to have the need to vent his fury upon a junior, so Raven may leave. As he stood up, Raven was in disbelief and he queried Gawain if he was sure. Rebecca was surprised when Gawain confirmed that, of course, he cannot kill a servant of Francis II there, and he had no intention of taking him to the Argent Citadel under the gaze of all to see. Gawain noticed Rebecca's reaction, so he stopped her and conveyed that he would have liked to do that very much. He declared that his days of willfulness were long gone, so he could only let Raven go. Gawain assured that he had no intention of telling anyone what happened there that day, so whatever Raven reported to Francis II was up to him. Raven bowed at Gawain and thanked him for his mercy. He quickly disappeared and left the room. Gawain looked towards the windows, and he remarked that it was another window walker. Rebecca quickly called Gawain and asked him if he really planned to just let Raven go like that. Gawain affirmed that, of course, he would let him go and that Rebecca should remember something well. He advised that if Rebecca wanted to obtain greater benefits, she must cast her gaze further, and Rebecca asked for an example. Gawain explained that there are two results of him letting Raven go. Either Francis II can forget about sleeping after that night, or he will have a shadow guard who is no longer as loyal by his side. As he looked outside his window, Gawain observed that the opposite of loyalty is disloyalty, and there are truths in those words. Rebecca asked Gawain if he was treating the king as an enemy. Gawain replied that it has not yet reached that point, but being cautious about him is a necessity, and she should not forget that it was the second dynasty. He noted that House Cecil may be the descendants of a founding hero, but they are also people of the previous dynasty, even if they do not think so themselves, and Amber, who was listening to what he explained, did not understand anything at all. Gawain mentioned that as a king, Francis too must make considerations, and those considerations have made his caution necessary. Rebecca asked Gawain if he wanted to pick a fight with the king. Gawain clarified that he was not actually looking for a fight with the king and that he was simply causing trouble, which confused Rebecca. Noticing that Rebecca did not understand, Gawain advised that she should just forget it as it was not important, so they should continue where they left off. Rebecca recalled that Gawain mentioned that it was a key, and she asked him if it was to their house's secret trove. Amber's face lit up when he heard about a trove. Gawain confirmed that it was indeed a treasure trove, and it was located in a secret vault in the south. But it was originally meant for the kingdom of Anso, as it was originally an important insurance for the kingdom because, after all, back in those days, no one knew what would happen the next day. Recalling the past, Gawain recounted that back then, the pioneer team escaped north from the Gandor wastelands, and as they moved, they took in and gathered the surviving refugees across the wasteland, and at the same time, they gathered all sorts of resources, causing the group to grow larger, heavier, and more conspicuous. He narrated that it was when they passed the mountains of darkness that a large army of monsters roaming the wasteland discovered their trail. Gawain recounted that the army protected the civilians as they moved across the mountains, but they couldn't move fast enough to avoid the restless monsters, so a brutal battle took place, and they suffered heavy losses. He noted that after taking stock of their losses after the battle, he and Charlie realized that those monsters would definitely come back, and if they continued to carry their heavy wagons across the mountains, the entire group would perish, so they made a decision there. Gawain explained that they kept part of the heavy wagons that would slow down the convoy, and hid them inside an abandoned fortress by the frontier, and at the same time, they deployed a powerful seal upon the vault. He pointed at the circular device and remarked that it was the key. Rebecca asked Gawain if they could use those treasures just like that. Gawain confirmed that, of course, and she is a descendant of House Cecil, so she should have some confidence. He noted that those were things that he and Charlie buried, so aside from Charlie, he asked who else was better to inherit those treasures than him, and he remarked that he didn't believe that Charlie could pop out of his grave as he did. Rebecca was speechless for a moment, and she seemed to be thinking about something. She quickly grabbed Amber and advised that she shouldn't ever rob the royal tomb, which surprised Amber. Amber was horrified when she recalled that it seemed like she had just heard something top secret, so she asked Gawain if he wasn't planning to kill her to keep her mouth shut. With a threatening aura around him, Gawain questioned Amber if he would need to wait until that moment if he wanted to kill her. Amber's face lightened up, but she noted that Gawain let an outsider like her listen to something like that. Gawain poked Amber's head and remarked that first, he does somewhat trust her, and second, he knew that she was a smart person, and the boldest idea she would have is to steal the disc. But Gawain explained that the disc could only be activated using the blood of a Morn or a Cecil, and whether the bloodline of Morn still remains or not is difficult to say, so it would be clear what Amber should do if she wanted to get her hands on benefits. Rebecca was flustered while Gawain looked uneasy when Amber suddenly yelled and declared that serving the founding hero is a great honor, so she shall serve him with all her being. Amber remarked that money will be damned when things are that epic. But she noted that, of course, he would have qualms if Gawain wanted to talk money with her, and Gawain was speechless as he thought that he had let Amber finish speaking. The next day came, and the sun shone over the Argent Citadel. Someone was entering through the entrance of the Argent Citadel, where 2 guards were standing guard. Meanwhile, inside, there were a lot of people lining up by the pillars, and some people were standing by the pedestal. Francis too was one of those people. Suddenly, the doors opened and revealed 2 figures while making a loud creaking noise. Those 2 figures seemed to be Rebecca and Gawain. Francis too immediately acknowledged Gawain's presence by calling him. He bowed and stated that he, who was representing the descendants of the House of Morn and the descendants of all the pioneers, saluted their ancient hero. On the other hand, Gawain and Rebecca were walking as they entered the hall. As the nobles around Gawain bowed to him, he remarked that the last time so many people bowed to him was when he was lying inside his coffin. Everyone was speechless at what Gawain uttered. Francis too replied that it is common courtesy for the younger generation to pay respects to the older one. Gawain commented that although Francis too's age was quite different, he had the same expression Charlie had when he was looking for excuses back then. The resurrection of Gawain Cecil could be real, and Francis too having the blood of House Morn flowing through him could also be real, and the 2 gentlemen quietly laughed at each other. Meanwhile, the Grand Duchess of the Northern Realms, Victoria Wilder, was standing there with a serious look on her face. When Gawain saw Victoria, he mentioned that she had the same stone face as her ancestor, Wilder. He noted that even though he suggested to look for a lively southern lass to even out that face of his all those years ago, he didn't listen. Gawain remarked that Wilder's descendants were currently suffering in his stead, and the nobles who heard that were unamused, but they didn't say anything. Francis too was also speechless. Gawain stated that the levy ends there and that they should get to business. He explained that his descendant, Rebecca Cecil, would tell them about the disaster that took place in the south of the kingdom. Gawain addressed the lords and declared that it was the true problem they were facing. Rebecca started recounting the events and explained that the Cecil domain has become a land seared by dragon flame, so agriculture may be impossible for the next few years, and her people were starving and dying, so they were forced to eke out a living under Lord Andrew's protection. She addressed Francis too and explained that the Cecil domain may not mean anything to the kingdom, but it was only the start of the calamity because it was not just the dragon. The monsters from the Dark Mana Tide 700 years ago have reappeared. Francis too was concerned when he heard about the Dark Mana Tide. Rebecca mentioned that Gawain lived through the destruction of the Empire of Gandor wrought by the Dark Mana Tide. The nobles were surprised, but they remained quiet. Rebecca asked Gawain if that would work and if she could truly convince Francis too. Gawain replied that the world has enjoyed 700 years of peace, so they should give those young'uns some time. The Grand Duke of the Western Realms, Baldwin Franklin, spoke to Gawain and commented that the matter is indeed unimaginable, so if he would pardon his brevity, he would ask if the monsters he encountered were identical to those from the Dark Mana Tide 700 years ago. Gawain replied that he fought tooth and nail for 20 years so he could recognize one even if it was turned to dust. Baldwin was taken aback by Gawain's response. Gawain explained that if Baldwin thinks that his house is exaggerating the matter to win sympathy, he requests that, by all means, he direct his vitro at him, a founding father, which made Baldwin panic, and he responded that he would dare not, and it was just that they require a precise answer. Baldwin mentioned that, after all, it pertains to the Dark Mana Tide, and no human kingdom could face the burn of the tide head-on. Rebecca was agitated, and she exclaimed that the monsters were killing her people, and she had seen them with her own eyes. Gawain glanced at Rebecca and advised that she should calm down. Baldwin insisted that they need something much more tangible, so they require proof, not just words. Gawain glared at them as he asked them if they wanted proof. He threw a sword up in the air. The sword landed in front of Baldwin, and he was taken aback. Gawain stated that it was the proof he sought. As the nobles inspected the sword, Baldwin acknowledged that it was right because the Mana Tide recorded in the tomes does make mention of that corrosive aura. Gawain looked at the knights behind him, who were carrying a box. The knights flipped the box, and a lot of helmets clattered into the floor. Francis too was surprised when he saw the arms and armor, and he demanded an explanation from Gawain, a very reasonable one. Gawain stated that although he's not able to bring monster corpses back as evidence, those were the pieces of equipment his warriors were using in the southern realms, and he believes that even the most sage of royal scholars will never find a comparable sample in the real world, and he would never use the life and honor of his warriors as a joke. He raised a broken sword where a dark aura was oozing, and he declared that every piece of armor and every blade there represents a brave soul that fought an enemy of the dark Mana tide with all their might. Francis too was speechless. Gawain stated that if Francis II's historians haven't been completely useless during those 700 years of peace, their records will have mentioned that. Francis too was worried as he responded that there were indeed. Victoria suddenly chimed in, and she asked Gawain if she knew where the dragon was headed. Gawain replied that he had no idea about that. Victoria mentioned that 3 months ago there were rumors about dragons in her realm, and some reported that they saw a dragon flying out from the even more frigid parts of the northern mountains. However, nothing came out of that. Francis too insisted that they need to investigate not only the dragon but also those monsters. Rebecca asserted that not only must they investigate it, but they must also prepare for war. The Grand Duke of the Eastern Realms, Cyrus Laurent, suddenly chimed in when he heard Rebecca talk about war, and he asked her what she knew about war. If they were supposed to mobilize their army across the entire kingdom and wait for a horde of monsters who heaven knows when will show up or not. Rebecca maintained that it would be for the best, but Cyrus argued that Rebecca was dreaming because it would be impossible as the local nobility would revolt, which puzzled Rebecca. Cyrus explained that if the entire kingdom were to get ready for war, mobilizing men and logistics would consume much of their riches, and moreover, they were also facing the threat of the Typhoon Empire, which is just like a hyena that lurks in the dark, waiting for them to show signs of weakness, wishing for pieces of Anso. Victoria affirmed that they will certainly take their warning seriously, so investigations will commence immediately after the meeting concludes, and they will also ensure that they will be the first to be informed of the news. Rebecca tried to refute them and was about to argue what they must do, but someone stopped her. It was Gawain, and he declared that it was the only way. Rebecca tried to reason with Gawain, but he emphasized that they had already brought word there, and as for what follows after, it was up to the others. Gawain faced Francis too and proposed that since they were done with official business, they should talk about the private matters of House Cecil. The nobles were yet again speechless when they heard what Gawain proposed. Seeing their reactions, Gawain insisted that they should relax and drop the look of him climbing out of his coffin and demanding his dues from them, an ungrateful lot. Gawain pulled out his sword and acknowledged that he knew what happened 100 years ago, and to be frank, he wanted to choke that inept descendant of his too, so he had no interest in revisiting that matter. He just wanted to reclaim what once belonged to him. Francis too and Victoria were both intrigued by what Gawain clarified regarding something that belonged to him. Gawain smiled and assured them that they shouldn't worry because his belongings before his death have all been passed down to his descendants, and he cannot forcibly reclaim them. He raised his sword and clarified that what he was referring to was the part that cannot be inherited, his pioneering rights. Everyone was astonished when they heard what Gawain proclaimed. The Prime Minister, Aidan Aelfred, spoke up and noted that there were no more barren lands within the kingdom and outside the kingdom's borders. Only dead grounds connected to the lands of other kingdoms remain, such as the buffer zone of the Gandor wastelands, so he inquired which lands Gawain was planning to claim and develop. Gawain announced that it was the Mountains of Darkness. Francis too was astonished by Gawain's answer, and as he asked Gawain what he wanted that place for, he noted that it is connected to the Gandor wastelands and borders the Typhoon Empire, so war is always a possibility there. Gawain claimed that he may not be as adept as them in terms of political sparring and intrigues, but when it comes to facing the perils of nature, none of them could best him. Francis too asked Gawain what he meant to say. Gawain confidently declared that he wants the Mountain of Darkness. In a wasteland, a crow was picking on one of the corpses lying around. It was able to gouge out an eye from the corpse, but it saw a fierce whirlwind that was reflected through its eyes. Francis too was horrified, and he thought of those scenes when he heard about the Mountain of Darkness. The people in the hall fell silent. Francis too asked Gawain if he was sure that he wanted that piece of land. Gawain replied that indeed he does. One of Francis too's advisors whispered and requested that he see the old man, Gawain, off, while the other also whispered and stated that Gawain made the request himself. One of the nobles whispered and inquired if the old coot had not fully woken up from his slumber yet, and the other noble he was talking to whispered back and responded that no one cares as long as it's not from their own lands. One of Francis too's advisors remarked that it was a good opportunity, so he should send Gawain away from the royal city, and the further the better and the faster the better, to which the other advisor agreed. Francis too swiftly grabbed his seal and stamped it onto a document. He happily handed out the document to Gawain and declared that it was done, which made Gawain look at him awkwardly. The document was Gawain's instrument for pioneering the Mountain of Darkness. A few moments later, as Gawain faced Andrew asked Gawain to pardon his bluntness. Andrew noted that he was afraid that the first spot Gawain had chosen to settle on wasn't suitable because unclean winds blow, and every Brumaire, and the serfs and civilians will have no way to fight against the beasts in the mountains. Meanwhile, the men were busy loading huge boxes. Gawain explained that the unclean wind could be warded using poultice and magic, and he could deal with the matters regarding security so they would be able to stand on their own as long as they lived through the first year. Andrew acknowledged that he respected that it was Gawain's decision, but he requested that he remember their initial agreement. Gawain waved the document as he turned his back on Andrew, and he assured that Andrew shouldn't worry because House Cecil never forgets its debts. He asked Andrew if he should gift one of two of those antiques as security, which confused Andrew. On the other hand, Rebecca's eyes were twinkling, and she was excited, which made Hetty exasperated. Andrew panicked and quickly assured that there was no need because he had trust in their founding hero's credibility, and he asked Gawain when he was planning to depart. Gawain replied that the sooner, the better. As Gawain rode his horse, Andrew excused himself. Gawain called Rebecca, and she quickly answered his call. He instructed that he wanted Rebecca to do a census, record and detail every person's name, age, health condition, and also the skills they have, and group the population by their family names. Gawain stated that Rebecca should make another independent list of all carpenters and smiths and, if possible, assign them each a serial number so that it's easier to refer back later on. Both Rebecca and Hetty were confused when they heard about the serial number, population, forms, record, basic information, and census. Gawain inquired if neither of them had done a census before and how they had accounted for the people in their land in the past, which stunned both of them. Rebecca explained that Hetty was in charge of everything within the castle while the knights were in charge of their holdings, and as for who was a carpenter or a smith, they just asked around since those living nearby would know. Gawain was astonished, and he asked them if they were literally ruling by mood swings and on whims. Hetty asked Gawain if he and the founding king calculated the population using such forms back then. Gawain recalled how Charlie mentioned that his mathematics was awesome, but he was doubtful about it, and he thought that Charlie was indeed ruling by mood swings and on whims. He exclaimed that it was 700 years ago, and 700 years have passed. Gawain screamed at Hetty and Rebecca and asked if they, the sorry lot, had not made any improvement at all, which made the two of them flinch, and they acknowledged that they understood. Hetty and Rebecca quickly ran away from Gawain. Gawain instructed that they would depart once their provisions and supplies were ready. He gave his horse a signal and it started to gallop. A few moments later, they were traveling through a peaceful forest, and the knights were also traveling on their horses. The waters splashed as the horses the group was riding passed through. Gawain led the group, and everyone followed him as they traveled through the watery path. Hetty suddenly remarked that it seemed like they had become the pioneers in the history of tomes. Gawain corrected her and clarified that they were pioneers. Hetty clarified that she meant to say that it was the Great Reclamation 700 years ago. Gawain asked Hetty if those were not his, and she agreed that he was right. As they reached the mountain ranges, Gawain encouraged that everyone should have confidence because every time they step into the unknown, that itself is a great journey, and be it the second reclamation 700 years ago or the first reclamation in the legends of Sanner, each endeavor is equally great. As the people of the House of Cecil traveled, Gawain declared that they were about to do the same thing. Gawain proclaimed that perhaps they might even build a new age. Meanwhile, Amber was resting on top of a haystack, and she remarked that the boss was right and requested that they give him a round of applause. Gawain laughed so hard. A few moments later, the group arrived at the Mountains of Darkness. Hetty was about to ask Gawain something, but she was cut off. Gawain did not let Hetty finish her question, and he announced that he was going to retake his inheritance. On the other hand, Victoria was standing in front of a portrait of Gawain. As she stood there silently, a lady approached him and noted that she looked tired. Victoria remarked that the founding duke has really been resurrected, and he was like the Gawain Cecil in the legends. He looked exactly the same, as did the sword of the pioneer. She commented that she was afraid that the king would be even more disobedient from that point onward, and the lady tried to ask her something, but she was cut off. Without hearing the lady's question, Victoria declined and stated that what she wanted was Anso's prosperity, not power. Victoria called the Lady Mackie and requested that she take down Gawain's portrait and store it. She walked away and explained that, after all, hanging a portrait of a living person isn't appropriate. There were people slashing their way through a dense forest. It was Gawain and the others, and Byron was leading the way. Amber was one of them, and as she mentioned that they were treasure hunting in the Mountain of Darkness with a team of 4, she asked if Gawain didn't think that the lineup was a little too small. Gawain replied that the mountains of Gondor were indeed a dangerous place, but during the times of Gondor, that mountain range was called the Gilded Mountain because of its rich resources. He explained that sadly, due to Manhwa tide, the southern part of the mountain range was eroded by the elements, forming the terrifying Black Forest, so the southern side of the mountains is indeed dangerous, but most of the mutant monsters rely on the chaotic mana to survive. He assured that the northern side, where they were, is safe at the moment. As they reached a dead end, Gawain called Rebecca and informed that her fireball finally has a place to shine as she needs to blast the thing in front of them apart because, if he remembers correctly, their destination is right ahead. To which Rebecca excitedly agreed. Rebecca immediately used her fireball to blast the huge rocks blocking their way. After the path cleared up, they saw a huge door appear in front of them, and both Amber and Rebecca were amazed. While Byron was also in awe, Gawain seemed to have noticed something that gave him a melancholic look on his face. Gawain saw an old sword that was stuck on the rocks. As he crouched and grabbed the hilt of the sword, Rebecca approached him and asked him what it was. Gawain remained silent as he looked at the sword intently. He closed his eyes, and a memory of a battle came flooding through his mind. Gawain saw a knight who had perished and stuck his sword on the ground. It was the 16th Company, Care, and they lay there in eternal rest. Back in the present, rain began to pour, and Gawain narrated that it was the 16th Company that was in charge of rearguarding during the crossing of the Whitewater River. Inspecting the traces on the ground, Gawain explained that they were unable to break through and had to retreat there. Byron looked downcast while Gawain continued and lamented that it was a pity that the Manhwa tide raged on and he was unable to retake the area while he was still alive. Gawain stacked rocks around the sword and stated that by the time the Manhwa tide receded by itself, no one remembered that place. He directed that everyone should follow him, as he will take them to have a look and see what their ancestors left behind there. A few moments later, the group was walking in a narrow hallway. As they continued to walk deeper, Amber asked if there weren't any ancient magical monsters from some other dimension or magic traps there. Gawain teased Amber and remarked that she is a grave robber who dug up someone else's grave, yet she fears that thousand-year-old ancient facility. Amber quickly retorted that it was different because when she digs someone's grave up, she at most might find a person inside the coffin coming back to life, but that's just a person, and no one knows what will pop up from inside that ancient facility. She was surprised when Gawain looked at her with disdain and commented that he was still just a person after he came back alive, so he was sorry to disappoint her. A few moments later, they arrived at another door. When Amber saw that, her eyes turned to money and she asked if it was an entire slab of violite steel. Gawain confirmed that Amber was right that it's an entire slab of violite steel, but she should take whatever crazy ideas she has in mind and forget them because waiting for him to pay her salary like an upstanding person is the long-term plan for her, and Amber called him a stingy old coot. Amber was surprised when the door suddenly lit up. The door swung open, and dust scattered all over the place. Amber's attention was somewhere else, while Gawain led the group and instructed that they should go in. Gawain used his Aegis of gentle wind as they came in, while the unrelenting Amber was busy scratching the door and Byron was watching her. Amber gave up when her dagger turned into a mess and Byron was grinning behind her. The room was filled with treasure chests and boxes, and a lot of gold was lying around. Both Amber and Rebecca were amazed, and they lay on top of one of the heaps of gold. Gawain pried a box open, and as he took out the crystals inside and revealed that they were the most valuable things there, Amber and Rebecca's attention both turned towards him. He elaborated that Gondor used magitech to gain primacy across the continent, and those crystals were imbued with low-level barrier and explosion magic that even a footslogger without any ability to cast magic could use, so it was an unbelievable and advanced weaponry. Gawain felt awkward when he noticed that both Rebecca and Amber were lying on top of the crystals, and they both repeatedly exclaimed that they were rich. Meanwhile, Byron was also astonished, and he observed that such riches were laying silently on the border of the kingdom without anyone knowing. On the other hand, Rebecca was excited, and she commented that with that money, they could pay their debts to Andrew and purchase food and building materials. But Gawain suddenly objected that they could not use that money directly. Rebecca asked Gawain if it was because they were antiques, and Gawain explained that if they take 700-year-old coins to do business, even the dimmest of fools will realize that they have struck gold, so they have to be standing firm on both feet first before they can spend that money. Rebecca asked Gawain what they should do as they were in dire need of money, and Amber chimed in and queried what she should do because she was in dire need of money too. Gawain declared that he's a founding duke and he has the right to mint coins, so they need to melt those antiques down and turn them into bullion or anso coins so they can safely spend them. Amber was concerned, and she observed that those were 700-year-old antiques. Gawain reassured that, of course, they were only going to melt a small portion to ease their more pressing needs. Amber was happy, and as she grabbed a handful of gold, she exclaimed that they were rich. But Gawain plucked her away from the pile of gold and instructed that she should calm down. He reminded that the money was his, not hers. Gawain added and emphasized that, compared to the future, that treasure trove is nothing. A few moments later, Amber was watching the people of the House of Cecil work in pitch tents near a stream. They were also building boxes that were set aside behind the tents. Suddenly, Gawain approached Hetty and informed that he had something to tell her. He directed that Hetty should look at the people, and she saw that many of them were lounging around and talking to each other. The fences and tents were also shabbily made, and when Hetty saw that, he questioned how that could be, and as she apologized to Gawain, she admitted that it was her responsibility. But Gawain reassured that it was not Hetty's problem because it would be impossible for her to watch the people hammer every nail in properly, and it was a problem regarding their attitudes. Rebecca noted that Gawain cannot ask too much of those civilians and serfs because they will never be able to pitch a tent properly because they are dim and foolish. Gawain slammed his hand on the table and questioned if it was that complicated. Hetty pointed out that only the military is that strict with encampments, so civilians and serfs would never be able to do it. But Gawain insisted that it was not complicated at all as he had already broken every step the people needed to take down to the most basic level, which was to saw the wood, tie the rope properly, and hammer the nail in. He challenged Rebecca and Hetty if they thought that the civilians and serfs were foolish that they weren't able to master such things. Gawain commanded that while there is still daylight, they should gather everyone, civilians, serfs, and soldiers, immediately. He passionately proclaimed that he would be enacting new laws. As the sun began to set, a campfire was made in the middle of the encampment that the people from the House of Cecil created. Gawain came out of one of the tents. A lot of people were waiting for him outside, and Hetty announced that his people were waiting for him. Gawain stood on top of a wooden box, and he addressed the people of Cecil Domain to get their attention. He proclaimed that all of them should know who he is. The people listened as Gawain declared that all of them should know that his words could act as Cecil's laws, and while those laws shall provide them protection, they also demand their obedience. He stated that they are developing a new domain and they need new rules, so he must announce 3 things. When Gawain declared that the first thing was that the old domain was gone and every bit of weather had passed with it, the people started to talk to each other. Gawain announced that at that moment, in his name as the Lord Ancestor of House Cecil, every debt that relates to House Cecil shall be forgiven. The people were stunned when they heard what Gawain revealed. One of the people asked if that meant that they no longer have to pay, and as another person commented that a lord from 700 years ago is still a lord and there is no such thing as kind lords, another person suggested that they should hear what Gawain has to say. On the other hand, Rebecca was also surprised by what Gawain had proclaimed. Gawain declared that the second thing was that all serfs shall have a chance to become freemen, and he shall assign tasks like building houses, paving roads, mining, and serving in the military, so as long as they complete their duties as required, a serf could be a freeman, and those who are already freemen could receive payment and houses. Rebecca, Hetty, and Byron were stunned by Gawain's announcement. Meanwhile, there was a commotion among the people. One of them asked Gawain if it was true. Another asked if they could get a house in the domain through labor. Another cursed as they asked what Gawain was on about because he didn't understand a thing. Another asked who's buying such a thing that there's money to be had after work. But Gawain ignored those murmurs and declared that the thing was that they were building fences and camps that day, and it would be the first mission for all of them under the new laws. So as long as they could complete the required task, they would have meat to eat. The people perked up when they heard about the meat, and one of them asked the others if they heard that Gawain proclaimed that they would have meat to eat if they finished their work. Without waiting for Gawain's next words, everyone quickly went to do their work, and one of them even panicked and asked the others to wait for him. When the people were gone, Hetty asked Gawain if he meant what he proclaimed. Gawain asked Hetty what she thought was wrong, and Hetty remarked that if they went by his intentions, the Cecil domain would be a place where no serfs existed. He asked Hetty what she thought was wrong with that. Rebecca chimed in and commented that she doesn't actually think that there's much need for serfdom these days, so there's nothing wrong if it's abolished. Gawain encouraged Rebecca to go on, and she commented that her father stated before that a serf will grow lazy without a whip, but she doesn't think a whip is the best solution. Gawain smiled and complimented that it was a good insight. Rebecca was happy about the compliment, while Hetty was proud. Amber suddenly chimed in, and as she joked that she didn't expect a stingy old coot like Gawain to have a generous side, she asked Gawain if he could give her an explanation. Gawain proclaimed that all of them have read the history tomes and know how the powerful empire of Gondor was destroyed. Amber stated that it was the Mana tide, and Gawain declared that he has a feeling that a Mana tide will be soon upon them, which surprised Amber. Gawain pointed ahead and proclaimed that they should look over there. Looking at the people working in the encampment, Gawain declared that he had no intention to joke at all, as the Mana tide was his nemesis 700 years ago. Gawain stated that history is like a mirror. As he recalled the past, Gawain declared that he had seen what hell looked like and that he had seen empires far more powerful. He proclaimed that while the upper class who mastered magic sat inside their castles watching the fireworks, the civilians fared no better than apes of ancient times, as they had no hope, no drive, and no way to break the stalemate. Gawain declared that in the face of the Mana tide, the empire was vulnerable, everyone was the same, and there was neither freedom nor servitude. He stated that they need to change all of that, not just serfdom and not just for themselves but for all of life. Gawain looked at the horizon, and he thought that before the Mana tide is upon them, they need to find a way to change and grow stronger than the Empire of Gondor in the history of tomes. Everyone was in awe, and Hetty whispered, and as she commented that Gawain was a daring spirit, she asked herself if it was a pioneer of Anso from 700 years ago. Gawain proclaimed that a backward age of ignorance will find it difficult to escape the shackles of gravity with no right to even look up into the heavens, much less the future and the vast stars above that await their unraveling of their secrets. Amber was in awe as she listened intently to Gawain. A few moments later, a paper where patterns of the stars were drawn was laid on a table. Someone suddenly entered the tent, where a person was sitting in front of the table. It was Byron, and as he asked Gawain if they were to really prepare 10 persons' portions of meat, he remarked that he thought that they only needed a few pieces of walnut-sized meat with some vegetables because, with just that, those people would already be singing praises of his name. Gawain instructed that Byron should just do as he has ordered and that he wanted the chef to set up a big pot where everyone's attention will be drawn to and let everyone watch the meat cook. Let them listen to the sound of the boiling water and let them smell the aroma of the meat. Byron hesitantly agreed, and he remarked that he was not quite sure what Gawain's intentions were. Amber looked amused, and she asked Gawain if a noble could actually do something as unsightly as turning serfs into freemen. While inspecting the map of stars closely, instead of answering her question, Gawain asked Amber how much work she could do if he were to ask her to paint a wall without paying her. Amber proudly commented that, of course, she would first steal a couple of coins from his pocket, hire a few punks from the workshop to help out, and use the rest of the money for booze. Gawain proclaimed that it was his folly to try to talk sense with a disgrace of creation like Amber, and Amber questioned him about why she was a disgrace of creation. Suddenly, Hetty came into the tent, and she excitedly called for Gawain. Hetty proclaimed that it was incredible, as the people had never worked that hard before, especially the serfs, and they did not even need supervision to complete their tasks quickly and efficiently. Gawain encouraged that Hetty just needs to trust him on that and asked her to come look at the papers laid on the table. Hetty asked Gawain what those were, and Gawain proclaimed that it was something the Empire of Gondor lacked, just like how he had his sword and shield 700 years ago. Gawain pointed at the Tanza mine on the map and proclaimed that he had that at the moment, which amazed Amber, and she asked Gawain if all of them second pioneers were monsters in the arts. That made Gawain grin, and he remarked that Amber was right on, because drawing the map of the kingdom with their eyes closed was a basic skill for them back then. Gawain began to wonder when they could start producing ballpoint pens because that quill was a pain to write with. The encampments of the Cecil domain have turned into houses rather than tents. The people were working hard, and they were helping each other to carry huge boxes. While Hetty observed them, she mentioned that she had never seen such a scene of labor before, be it commoners or serfs. They were working in a frenzy. Suddenly, men carrying a huge log passed by, and as they called Hetty, they informed her that it was working hours at the moment. One of the men was energetic and requested that Hetty make way for them. Hetty smiled brightly when she saw how energetic the people were. She explained that just by ensuring that their team has meat in their meals, their enthusiasm and efficiency have become beyond belief, and there is no need for supervision or whips. Hetty observed 2 men who were tying up the logs in the water. One of the men advised that they should be careful, but the other one was in a panic, and he exclaimed that he thought that the thing was coming apart. The rope that was holding the log together suddenly snapped, and the man yelled and shouted that it broke. The man was surprised when he saw that huge hands made of water were charging towards him. It was Hetty's magic, and she used those hands to keep the logs together. While the man was terrified, his companion pointed ahead and remarked that he should look because it was Hetty. Hetty continued to perform her magic, and the man acknowledged that she was helping them. She gently pushed the men into safety. As the men traveled through the waters safely, they thanked Hetty. Hetty was startled when a huge figure suddenly appeared behind her and commented that magic sure is convenient. She was startled that she slipped and was about to fall down, but the person managed to grab her hand, and they advised that she should be careful. It was Gawain, and Hetty apologized to him and mentioned that she did not realize that he was standing behind her. Gawain responded that it was just him surprising Hetty, and as he complimented her skills, Hetty was flustered, and she stated that she's not particularly gifted in the arcane, and the Mana Shaper's hand is just a very basic spell. Hetty noted that Rebecca is not particularly talented either, and although she has a vast mana pool, she could only master Fireball. She added that, in fact, Rebecca is a very hard-working child. While Rebecca was enthusiastically throwing fireballs in the forest, Hetty commented that there was no helping it as the limitations of one's talents are limitations after all. Rebecca was proud as the trees began to burn, while Hetty remarked that, being unable to construct complex magic models, Rebecca could only strengthen basic-level spells. Hetty looked downcast as she admitted that that situation is actually very common because their ability to create magic models cannot catch up to their theoretical standards, so they could only be low-level managers for the rest of their lives. But Gawain disagreed and asserted that Hetty was wrong. He stated that Hetty will understand it someday, but he has already sent someone to Tanza, and when the convoy arrives, she may build her magic experimentation chamber, which surprised Hetty. Gawain revealed that he has taken a few mithril out of the vault, enough to get her a set of basic equipment because their magic experimentation chamber in the castle has been completely destroyed, so they need to build a new one as soon as possible. Hetty was happy, and she acknowledged that she understood, so she will see the imprints of the runic structure diagrams Gawain requested right away. On the other hand, Rebecca proudly walked away from the trees she had burned while the workers behind her were stupefied. Meanwhile, Amber was sleeping deeply in one of the remaining tents. Suddenly, someone came inside and picked up a crystal while Amber was peacefully snoring beside it. It was Gawain, and he easily picked Amber off the table. He shook Amber and asked if it was how she stood guard, which surprised her. Amber got so frantic, and she exclaimed that Gawain scared her because she thought there was an earthquake. Gawain picked up a piece of paper, and as he exasperatedly remarked that Amber actually drooled on it, Amber asked him who has control over that when they're asleep. Amber inquired what Gawain was doing, and he was drawing those weird pictures again. But Gawain responded that those were not weird pictures as those were plans, laws, and construction plans. She picked up a piece of paper, and as he cursed and questioned what it was because she didn't understand at all, Gawain looked at her with an annoyed look on his face and informed her that she was holding it upside down. Amber defended herself and explained that she had never seen diagrams like that before, and they are harder to comprehend than magic formulas, so there was no way she could understand them. Gawain remarked that it was why Amber needs to study because knowledge is power, so she should go learn something from Rebecca or Hetty. Amber stated that it was boring and she doesn't like dealing with nobles either, and Gawain noted that she should know that he's a noble too. She commented that Gawain doesn't act like a noble, to which Gawain retaliated and pointed out that neither does she act like an elf. Amber explained that she was found and raised by a human, so there was no way for her to know how a proper elf behaves, and as she inquired if Gawain was not writing that day and was just studying those stones, Gawain requested that she be quiet and thanked her. She clicked her tongue and remarked that it was boring, so Gawain should go study his stones, and she disappeared. The encampment where the tents were was relatively quiet when Amber disappeared. With the stones lying on the table, someone scraped their finger with a sharp object. It was Gawain, and he dropped his blood onto one of the crystals. As he watched the crystal, Gawain observed that it didn't seem like it was doing anything. But suddenly, the crystal lit up and made humming sounds. A few moments later, Gawain's soul seemed to have been lifted off his body. Gawain cursed when he felt what was happening, and he wondered if he was ascending again. He was astonished, but his soul began to come back and envelop him. Gawain was panting and sweating when his soul came back to his body. He closed his eyes and leaned on his chair as he wondered what it was because he saw something. But as he closed his eyes, Gawain saw a satellite map, so he wondered what it was. When Gawain opened his eyes, a system screen appeared, and it notified him that there was new data and increased activity on the giant planet was detected, so the alert level was increased to level 4. Gawain quickly stood up from his seat as he had some idea what it was. He quickly ran outside, and one of the people was surprised when they saw him. Gawain looked up at the sky where the sun had turned red, and the person near him asked him what the matter was. But Gawain remained silent, and he looked at the red sun intently to inspect it. Meanwhile, Rebecca and the workers she was with were puzzled when they noticed the red sun in the sky. On the other hand, Byron was alarmed when he saw the red sun. Hetty quickly ran towards Gawain and exclaimed that it was the red sunspots again. But Gawain advised that she shouldn't panic. Gawain continued to look up and observe. The system gave a notification that there was new data and the giant planet had returned to calm, so alert status was disengaged. Half an hour later, Gawain was with Amber, and they both stared at the crystal. Gawain remarked that it was just perplexing. Suddenly, he turned to look at Amber, and Amber was alarmed. Amber inquired if Gawain was finally showing his true noble colors and if he was going to lay his hands on his guard. Gawain retorted that Amber wouldn't do because not only was she not obedient and unreliable, she was also mischievous, and heaven knew what sort of havoc she would cause if he let her conduct the testing of the crystals. Suddenly, a man called Gawain and informed him that Rebecca had returned from surveying the land, and Gawain instructed that she should be brought over immediately. A few moments later, Rebecca stared intently at the crystals, and Amber observed from behind. Rebecca questioned Gawain about what the matter was with the crystals. Gawain queried Rebecca if she could imagine a place higher above the ground, higher than even the clouds, something that could observe the entire land. Rebecca wondered if Gawain meant the arcane eye, but Gawain replied no and added that it was somewhere higher than even the arcane eye, and Rebecca responded that she didn't see anything. Gawain explained that it seemed like a normal person wasn't able to use the crystal, and even he from 700 years ago couldn't do it. Rebecca admitted that it must be because of her poor talent. Gawain reassured her that it wasn't because of Rebecca, and it was just that the crystal was not meant for normal people. He requested to hear about the results of Rebecca's survey. Rebecca reported that she followed the map Gawain gave her, and she had found untainted land, and the accompanying farmers told her that it was the best plot of land to reclaim. Gawain commented that it was a map from 10 years ago and the parts he had drawn were safe. However, they would do another thorough survey once their main forces arrived, so in the meantime, Rebecca shouldn't go over there. Rebecca agreed. A few moments later, Gawain came out of the tent. Gawain declared that once they had dug out the first batch of ores and the smiths had the furnaces running, Cecil Domain would enter the Steel Age. But he lamented that it was too slow. Amber questioned Gawain if he was talking about the speed of their labor and where his conscience was, and she pointed out that it was the most active, fast-moving bunch of serfs and workers she had ever seen. She observed that when she saw Gawain provide the people meat and abolish whipping, she thought he was a good person. Gawain affirmed that he was a good person, and he didn't blame them, and he could see that they weren't slouches, but overall, the construction speed of the campsite couldn't keep up with his plan. Amber contended that Gawain's plan itself wasn't realistic, and she remarked that something was wrong when he had been acting strangely for the past 2 days, like he was worried about something. She noted that even when the campsite had only just started taking shape that afternoon, Gawain was already thinking about building a city, and she asked him what he was actually worried about. Gawain joked that he was worried about the world ending, the sky falling, and alien visitors touching down, and as he asked Amber if that sufficed, she asked what he was on about. Suddenly, Betty called Gawain. Betty mentioned that Hetty was calling for him. Gawain asked Betty what Hetty was looking for him for. Betty admitted that she forgot. Meanwhile, Hetty and Philip toured around the campsite. Hetty asked Philip if it was a surprise to behold. Philip was in disbelief and wondered what was going on. He commented that those were foremen he had picked, and they were at most warriors who could write a few words, so he asked if they could complete their task just by inspecting the worksite. Philip remarked that they weren't holding whips but a wooden board for note-taking. Hetty noted that she too never said that such a simple method would cause the workers to become so inspired, and even the serfs had started learning tasks they weren't proficient at by themselves, and Philip asked what the method was. Hetty explained that Gawain had created a set of rules for work. Philip guessed that Gawain must have used his ancient honor and virtue to inspire the slouches, but Hetty clarified no and that the method was giving the people meat to eat. Gawain suddenly arrived, and as he thanked Philip for doing well, he instructed that Philip should let the main group rest for a moment and gather all the labor forces at the center of the camp after lunch, and Hetty would inform him about the new rules. He added that Byron would also provide Philip with new equipment, and when Philip heard that, he inquired what the new equipment was. Gawain teased that it was definitely the good stuff, and Philip got excited. A few moments later, they went to the warehouse. Philip received an enchanted sword and armor. He remarked that those were enchanted with elemental resistance warding and also the lightness spell. He observed that those were enchanted half-cuirasses, and those treasures were to be given each to a militia, not to mention, the military used crystals from an ancient empire. Philip felt so cool and fancy wearing his gear. Gawain commented that they were pretty much all antiques, so there was no need to keep them in storage. They might as well take them out to use. Philip noted that those were all extraordinary equipment, so each piece alone would have cost a fortune, and they could barely even find any enchanted equipment in the entirety of the Cecil domain back in the day. Suddenly, Gawain grabbed Amber by her ear and commanded that she should get over there. Amber remarked that Gawain was a 700-year-old geezer and asked him if it was weird to have a personal stash, and who didn't have some money under their bed. But Gawain ignored her and stated that God's steel should be forged into gold blades, and additionally, the equipment would just be written off if they were left sitting there, so Philip should just use them as he wished. Philip mentioned that their family had always worshipped the god of warriors and knights, Kyle, and never carried their wealth with them. Gawain commented that Philip was an interesting young man. Philip remarked that with that equipment, it would be easier for them to fight against the mutants, so they should give the design to the smiths in Tanza even if it cost more. But Gawain explained that those pieces of equipment could never be reproduced again, and Philip asked what he meant. Gawain explained that they would lose one when they used one, and Philip asked what they should do then. Gawain suggested that they just needed to create their own equipment before that happened, and he added that currently he had the future in his hands. Suddenly, Betty called Gawain and mentioned that Rebecca was looking for him, and Gawain asked her what the matter was at that time. Betty admitted that she forgot. Inside the smithy, a huge bucket hung from the ceiling. It was where steel was smelted and transferred. The smelted steel passed through a gutter in a continuous stream. Gawain inspected the place and asked Hammer if he made that furnace. Hammer confirmed and added that he made half of it while the other half was made by his apprentice. Rebecca remarked that Hammer is the best smith in all of Cecil domain, and he was the one who inlaid the arcane materials on the furnace. Gawain observed that he could see that using magic does not require any talent or knowledge of spellcasting because even a normal person could rouse wondrous powers through those runes. He inquired how much steel Hammer could refine from that furnace in a day, given he had enough ore. Hammer responded that if he had enough ore, he could refine about 30 kilograms of iron in a day. Gawain questioned if it was that little, and Hammer clarified that he does not mean to question Gawain's judgment. Gawain reassured Hammer that he should not be afraid and that he doesn't have to be so nervous when he speaks to him, as he is his lord that protects him, not a bandit out to kill him. Hammer agreed. He explained that 30 kilos of iron every day really is the limit because the furnace may look big on the outside, but it was very narrow on the inside. Plus, every time they finished refining a furnace's worth, they needed to let it rest for an hour to let the runes cool down, chilling the entire furnace. Hammer reiterated that with all that going on, 30 kilograms of iron a day was really the limit. Gawain asked Hammer if he had just mentioned needing to let the runes cool down, and Hammer affirmed it. Hammer elaborated that their little tricks were nowhere comparable to the true magic runes of the Lord Mages, especially the fire runes, because if they are in contact with the fire element for too long, they will break, and once the rune cracks, the entire furnace is as good as crippled, so they cannot keep the furnace running for hours on end when they smelt iron. Gawain wondered what would happen if they made the furnace bigger, but Hammer explained that it wouldn't work because the runes could only produce so much heat. Gawain acknowledged that the thing restricting production were those runes, and Hammer confirmed it. He turned to Rebecca and began asking what would happen if it were her, but without letting him finish, Rebecca interrupted him, asking if he needed her to handle something and if it was something important. Gawain replied that he thinks he will call Hetty instead, and Rebecca asserted that she too understands magic theory, and she's good at it. Rebecca explained that the function of those runes was undoubtedly to increase temperature and control airflow and impurities. She speculated that if they were to engrave a true magical matrix on it, one could only wonder how many times its efficiency would increase. Gawain asked about engraving a magical matrix on each furnace, and Rebecca clarified that both she and Hetty could engrave the matrices, but the smith and his apprentices cannot use them. Gawain reflected that indeed, in that world where magic is the primacy of strength, the common folk are unable to use magical matrices. He compared it to how they only needed to lift their legs if they wanted to walk, but they needed a car, fuel, and also a license if they wanted to drive, so a magical matrix is the same as it needs an energy source and a driver that can manipulate magic. Gawain concluded that he got it. He questioned Rebecca if they needed to engrave all of the energy supply portions of the magical matrix into the furnace itself and if they needed to stuff every single function inside the matrix. Rebecca asked if it would be dismantling a magical matrix and using it part by part and wondered if that even works. Gawain replied that it was still an idea and he thought they could talk to Hetty about it because she should have more expertise on the matter. A few moments later, Hetty praised Gawain's idea as brilliant but noted that it is too difficult to operate. Hetty explained that the output of mana is a delicate task, and if something goes wrong there, both matrices will be ruined. She added that the efficiency of a self-charging matrix is also a problem in itself because even if they carved out a matrix as large as the smithy itself, the mana it produces cannot possibly run more than a few furnaces. Gawain suggested that Hetty take a look at his plan. Hetty asked Gawain if he knew how to draw magical matrices, but Gawain insisted that she should have a look at it first and let him know what she thinks. Hetty questioned if all of those were the most basic of runes and commented that the level of magic is no more than level 2. Gawain advised Hetty to magnify that, and she was surprised. Hetty confirmed that they could further refine the energy from the floating elements that way, and it would allow the basic runes to absorb energy at a higher efficiency. She compared it to how a cripple walks the entire realm using a cane or how a person without any tools carves their songs into rocks, noting that it was an effort that exceeds the limits, a miracle made of the most basic level 2 rune that would have the archmages gawking in awe. Hetty inquired what that genius of a magical matrix was called. Gawain revealed that its creator gave it a name, the Mana Network. Hetty asked if it was left behind by the wild mage. Gawain confirmed it and added that he had studied everything inside that notebook, which was worth at least half a duke's demesne, and Hetty expressed surprise. Gawain explained that the wild mage's daughter contracted an elemental assimilation disease, a mana disease without any cure, and he was a level 2 mage with no power or wealth, so driven by his desire to retain his daughter's physical body. He used that method to create the mana network to recharge his daughter. Hetty remarked that if that was the case, it really begets imagination, and for a down-on-his-luck wild mage to create such a thing, it has discarded all of the complicated structures and has pushed simplicity to its utmost. Hetty assigned the task of deploying the mana network inside the smithy, and Rebecca immediately called Gawain and volunteered to handle it as she could do it. Gawain asked Rebecca if she was sure, and Rebecca jokingly asked if he would hit her if she messed up. Gawain advised Rebecca to forget it and let Hetty do it, but Rebecca insisted that she still wanted to give it a try. Rebecca explained that the magic matrix looked very interesting, and she felt that there were many good things about her. She noted that although she could only cast fireballs, her theoretical and calculation skills are top-notch. Gawain asked Hetty for her opinion, and Hetty agreed that Rebecca's theoretical and calculation skills are indeed splendid but wished Rebecca could be a bit more composed. Rebecca declared that she is composed. Gawain decided to hand the task of deploying the mana network in the smithy to Rebecca, and since it was an experimental mana network, they decided to call it Mana Network Mark I. Rebecca celebrated while Hetty excused herself from Gawain to guide the serfs and civilians who had just arrived. Suddenly, Amber arrived and, noticing Gawain's happiness, inquired if teaching his great-great-great-great-granddaughter was that fun. Amber questioned Gawain about what he was looking at, while Gawain wondered if it would kill Amber not to run her mouth like that. Amber curiously asked if the mana network thing they were working on was that powerful because she overheard Gawain mention that it was worth half a duke's demesne, and she asked if she could earn that much by stealing and selling the blueprints, accusing him of pulling her leg. Gawain asked Amber how valuable she thought the technology would be if everyone could use magic or if magic was something everyone could borrow. Amber asked if Gawain was implying that a magic matrix could allow anyone to become a mage and if he wasn't having a heat stroke, but remarked that compared to using the magic matrix, she still preferred relying on her own strength. Gawain posed the question of whether it was powerful if a mountain ape smashed a brown bear's skull apart in a slap, and Amber admitted that it is somewhat. He then asked if a human was powerful if they smashed open a brown bear's skull with a warhammer, and Amber agreed that they sure are. Gawain concluded that he wanted to use the mana network to forge a warhammer. A farmer greeted Gawain, and Gawain replied that he should come and tell him who that land was. The farmer explained that the goodness of harvest had blessed that place because the land was flat, irrigation was easy, and there were few rocks, so he dared to claim that there was no better place more suitable to be tilled than there. But half of Messidor had already passed, and it was too late to plant grain at the moment. However, they could still plant sweetroots and flame leaves and still have a decent harvest come spring. Gawain inquired if the farmer meant to say that they must rely on the gods to feed themselves and what they usually did to maintain soil fertility and increase production. Hetty suggested that if they could get in touch with the Church of Three Ladies, which the goddess of fertility belongs to, that would be the best because their priests had mastered many divine arts dealing with the land and plants. Gawain responded that he never implied that he would need to beg the gods and deal with those god botherers just to plant something. Hetty noted that, truth be told, with the amount of food that could be produced there and also the food provided by Francis too, they had no shortage of food because their land only had 800 people in it, and they could feed all of them. Gawain argued that they wouldn't have only 800 people forever, and he had already made plans to purchase more serfs and recruit pioneers to greatly increase their population. The farmer added that aside from divine arts, they might also seek help from the druids, and Gawain asked about them. The farmer shared that the druids also knew some plant-based magics and would be helpful for the growth of their crops, as the druids could create alchemic potions, and while they were not as effective as divine arts, they were better at preserving the soil. Gawain remarked that it was excellent, and when he asked where they could find a druid, Hetty informed him that the Cecil domain had never been in contact with the druids before. Philip pointed out that, however, druids were very close to the elves, as all druid legacy could be traced back to the elves, including the grey elves and the argent elves. Everyone looked at Amber. Gawain joked that they should forget it because Amber was the disgrace of all elvenkind and asked what sort of druid would deal with such unsavoriness. But Amber suddenly replied that, speaking of which, she did know a druid. Gawain questioned Amber about how she ended up knowing a druid, and Amber challenged him, asking what his look even meant. Amber stated that Gawain should know she was still an elf and asked if he had not heard that all of the druids in the world originated from the elves. Gawain teased, asking Amber if she had stolen something from a druid and was worried. But Amber replied that he was insulting her because there was no way she would ever get caught stealing something. Everyone was speechless when they heard what Amber retorted. Gawain ordered Amber to take the bag of gold to settle the matter with the druid, and the balance was hers, and Amber agreed, commenting that Gawain was really generous, so it was a deal. Gawain inquired about other problems that land had and requested the farmer to tell him about it in detail. The farmer explained that the elevation was higher than the riverbed, and it would be difficult to draw water for irrigation, so they needed to either dig a ditch from upstream or dig a well. Gawain thought about drawing water. A few moments later, Gawain formulated a plan, and both Hetty and the farmer asked what it was. Gawain revealed that it was called a watermill, and the river would flow beneath it. He described how the current would flow against the wood, filling the tank, and it would, in turn, cause the mill to turn, bringing the filled tanks upward, and the process would be repeated continuously, bringing water to higher ground. Gawain lamented that there was no bamboo there, as building the watermill would be much easier. He called Hetty, and as she asked him what he was saying, she apologized, saying she was lost in the beauty of the machinery, but Gawain dismissed it, saying it was nothing, as he just wanted to ask if either of them had any further input. The farmer noted that if they built it by the Whitewater River, it would be affected by the river and become unusable during the dry season. He suggested that if they diverted a separate ditch from the side, they could use it during the dry season. The farmer was startled when he realized what he had just done. He quickly pleaded for Gawain to hear him out. Gawain inquired if the farmer could write, and as the farmer affirmed that he could, that he had learned to read and write, he asked Gawain if it was not against the law. Gawain reassured him, saying the farmer shouldn't worry because being able to read and write wasn't against the law, nor was teaching someone else how to do so. Furthermore, he knew how to till a farm. The farmer boasted that he might not be confident in anything else, but when it came to working the land, his skills were outstanding. Gawain acknowledged that the farmer was literate and asked if he should be able to understand the new rules he had Hetty announce and the forms he had created for recording purposes, and if he could do it if he had him fill out forms, measure land, and track production. The farmer inquired if Gawain was asking him to be a supervisor, but Gawain clarified that he was not just a supervisor. Gawain explained that he planned to let the farmer manage the entire food production of that reclamation project, so he would have Hetty test him, and she would tell him what to expect next. He emphasized that it was a job, not a title, so the farmer could not pass it down, and if he didn't perform, someone else would take his place, and he would be dismissed, punished, or rewarded depending on his performance. The farmer admitted that he didn't quite understand and asked Gawain if he was asking him to become his steward. But Gawain explained that a steward wasn't just in charge of food. Hetty watched as the farmer walked away. She asked Gawain if he was really going to let the farmer be in charge of his farms, and Gawain inquired what the matter was. Hetty expressed concern that although the farmer was literate, his birth was of concern, and to put it another way, he wasn't knowledgeable, nor did he know the rules of the upper echelon of society, so she was worried that he would mess up and be punished instead. Gawain asked Hetty where that upper echelon of society she was speaking of was. He instructed Hetty to look. Gawain declared that it was barren land without anything at all, so Hetty should toss all the rules of nobility and the commons into the scorched land of Old Cecil because when they started from zero, all of the rules, laws, and norms would be all new so a low-born farmer could be a manager, and he asked Hetty if she knew what he did back then. Hetty remembered that the history tomes said Gawain was a knight among knights and was the first model knight, their starting point. Gawain confirmed this and shared that he was a squire and had only started mastering martial techniques at 15. But before his master could write a recommendation letter to his lord, he had fallen into the river drunk and drowned, so Gawain was left with no choice but to forge a recommendation letter for himself before leaving to see his lord. He recalled that no one would have predicted that when he was halfway through that, the Manhwa tide would erupt and his lord would perish, so he ran into Charlie, who was dealing with a bunch of refugees. Gawain explained that he had told Charlie he had studied for so many years to pass and still needed to be knighted, and Charlie replied that they should call themselves knights because the lords of the south were all dead anyway. Gawain concluded that nobles were not born because, back then, they were just people who managed to gather all the wealth so they became nobility. Hetty asked if it was that simple, and Gawain affirmed, saying yes, it was that simple. Betty walked towards Gawain and Hetty. She called Gawain and told him that Rebecca was looking for him. Gawain inquired what Rebecca was looking for him for, but he remarked that Betty must have forgotten about it. Betty responded that she didn't, and that Rebecca mentioned she was about to start work and wanted him to see the result, so Hetty queried Betty about what the work was. Betty admitted that she forgot. Meanwhile, Rebecca busily gave instructions, and she stated that the man should move the box over there. Suddenly, one of the knights greeted Gawain when he and Hetty arrived. Rebecca called Gawain and Hetty when she noticed them. Gawain commented that he was there to see Rebecca's progress and that it seemed like she was confident. Rebecca confirmed yes, and that she had already studied it for a good few days. She explained that she would tell Gawain that those formulas were much easier to use compared to those rigid runic arrangements and spell models. Hetty interjected that it was enough and that they were not there to listen to Rebecca boast, so she should tell them how she planned to finish the preparations. Rebecca disclosed that she would be burying them underground. Gawain asked Rebecca how she would do that, and Rebecca replied that she was drawing and calculating as she went. Gawain asked what would happen next. Rebecca answered that they will draw a line in that yard and another line by its side, and they will use that line as a constant in the entire yard like a piece of paper. She continued, saying that every single line on the matrix will be disassembled into many points, and they only need to magnify the numbers on the draft after that because calculation is the strength of a mage after all. Gawain noted that Rebecca had set up a coordinate system in the yard and used that method to draw their magic matrix. He inquired if she figured that out herself, and Rebecca confessed that not all of it because half of it was from the wild mage's notebook, and the other half was hers. Gawain praised that it was excellent and queried why she was burying the magic matrix. Rebecca explained that it was because Gawain suggested that the magic matrix is meant for the commoners, so she clarified that since a smith is different from a mage, the work they do is different from a mage too, and they might accidentally destroy the matrix structure during the process of hauling goods or smelting. So building it underground is safer, and it will be much more convenient if they build a new furnace or dismantle the existing one. Gawain thought about modularity, function and energy separation, system package, expandability, and versatility. He asked Hetty if she had thought of those before, and Hetty admitted that she had not, and although it was indeed brilliant, she wondered how they were supposed to repair it if it breaks. Rebecca explained that she left many stakes like that, and the stakes will work as monitoring points for the runes. She elaborated that should a problem occur in the matrix, the silvered iron rod will turn black after losing power, and heat up for a period of time, and that way they could detect where the problem lies. Gawain acknowledged that it was a redundancy system, while Rebecca inquired if her ideas were too outlandish. Gawain replied no, and that Rebecca was a genius. He offered a suggestion that Rebecca should make some of the rune cuttable and spliceable because if a part of the rune is damaged, she could just cut off the broken part and splice a new part back during maintenance, and that way, even if she were to maintain the matrix, she wouldn't have to shut the entire thing down. Rebecca agreed that Gawain was right, and as she wondered why she didn't think of that, she stated that Gawain was a genius, and Hetty echoed that Gawain was brilliant. Gawain asked Hetty if no one noticed Rebecca's talents, and Hetty replied that Rebecca only knew how to lob fireballs. Hetty added that Rebecca has always been spectacular in terms of calculation and creative thinking. But none of those abilities were of any use because the standard of a mage's strength is spellcasting, and Rebecca never fared well on that. Gawain remarked that it was a waste of talent because if spellcasting was the only standard, they should go and compete their strength with a gorilla then. Rebecca inquired what Gawain thought of her. Gawain stated that Rebecca is the pride of House Cecil. Rebecca was confused by what Gawain remarked. A few moments later, Gawain went back to his tent. He scribbled plans on his table. Gawain called Betty and requested that she should help him take the goatskin satchel with the maps over, the one with the red string. Gawain was surprised when Betty handed a scroll to him. He saw that Betty stood while she handed him the scroll. Gawain tried to get Betty's attention, but there was no response. He smiled gently. Gawain suggested that Betty should just sleep if she was tired because no one knows how much longer he would need to work, and Betty was confused as she began to wake up. Betty insisted that if Gawain was not sleeping, she was not sleeping. She took a look at the plans Gawain was making. Gawain asked Betty if she understood those, and Betty responded that she didn't because she can't read. Gawain reassured her that everyone could learn how to read, so if Betty wanted to learn, he could teach her, but Betty explained that Philip mentioned that paper and ink are expensive, so she cannot afford to waste them. Gawain told Betty to just wait there, and he grabbed a stick. He cleaned and sharpened the end of the stick. Gawain gave it to Betty and instructed that she should practice on the ground first, and they will figure out the next step after she is better at it. He gave a stack of paper to Betty and explained that it was the alphabet, and the line at the bottom was her name, so she should follow it and feel free to ask if she doesn't understand. Betty started practicing on the ground while Gawain busily made his plans. Suddenly, Byron arrived, and he called Gawain. Byron reported that the sentry in the mountain sent word that they heard some strange movements in the vault, and it sounded like the walls were rubbing against each other or something was crashing against something else, but the door was sealed, and they cannot enter and investigate the situation there. Gawain inquired what was going on. He mentioned that Philip was in charge of defending the camp, so he needed a few elite soldiers to follow him into the mountain. Gawain suggested that Byron should call Hetty as well, as her supportive magic could be of use. He emphasized that they cannot let anything happen to the vault because it was the last of his reserves. Gawain and his group stood in front of the vault. One of the knights reported there were 2 loud bangs coming from the vault again. Gawain acknowledged and mentioned that he would go in and have a look himself. He placed his palm over the vault's entrance, and as it began humming, Hetty watched with anticipation. The doors opened, and the group entered the vault. Hetty called Gawain and mentioned something about the doors, but Gawain interrupted her and pointed out that he could see them. Gawain remarked that no one knows how they were opened. Hetty commented that there seemed to be a magical signature deep down inside, and now that the gate was opened, she could vaguely sense something inside. Gawain walked forward, and both Hetty and Byron followed him. Byron remarked that it was as expected of a thing from the glorious empire of Gandor, and inquired how big that place was. Gawain responded that no one knows because the Gate of the Ruins is a fortress designed from Gandor's Age of Starfire. He speculated that if that type of fortress was built, it is possible they hollowed out the entire mountain, and he wished that Amber was there while mumbling that he was not sure if she really did steal some money and escape. Hetty observed that those ancient ruins are incredible and surmised that it must be the domain of a mage, so even an infiltrator as good as Amber wouldn't be able to deal with it. Gawain disagreed, stating that if Amber was around, he could have just tossed her to scout ahead. Plus she was good at running away, so he would be able to toss her back another time if she retreated. Byron suddenly called Gawain's attention and cautioned that they might get lost if they pushed forward any further because their sense of direction was already confused, and Gawain concurred with Byron's concern. Gawain suggested that they should still push on a bit further and leave a few more markings, and they would pull back whether they made any findings or not and come back next time. A few moments later, they discovered a room. It was vast, and there was a huge machine in the middle. Gawain approached the machine. As he touched it, it made a sound, and Hetty inquired what it was. Gawain explained that it was a mana convergence matrix, although he wanted to call it a mana capacitor. He added that the obsidian is connected to a mana well, and that hemisphere converges all of the energy and creates a short but powerful burst of energy. The energy flows through the main pipe and powers places that require it. Hetty asked if it was a weapon, and Gawain clarified that it was not. He explained that it was an auxiliary energy source of a research facility, and is usually only activated for pieces of equipment that require massive amounts of power. Byron asked Hetty if it was where the magic signature originated. Hetty denied it but mentioned that they were close. Gawain suggested marking that place down because, although the ancient equipment was done for, they could at least get half a ton of mithril and 7-8 tons of obsidian from dismantling it, alongside a large amount of enchanted gold, violite copper, and violite steel. Hetty asked Gawain if he was planning to dismantle that priceless ancient magical equipment, and noted that it was a precious antique. Gawain inquired what else they should do when that thing requires highly pure mana to function, and they no longer have the technology to refine mana, and even if they did, that thing had been wrecked for 1,000 years, so it would have already been an antique 700 years ago, and repairing it would be no easier than making a new one. Hetty relented and suggested they should continue. They continued to walk into a long, dark hallway. Hetty used her magic to create a light, and she lit up their path. A few moments later, they arrived at a huge door. They opened the door and saw that there was a huge sphere inside. The huge sphere was just there, sitting in the middle of the room. Hetty noted that the magical signature came from that sphere, and she asked Gawain if it was something made by the Empire of Gandor as well. Gawain denied it and stated that it didn't seem like it. He speculated that rather than being created by Gandor, it was more likely that they were studying it. Byron asked if it could be that the entire facility was created to study the sphere, and inquired why the Empire of Gandor spent so much effort to study that thing. He asked Gawain what they should do with it. A few moments later, they brought the sphere back to their camp. Rebecca examined the sphere using different methods, and she informed Gawain that it was solid. Gawain confirmed it and remarked that it was solid yet unbelievably light. He added that Hetty scraped a bit of it off and found that it was compound material with plenty of metal, and if the entire sphere was made out of the same thing, it would probably weigh a ton. Rebecca inquired if they should cut it open, and Gawain advised against it for the moment because, after all, the Gandorians didn't destroy its outer shell even after using so many tools to study it. Gawain mentioned that rather than studying the sphere, he had something else that he wanted Rebecca to do, and as Rebecca mentioned she was free and inquired what he needed her to do, Gawain suggested she smelt some rocks. He instructed Rebecca to use his formula to smelt the rocks into cement and encouraged her to try to find a solution herself if she ran into problems, but if she had any questions she should ask, and Rebecca agreed. Suddenly, Betty informed Gawain that Amber was back. Betty mentioned that Amber brought a dirty old man with her, and Gawain was speechless. They left the sphere, and it was just sitting there out in the open. A few moments later, Gawain met up with Piedmont. Gawain remarked that Piedmont sure looks the part, as he sure has the look of a hermit. He added that he did not expect the disgrace of an elf to actually bring a druid back, so Amber sure was capable. Amber pointed out that the masons and carpenters are already living in wooden houses, but Gawain was still living inside a tent, so she sure does wonder how that noble brain of his works. Suddenly, Piedmont asked Amber if she was certain that he was the real Gawain Cecil from 700 years ago, the same one from the hot rumors all over the south, and Amber confirmed that she personally excavated Gawain and asked the druid if he thought Gawain was a fake. Amber added that House Cecil may be piss poor, but their ancestor is different because he himself is a walking treasure vault, and Piedmont acknowledged that as long as it's true, when it comes to evaluating antiques, he's in. Amber was surprised, so she inquired if Piedmont wasn't a druid, and as Piedmont was about to answer, he was interrupted. Gawain welcomed Piedmont and declared, by House Cecil's name, that land has been waiting for a true scholar for far too long, and he introduced himself and noted that Piedmont might have heard of him. Piedmont responded that no one in that land had never heard of Gawain's name, so he was honored to be able to serve him and his holdings. Gawain mentioned that a druid will definitely be able to, while Piedmont mentioned he was wondering where the antiques Gawain needed him to appraise were. Gawain was surprised when he heard about the antiques, while Piedmont was surprised to hear about a druid. Gawain and Piedmont quickly looked at Amber, who immediately lowered her head. Gawain asked Amber if she would care to explain what the deal was with the 700-year-old antiques, while Piedmont asked Amber if she would care to explain what the deal is with a druid. Amber laughed and clarified that it was a misunderstanding and asked if the Gawain Cecil she dug up wasn't a 700-year-old antique. Gawain insisted that Amber should explain herself, and as he inquired where the druid was, Amber clarified that Piedmont was one and he was the druid she sought out. On the other hand, Piedmont mentioned that when he heard that Amber woke an ancient hero and dug his grave up along the way, he thought things sounded fishy for a grave robber to get her victim to agree to appraise his antiques. Gawain asked Piedmont if that was to say that he was not a druid. Piedmont confirmed that he was not, yet he could be. Gawain stated that starting that day, Piedmont would be Cecil Domain's druid, and he would compensate him fairly for his efforts. Piedmont mentioned on top of that, he was pretty decent at barbecuing, and as he asked Gawain if he wanted to hire him as a chef, he revealed he was a level 3 Heart of the Forest druid and a level 3 Hex herbalist. Gawain responded that there was no need as he already had a decent cook, so he would pay Piedmont the standard spellcaster rate. Gawain mentioned they would provide both tools and materials, and Piedmont confirmed, adding that Gawain could call him Piedmont Laurent. On the other hand, Rebecca was sitting by the furnace. She remarked that the thing didn't look like building material. Rebecca suggested they should take it to Gawain so he could have a look. A few moments later, Gawain arrived, and he inquired if it was the cement Rebecca smelted. Rebecca explained she followed Gawain's instructions, and it did indeed solidify quickly after being mixed with water, but it was loose and brittle and didn't look like building material, and when Amber heard that, he asked what it was and if she could have a bite. Gawain clenched the cement in his hand, and it immediately cracked and crumbled. Rebecca asked Gawain if she disappointed him. Gawain reassured her that experimentation was a long and arduous process. He advised Rebecca to keep trying to smelt different types of rocks and soil while he would provide a different formula and suggested she take it as a long-term project to attempt when she had free time, as long as it didn't disrupt the process of the steel factory. Rebecca acknowledged the advice. Gawain left Rebecca and Amber behind. As he went back to his tent, he mentioned that the world of magic definitely had something like cement because the Empire of Gandor had already invented cement during the Age of Steel, the era before the Age of Starfire. Gawain explained he had seen it inside the ruins of the mountain, and it was tougher than the stones used in a normal castle, but sadly, that alien world cement was already a lost technology of Gandor. He expressed that if he could recreate cheap, abundant, sturdy, and easy-to-process building material, it would greatly benefit the domain, which was unfortunate. The sun was starting to set, and Gawain remained in his tent. The next day arrived, and Gawain still hadn't left his tent. One of the knights suddenly informed Gawain that they had brought over the items he requested. Gawain thanked them. Amber questioned Gawain about the purpose of those items, and Gawain responded that they were for experimenting. Amber exclaimed that she had finally witnessed it and accused Gawain of not being able to keep up the facade and resorting to pointless entertainment. She claimed she knew it and questioned how a normal noble could suffer hardship. Gawain glared at Amber. He remarked that he didn't know if Amber liked getting beaten up or what, and he asked her why she couldn't behave a little. Amber retorted that there she was, a great thief, being held as Gawain's bodyguard, and what she did was guard those weird drawings of his or guard him while he drew all that weird stuff. She asked Gawain if he could have a little respect for her profession. But Gawain observed that Amber was just too free because even Betty was much more industrious than her. Amber asked if the little maid was learning how to write. Gawain told Amber she should do what she wanted and suggested she go play if she was really that bored. He added that Amber could do whatever as long as she didn't break the 3 rules, no stealing, no messing up the worksite, and no fighting, though it was fine if she wanted to fight something like a goose. Amber remarked that Gawain was weird, and as she questioned him why he kept mentioning a goose, she declared that she would go have some fun. Gawain looked at the materials laid out on his table. He decided he should start experimenting. It was Anso year 735, Nivos day 46, day 23 of the pioneering project. Gawain noted that even using both the traditional and hacky experimental gunpowder formulas, there wasn't a single one that could ignite quickly or release a burst of heat in a short time. He commented that the hacky formula could only cause it to burn quietly in the air, with dim and weak flames, no better than burning chaff. The experiment failed. On day 22 of the pioneering project, Gawain conducted another experiment. Gawain pointed out there was no electrical current in the wire, and electromagnetic induction was confirmed to not be working, so the process of magnetoelectricity didn't function. He also confirmed that there was a north-south polarity with magnets, and magnetism was the same as Earth's, so the problem lay in the electromagnetics itself. Gawain recalled that Hetty's lightning bolt spell couldn't provide a steady source of safe electric current, and her thunder palm almost struck Amber's hair. The next day, he spoke to Hetty in Piedmont, and they had never heard of coal. Gawain remarked that the experimentation of steam engines would require a large quantity of combustibles before they could set up the experiment, but the good news was they could still create charcoal. He explained that the Typhoon Empire created a type of burnable rock, but it wasn't coal. Instead, it was a white-colored burning rock that seemed to be a type of seawater sediment, but its burning was unstable and was something used by the poor. Gawain cursed in his mind as he stated that gold was actually a semiconductor, but pure silver wasn't conductible. A few moments later, Gawain talked to his people and informed them that he needed an elite team to help him arrange the entire elemental table or at least help sort out the properties of the most common materials, and he asked if there was such a person in his lands. Everyone remained silent. Gawain concluded that there was none. He returned to his tent, and he remarked that although it was a magic world, many of its material properties were different from Earth's. Gawain mentioned that even if he couldn't determine the speed of light, the process of light's transmission was the same as Earth's. He added that creating a telescope wasn't a problem, and it was the cheapest form of eagle eye. Gawain declared that in that way, although there were many things that couldn't be created, there were even more things that could be done. He slept on the table, and the candle remained lit. A cart full of the failed cement experiment was near Gawain's table. Upon closer inspection, some pieces of the cement were glowing. Locke remarked he would leave the sphere to the next night for the rest of the night. He inquired if the thing was sleeping and noted it sure knew how to behave. He added he was wondering what the use of them standing guard there was when it hadn't moved at all after so many days, and even Hetty cast spells on it every day without much effect. But the other knight told him to shut it. The other knight pointed out it was Gawain's property, and he instructed them to guard it, but he had something to mention about it, though Locke responded, of course not, because he still needed to thank Gawain. Locke mentioned he never thought he would wear something that amazing in his lifetime, and it felt like he was a knight of sorts. Meanwhile, the sphere just lay there behind the knights. Suddenly, it made a very subtle movement. Locke noticed it and was shocked. He immediately exclaimed something was happening, but the other knight insisted he was just too nervous. More knights rushed toward them, and they asked what was wrong. Suddenly, the other knight called out to Locke. The other knight pointed to his armor, and Locke was surprised. Everyone's equipment was being drained of its power, and one of the knights advised they calm down and retreat slowly. But suddenly, the knight started floating. He was startled when he crashed into the sphere with a loud bang. The other knights were being sucked toward the sphere, and they urged Locke to summon the others because something was wrong with the sphere. But while Locke ran, he began to get pulled too. Locke cursed as he struggled to resist the force pulling him back. But his resistance proved futile, and he screamed as he was dragged toward the sphere. The knights exclaimed the sphere was alive. The other knights in the distance exchanged glances. On the other hand, Gawain asked what was going on, and Philip informed him something was wrong with the sphere he brought back. While Gawain and Philip ran toward the sphere, Amber emerged from the shadow realm but got stuck. Amber asked what was going on when she was sleeping so soundly and why she was stuck. She requested Gawain to help her. Gawain inquired how a master of shadows like her could get stuck on her own shadow step. Amber explained it was because she had just woken up and was in a hurry, and she asked what happened. Gawain replied there was something wrong with the sphere he brought back, and Amber remarked she would go back to sleep. But Gawain picked Amber up while he and Philip continued running toward the scene. A few moments later, Hetty was already at the scene when the three of them arrived, and Gawain inquired if there were any casualties and what the situation was. Hetty confirmed there were no casualties, but 2 militias and a soldier were stuck on the rock as they were probably pulled in. Gawain asked if they were pulled in like magnets drawing metal, and Hetty affirmed. But it was strange because at first, the militias on sentry duty noticed their magical equipment suddenly losing power, and their armor was pulled in by the rock sphere. Gawain called Amber and said they would go and take a look, so she should leave all of her metal items behind. Amber asked Gawain why she had to, suggesting a knight like him should lead the charge in such a dangerous situation, to which Gawain agreed and stated he would walk ahead, so Amber should follow and not even think of refusing unless, of course, she didn't want her pay. Amber obediently placed all her medals into the box provided by the knights. Gawain inquired about Amber's coin pouch, and Amber retorted absolutely not. He glared at Amber. Amber immediately turned to the knight and informed him she had counted everything, so she would know if even a single piece was missing when she returned. The knight swore on his honor as a knight that he would protect the property entrusted to him for safekeeping, and Amber responded he didn't have to be so loud since there weren't that many coins there. Hetty offered to accompany them, but Gawain declined, instructing her and Philip to stay on guard, explaining the sphere might affect the flow of mana, and she might not be able to do anything if she got too close. She warned Gawain to be careful, and Gawain joked she was great wife material, so he should find time to discuss her marriage matters. Amber suggested they get going. As the two of them walked toward the sphere, Piedmont was already there. Piedmont remarked it was clear the knight's misfortune caused that and asked if they didn't want to try their druidic ritual of luck. Gawain questioned since when the druids had a ritual of luck and told Piedmont not to hoodwink his soldiers. Gawain asked the knights who the first one trapped was. One of the knights confessed he was the first. He explained he was in armor standing by the sphere and was sucked in as he wondered what was happening, and the other knight explained he was also sucked in while investigating. Gawain knelt and examined the sphere more closely. While Gawain was inspecting it, Piedmont remarked he had checked and it was no ordinary magnetism as their armor seemed to have been solidified, so they were completely immobilized and couldn't be pulled away. Gawain speculated it sounded like some magic effect. He suggested Amber try entering the Shadow Realm to see if she could dispel it. Gawain instructed they give it a try. He began pushing the sphere, and his veins bulged as he exerted all his strength. The ground beneath Gawain's feet cracked, but the sphere didn't budge. Piedmont was surprised, noting it was totally immobile. Gawain wondered if the thing wasn't light and said it was impossible because it was so heavy that even he couldn't move it at all. While Piedmont speculated it might be its true weight, Amber suddenly emerged from the Shadow Realm and fell face first onto the ground. Gawain inquired what was wrong with Amber, and Amber replied she didn't know. Recalling what happened, Amber described it as if the sphere had a force field around it, and the moment she extended her mind to it, she was repulsed. Suddenly, Piedmont suggested they wait. He pointed out there was a sign of life. Gawain asked Piedmont if he meant he detected signs of life inside the sphere, to which Piedmont confirmed and added that when Amber was repulsed, a sign of life appeared inside the sphere for a brief instant. Amber cursed and asked if the thing was alive. Warning came, and the group still investigated the sphere. Amber asked if it could be an egg, and Gawain wondered if it was possibly a dragon egg. Gawain thought about getting a dragon egg after crossing over but disagreed with himself and remarked the trope was already stale long before he crossed over. He explained if it was a dragon egg, no one knew how long it would take to hatch because the dragons in the legends could live for tens of thousands of years, and he might not have the lifespan for that. Plus, even if the egg hatched and its parents came to take it back, they might not even thank him for the trouble. Suddenly, Amber headbutted Gawain and urged him to wake up. Gawain asked Amber what was wrong with her and why she was headbutting him like that, to which Amber reminded him he had her take every medal off and asked if he claimed she would need to headbutt him if she had a mace. Amber asked Gawain why he spaced out earlier. Gawain responded he was just thinking if it was really a dragon egg and how he would turn off its damned force field. Amber asked Gawain if he wasn't a legendary hero and if he couldn't just deal with it when he sliced through mages like he was cutting bean curds. Gawain suggested they let him try. Piedmont and Amber watched from behind as Gawain began injecting his energy into the sphere. Gawain greeted the sphere and introduced himself, claiming he came with no ill intentions and that it could call him Gawain. He was surprised when his surroundings and the sphere changed. The sphere asked if it was already safe outside. Gawain assured it was very safe there and that the sphere could rest assured about that. The sphere considered it for a moment. It responded it didn't believe Gawain, so he should get lost. Gawain muttered if his sword of the pioneer was there, he would have lifted it overhead and cleaved the sphere into two. He cleared his throat, and as he inquired what good it would do for him to lie, he explained the facility he was trapped in had been abandoned for 1,000 years. But the sphere warned Gawain not to think of fooling it into leaving its shell. Gawain repeated he was telling the truth and suggested the sphere could try if it didn't believe him. But the sphere reiterated Gawain shouldn't think of tricking it into leaving its shell and maintained there was no way it would believe him. Gawain remarked if the sphere wanted to stay inside its shell, it was its problem, and he asked if it could set his men free first. He inquired if the sphere knew that its shell was pulling 3 people in at the moment. The sphere asked if those metal plates still had people on them and stated it must be its senses being affected by its shell. Back in reality, the knights in the empty armor fell to the ground with a loud clang. The knights quickly ran away from the sphere. On the other hand, Amber commented it was a good opportunity, so she should see what else Gawain had on him. Meanwhile, Gawain's eyes were still closed, and he was unaware of what was going on around him. Back in his consciousness, he inquired why the sphere pulled in those armor and weapons. The sphere retorted if there was a problem in finding something to defend itself with and remarked heaven knows what sort of brute measures they, barbarians, have. Gawain mentioned something about the research facility back and that the sphere should listen. But the sphere became alarmed when it heard about it. The sphere warned Gawain again not to think about tricking it into leaving its shell and shined a very bright light at him. Back in reality, Gawain was pulled away from the sphere. He returned to reality, and as he declared he never claimed an elite keyboard warrior like him would lose to a ball, he wondered if the thing was really a dragon egg and if that meant he just lost to a zygote. Suddenly, Gawain noticed Amber sneaking around him. Gawain asked Amber if she was alright, and Amber explained she saw his face changing so quickly that she thought he was going to self-destruct. Gawain revealed he established communication with the sphere, and it actually had a mind of its own. Amber admitted she planned to pilfer something while the old coot was distracted, and that scared the lights out of her, but thank goodness Gawain didn't notice her. A few moments later, Gawain rested outside his tent, and Hetty was with him. Gawain commented the sphere was a troublesome thing. Hetty inquired what he was planning to do with the stone sphere. Gawain suggested they leave it there for a few days and move all the guards away so that it believes no one is experimenting on it, and he would try to establish trust with it again. He mentioned it was late, so Hetty should go back and get some rest, and she agreed. Gawain went inside his tent. Suddenly, he noticed the cement glowing beside his table. He asked himself if those weren't the failed products of Rebecca's cement smelting. Gawain used his energy on it and recognized what was inside. He remarked, without a doubt, those tiny lights were mana crystals, and they had magic reactions. The next day, Gawain went to Hetty's lab. As he entered the lab, Gawain called Hetty and informed her he discovered something new, so she should have a look at it. Hetty inquired what those were, and Gawain revealed it was the waste Rebecca made, but he found something interesting inside them. Hetty admitted she could sense there was a magic reaction inside the thing. Gawain agreed it was right, so he brought them there to Hetty, and he asked her if her crystal resonator could determine its structure. Hetty confirmed she would infuse it with mana and see. She explained the thing could absorb mana from external sources, convert the mana into a stable form inside it. Gawain asked if he was right that it was a man-made crystal that stored mana. He inquired what its maximum storage volume was compared to natural crystals, about its stability, and their self-deterioration rate because he could see they were constantly glowing. Hetty requested Gawain to wait a moment because she still needed to perform more experiments and explained although it was glowing, it was mainly due to the resonance caused by the mana in the air, and if her observation was correct, they should be able to store mana for a very long time. She requested Gawain to place the thing inside the ruby vessel because she wanted to try to draw its mana out. Gawain confirmed Hetty was right because the thing not only needed the ability for input and storage but also output as well. Mana swirled around the thing and suddenly dispersed. Hetty was surprised, and Gawain concluded it seemed like it failed. Gawain inquired Hetty about what had happened. He questioned whether the matrix was strong when it drew out that the crystals had disintegrated, but Hetty responded no and that it doesn't seem like it. Hetty mentioned that the crystal has an innate flaw. Gawain requested that Hetty explain what the innate flaw was. Hetty explained that since times of old, mana crystals have only ever been obtainable from nature. She stated that man-made crystals have always been auxiliary magical items or even been reduced to decorations in the mobility's castles. Hetty noted that although the mana released by natural crystals dissipates at a shocking speed, the mana released could be used by the mage. But she added that the one Gawain brought wasn't the same. Hetty explained that its mana has lost coordination, so the moment mana was extracted, the mana inside the crystal became a mess of waste energy, and even if they were to collect the energy before it disappears, it wouldn't be of any use. Gawain observed the magic circle on the wall. He asked Hetty if he was right that it was the matrix that controls a crystal's self-destruction. Hetty confirmed yes and that it was the final function they engraved onto a crystal that is close to disintegration because, after all, once a crystal is damaged on the battlefield, it is its only use. She realized something, and she questioned Gawain what he could be thinking. Gawain stated that it was the glory of art. He mentioned that since the mana drawn out from the crystal will become waste energy, they won't draw them out and trigger an explosion right inside it instead. To which Hetty agreed and said that they could do that since those crystals were made out of rocks and were worthless. Gawain declared that it was art. He added that it was the future and also hope. Gawain explained that it was the sword and shield that would protect the people and the land, the silver lining after the failure of creating gunpowder. Hetty asked Gawain why he looked rather happy. Gawain replied that there was no way he could not be and asked Hetty if she didn't think that the crystal would be of great use. Hetty responded that if properly processed, it could be an explosive-type magical tool, but aside from that, she can't really think of anything else. Gawain stated that he would leave those samples with Hetty, but there aren't too many of them, so she should use them sparingly and ascertain their various properties and see if the Gandorian crystal's explosion matrix works on them or not. And he mentioned that he would go look for Rebecca, as he wanted to know how that little genius managed to create those. Hetty called Gawain. She explained that Rebecca is a very hardworking child, but she has never been praised much since she was young. Gawain interrupted Hetty and said that she shouldn't worry because he would praise Rebecca properly, and he would be calling those crystals Rebexite if Rebecca could recreate them. But Hetty clarified that she actually meant to tell Gawain to go easy on the praises. On the other hand, a lot of people were working on the furnace. Rebecca cautioned that they should be careful as the slabs on that structure needed to be totally in line. She stated that they shouldn't slack and be precise, and as she asked them if they heard her, she mentioned that there would be no meat for them that night if they don't do it properly. She laughed and stated that they should put the steel rod aside as they would only use it after engraving the runes. And as she inquired where the drainage trough was, she mentioned that they should bring it over there and let her have a look at the blueprint. Gawain complimented Rebecca and said that he should go see the new furnace first. He entered one of the buildings. Gawain remarked that it seemed like Hammer improved the blueprints, and the improvement was great, be it its result or the machine itself, and it was perfect. Suddenly, Rebecca questioned Gawain why he was there. Gawain explained that he was looking for Rebecca, but he wanted to see her progress as well. He mentioned that she was doing better than he thought, and Rebecca asked him if she was and if he really thought so. Gawain laughed and stated that if Rebecca couldn't do it that well, he would not have left things to her to handle. He encouraged Rebecca to have some confidence, as he had told her before that she was the pride of House Cecil. Rebecca was extremely excited when she heard what Gawain had said. She expressed that she felt strength surging inside her. A few moments later, the men fixed the roof that Rebecca had broken. Rebecca asked Gawain if there was anything else, and Gawain responded that he just wanted to ask something. Gawain inquired Rebecca what the thing was for. Rebecca explained that as Gawain ordered, she had designed activation equipment for the commoners to turn the furnace on or off, and the corresponding runes could be merged together to be part of a matrix. She mentioned that the other one was on. The rune on that device quickly lit up. The furnace began burning. Rebecca stated that the other one was off. The rune on that device lit up. The furnace was extinguished, and Rebecca asked Gawain what he thought and if she was right that it was simple enough. Rebecca revealed that she gave it a name, the runic trigger. A few moments later, Rebecca accompanied Gawain to his tent. Rebecca inquired Gawain if he was going to use those crystals for explosives. Gawain confirmed that she was right and that it was the Rebexite she managed to create, and it looked like the same thing. Rebecca laughed, and she questioned if they were really calling the crystals that, when only really great people put their names on things. Gawain affirmed that Rebecca created those crystals, so she was a great person. He mentioned that Rebecca shouldn't snicker like a fool, as he wanted to know how those came about. Rebecca explained that she actually followed the formula Gawain gave her, but the other day, when she tried to replicate the process, she failed a few times, so her suspicion fell on the furnace. She stated that a chunk of the furnace's inner wall fell out, and Gawain asked if it was because something reacted with the furnace material. Rebecca explained that the furnace was mixed with quartz sand and limestone from the Mountain of Darkness. Gawain questioned why it must be the limestone from the Mountain of Darkness and what sort of reaction happened during the process, but Rebecca responded that she was too happy just doing it that she didn't give it any thought. Gawain grabbed his quill. He explained that the Mountain of Darkness was once enveloped by the Mana tide, and there were still plenty of traces of the elemental wave in it, so the process changed the properties of the minerals, but he asked if it granted them the ability to react with magic and mentioned that it requires a lot of experimentation, so they should put it aside and get back to the main point. Gawain asked Rebecca to tell him if a normal person could make those. Rebecca was taken aback by Gawain's question. She responded yes, but they are very careless, so even if she told them how to do it, they would still mess the mixture up or forget how long to smelt because the time control in smelting a crystal is much stricter than burning bricks. Gawain stated that it was complicated and that he felt like his hairline was receding. Rebecca grew worried for Gawain, and Gawain reassured her that he was fine as those were things to be settled over a long period of time, so she should produce them using that method and try to find a better mixture when she had time. Rebecca mentioned that she heard Hetty say that Gawain plans to make those crystals into explosive magical tools, and Gawain confirmed that he does. She inquired if he was planning to use a Gandorian-style crystal explosion matrix on them, and Gawain noted that by the look in her eyes, she seemed to have an idea. Rebecca affirmed that she does, as she studied the explosion matrix, and the mana it requires is very little, so the runic trigger she made could generate a weak amount of mana while it was closed. Gawain praised that it was very good, so Rebecca should use her idea with the runic trigger and the explosion matrix and give it a try, and she could get Hetty to help her as well. Rebecca asked Gawain if he had thought of the name of that explosive device. Gawain responded with art, and Rebecca inquired if it had anything to do with art. Gawain concluded that they should just call it art. An apple hung on a tree branch. Suddenly, Amber grabbed the apple away. Amber moved through the forest at an extreme speed by leaving and entering the Shadow Realm. She landed on a branch. Amber stated that the place was different from the Badlands that the old coot Gawain talked about. She mentioned that coming there was like coming back home. Amber explained that entering the Shadow Realm got easier as well, but she remarked that it was not a good thing because it was not like she was a mage talented in the shadow arts, so that meant that there was only one possibility. Amber noted that the world was changing and some kind of power was causing the barrier between the Shadow Realm and the real world to weaken. She asked herself if she should tell Gawain. Amber asked if Gawain wouldn't open her up and experiment on her even if he was interested in bizarre things. Meanwhile, Gawain wrote on his table. Amber sneaked into the tent using the Shadow Realm, but Gawain suddenly stated that she shouldn't touch the stamp. He declared that it was the only thing on his table that was worth something, and Amber expressed her pain. Amber asked Gawain if he was even human and how his senses were sharp. Gawain stated that he was a legend in the past, so even if his skill had dropped, he was still much more reliable than someone who could only spar with a goose. Plus Amber had eyed his silver seal stamp for a few days, and he asked her if she thought he wouldn't notice. Amber commented that she just has bold ideas but doesn't actually carry them out. Gawain remarked that Amber had already tried 12 times, and he sent her flying every time. He explained that Amber should go on and tell him because there was still an hour or so before lunch and her coming back before lunch meant that there was something worth mentioning. But Amber just asked him if he stated that she only knew how to eat. Gawain noted that he used Amber's lunch break as a clock, and he asked her what was troubling her. Amber mentioned that she actually wanted to tell Gawain that it got easier to enter the Shadow Realm since 2 days ago. Gawain was surprised with what Amber stated. Amber asked Gawain why he stood there like that, and Gawain declared that he just did not expect that she of all people would talk serious business with him, so he was shocked. Gawain mentioned that speaking of which, he recalled that Amber told him when she brought him into the Shadow Realm for the first time that it was the first time that she was in so deep. Amber explained that she was actually just spouting nonsense because back then, it wasn't as easy to enter the Shadow Realm because normally, one entered either by ritual and incense or downed at least half a bottle of shadow potion. Gawain asked Amber if she would enter dead drunk. Amber asserted that she was serious. She declared that she could accurately tell that the Shadow Realm closed in on the real world, and it was only just the beginning as it went to get closer and closer. Gawain asked what would happen if the Shadow Realm and the real world collided, and Amber asked him how she would know, but she mentioned that it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Gawain asked Amber if that was as good as saying nothing, if she had been bottling that up for so long, and if he was just a convenient trash can to vent her negative emotions to, and Amber stated that it was none of her business. Amber noted that she just wanted to find someone to talk about it, and as for how to deal with it, that was Gawain's problem. Gawain was frustrated with what Amber remarked. Amber was startled when a loud, booming sound suddenly occurred. She asked what happened and what was going on, and Gawain explained that he didn't know so he would go have a look. Amber and Gawain ran towards Hetty's lab that was on fire. Gawain remarked that it seemed like Rebecca's experiment and that she was really driven. He cursed in his mind as he stated that art exploded. Hetty's lab was already in ruins when they arrived. Hetty and Rebecca were both coughing as they ran out of the lab. Rebecca called Gawain, and as she declared that art was sure powerful, Gawain asked her if she was alright and if she was hurt. Hetty used her spell and created bubbles. She stated that they were fine, but the effect when a large number of crystals were set off far exceeded their expectations. Hetty explained that, of course, it was because Rebecca placed 2 experiment samples too close together, so she caused twice the amount of crystals to explode at the same time. Rebecca remarked that twice the amount, twice the art, and twice the fun. Gawain observed that it seemed like Rebecca wouldn't be able to escape a beating at that time. Rebecca asked Gawain why he was looking at her, and Gawain asked her if she could take a beating. She stated that she guessed she somewhat could, as she often fought with wolves when she was little, and Gawain declared that it was fine then. Rebecca stated that the runic trigger was really effective, and if only they could accurately measure mana, they would know how much mana was produced when it was triggered, and they could even calculate how much mana was required to operate a basic runic assembly. She mentioned that Hetty did not believe that the runic trigger could produce a mana shock when triggered and stated that the thing didn't have an energy convergence structure. Gawain suggested that they should repair the lab first and they needed to tweak the experimental methods as well because doing that indoors was simply too dangerous. Hetty noted that it was as Gawain stated. Suddenly, a knight came running, and he called Gawain. He reported that there were ill tidings as the people searching for limestone in the mountains ran into the mutants. The knight stated that one had already died in the mountains. Piedmont created herb medicine and tended to the injured. One of the injured stated that after they entered the mountains and turned west, they ran into the monsters at the fork. He mentioned that they were red-colored demons and there were a few of them. He added that they ran straight into them. The man explained that they ran as fast as their legs could carry them. But Tucker was grabbed by the monster and he quickly fell still. Byron asked how many were there, where the westward fork was, and how they managed to escape when those monsters were fast. The man screamed in fear as he got overwhelmed. Gawain remarked that Byron shouldn't interrogate them like that, as they will just trip over themselves when they are anxious. He advised that the two men should calm down a little and tell him how they managed to flee. The man reported that the monsters didn't seem to notice them at first as they were roaming the mountains, and they pursued them the moment they fled, but the mountain path was narrow and they got stuck, so they somehow managed to escape. Hetty asked the man how many monsters they ran into and requested that he should be specific. The man claimed that there were 3, but he changed it and clarified that there were 4 because there were 3 at first but there were 4 when they pursued them. Hetty explained that it was only to say that the man only saw a portion of them and there might be more. Gawain wondered how those mutants appeared and where they came from. Piedmont handed medicine for the men to drink. He informed that once those two finished their brew and had a purification spell cast on them, they would be back to normal in a few days as long as they were not infected again, and Gawain thanked him for the hard work. Piedmont hushed Gawain and remarked that he should save that because they are in an employer-employee relationship, and that sort of talk hurts the coin pouch. But he explained that he needed to remind Gawain that he could heal the wounds those two had, but he could not cure the fear of the 800 people outside as the 4 men came back screaming, so the whole camp must have found out by that time. Gawain doesn't look worried. He called Hetty and instructed that she should see to it. He directed that she should stop all the exploration and gathering jobs for that day, but the campsite work could proceed as normal, and they should distribute food as normal as well because maintaining order is their priority at the moment. Gawain commanded that Byron should increase the patrols, so it was time for those armors and blades to shine, and he should tell Philip to arm all the new militia recruits and deploy them into the security task force as well. Byron and Hetty quickly left the tent to do their tasks. Gawain intended to say something with regards to Amber. Amber asked Gawain if he would smash her into the ground with that big sword of his if she stated that he wouldn't go. Gawain replied yes, he would, and that it would be a blow that would have her permanently stuck there. Amber responded that she would go then. But Gawain asserted that he was not done talking and that he would be going with Amber. He asked if it was because he had been drawing stuff for too long or if Amber had forgotten what his job was 700 years ago. Amber explained that the old coot had been stuck in his tent drawing designs and studying weird alchemic solutions for so long that she almost forgot that he was in charge of fighting the monsters at the kingdom's frontier. Gawain tapped one of the injured men on the shoulder. He stated that if there were only 3 or 4 mutants roaming around, he could deal with them when they got there. Gawain continued that if there was a swarm of them, both he and the half-elf could safely retreat with all of them. He added that, however, he needed them to lead the way to search for the mutants. The men replied no and that they didn't want to die as those monsters would eat them. But Gawain insisted that they needed to lead the way as it was an order, and he would do his duty to protect them until they returned safely. One of the men explained that if that was the duty that those nobles spout on a normal basis, and the other man continued that when push comes to shove, there was no way the lives of lowborn folks like them matched up with a noble's. Gawain kneeled in front of the men. He proclaimed that he is Gawain Cecil, the legend who wiped out hundreds of thousands of mana-tied monsters 700 years ago, and he asked the men if they stated that those hundreds of thousands of monsters in the mountains would stay still. Gawain added that if those monsters were to really come, being beside him would be the safest place. One of the men was stunned, and the other immediately agreed that they would obey. A few moments later, the 4 of them went up the mountain. Gawain geared up in front while the 2 men were behind him, exhausted. Amber mentioned that it had been a while and asked if she was right that those monsters should have left, but Gawain replied no and that she didn't know how those mutants act. Gawain explained that they are not normal life forms and they do not feed in a magical environment, so aside from their natural instinct of attacking any intelligent beings, their movements have no apparent purpose. He added that if they sensed any human or magic in their sensory zones, they would charge, and if there was nothing, they would continue to roam about. Amber asked what those mutants were exactly. Gawain stated that it was hard to say, but there was a theory that mutants are transformed humans who were corrupted by the chaotic mana, and another school of thought was that the mana tide opened up a tunnel to the alien realm, and the mutants came out from there. Amber clarified that she never said that Gawain didn't know where the monsters came from, even though he fought them for 20-odd years in his past life, so it seems like those experts in the kingdom's interior aren't all that reliable at all. Suddenly, Amber noticed something. She suggested that they should look because there was something there. Amber pointed out the claw marks on the rocks. Gawain noted that it seemed like the mutants were close. He quickly pulled out his sword. While Gawain prepared to fight, the two men cowered behind him. Gawain observed that he could see the mutants ahead. The ribcage of the mutant was exposed. There was also a sword stuck in its head. The group of mutants stood there menacingly and was exuding a dark mist. Amber emerged from the shadow realm behind Gawain. She stated that there were 4 of them. Gawain instructed that he would face them head-on, so Amber should find an opportunity to stab them in the back, and it would be best if she could draw the attention of one of them, and once he was done with the other, he would finish it off with her. Amber agreed and confirmed that she would go on Gawain's mark. Gawain quickly charged forward. He headed straight towards the mutants, just like he stated. One of the mutants just stood there and was not able to react as Gawain's shadow loomed over it. Gawain swung his sword and cut the mutant in half. The other 3 mutants finally reacted, and they roared as they charged towards Gawain. Amber peeked through the shadow realm to see for an opening. She quickly came out of the shadow realm and stabbed one of the mutants in the back. Amber sliced the mutant with her dagger. The mutant fell on the ground with a loud thud, and Amber looked pleased. Meanwhile, the 2 other mutants were charging towards Gawain. Amber quickly came back to the shadow realm. One of the mutants growled and released a sound wave. It was attacking Gawain with the sound wave while Gawain charged towards it. Gawain was unfazed by the attack, and he slashed the mutant in half. He turned to look at the other mutant. It was growling and attacking Amber with its sound wave. Amber implored that Gawain should save her. She repeatedly claimed that she was going to die and screamed. Gawain quickly moved behind the mutant and raised his sword. He cleaved the mutant with his sword. Amber knelt on the ground. She cursed and admitted that she was beat, so it seemed like she still needed to improve on her ability to run away. Gawain asked Amber if normal people wouldn't think of increasing their melee combat power instead. Amber stated that her melee combat ability is already maxed out and she knew herself. She asked Gawain what he was looking at, and Gawain suggested that she should come and have a look. Amber asked what it was. Gawain explained that it was a Gandorian-made sword, and it was a model used by the northern sentries back then. Amber asked Gawain if he was saying that those monsters came from the Gandorian wastelands. Amber stated that the Gandorian wastelands are entirely surrounded by the Elvenkind's Grand Wall, and as she inquired how those monsters escape, she remarked that Gawain shouldn't scare her as those monsters were probably already outside the wall and must have strayed there that year. But Gawain mentioned that it was impossible because mutants will slowly disintegrate after leaving the Mana Tide zone. Gawain explained that it was unless the mutants' numbers had exceeded the limit and were able to change an area into a new chaotic mana zone. Otherwise, those monsters cannot survive outside the wall for that long. Amber cursed in her mind. Gawain stated that the situation isn't as bad as Amber thinks it is because he was there when the sentry towers were built, and he knew those things have self-repair and load-balancing functions. However, at that time, perhaps one of the sentry towers' efficiency had fallen due to long use, but still, the barrier will restore itself after a short period of time. Amber asked Gawain if he could speak in a normal person's tongue, and Gawain explained that it meant that the barrier has a hole in it, but it will repair itself. She cursed and remarked that Gawain was twisted for mutilating the mutants' corpses. Gawain stated that taking those back will calm everyone down. He suggested that Amber should catch it, as he will go get another one. Amber asked Gawain if he was nuts if he mentioned that bringing those back would calm everyone down, and if it wouldn't scare them witless instead. Gawain explained that for the people of Cecil who just suffered an attack from the mutants, seeing the bodies of dead mutants is the fastest way to boost their confidence and fighting spirit, and although it was a bit graphic, it works the best. He declared that they should go. Gawain mentioned that after they get back, he will head to the Grand Wall himself because simply just guessing there does not to give him peace of mind, and Amber added that she will go with him because she will be worried sick until she sees it herself. On the other hand, the 2 men peeked from behind the rock they were hiding from. They were startled when they saw Gawain. Gawain stated that God will not help them kill those monsters and that he has killed all of the mutants, so they should head back to the camp first. He explained that those fools were as weak as they were 700 years ago, and they took 1 slash each so those things wouldn't threaten the safety of the camp. Gawain asked the men if they knew what to say when they got back to the camp, and as the other man responded yes and that those monsters were nothing before Gawain, the other mentioned that he heard Amber screaming for help. Gawain cleared her throat and stated that it was Amber's battle cry, and Amber confirmed that it was right. He explained that it was a one strike, one kill, and a complete victory, and as he asked the men if they understood, they recited back what he explained and confirmed that they got it. Gawain suggested that they should go and return to the camp as it was a victory march. A few moments later, the four of them returned back to camp. Hetty looked relieved when she saw them, while the people were shocked. Gawain and Amber proudly showed the heads of the mutants as they marched through the camp. Amber talked to the people and mentioned that when she stomped at those mutants, they were scared and silent, and Gawain leaped over with a massive slash, and with a whoosh, one of the monsters was dead, so she immediately followed after. Gawain suddenly asked Hetty if she knew any supportive magic, like a magic screening barrier. Hetty mentioned that she has learned all of the spells that are beneath the intermediate level, and Gawain stated that she did very well, so she should follow him into the mountains again as he needs her magic. She asked if the monsters weren't destroyed and remarked that she saw the trophies Gawain brought back and stated that they were about to call off the alert. Gawain explained that it was just to temporarily calm the people down because the mutants came all the way from the Gandor wastelands through the belt-shaped plains in the south and the entire mountain range to get ether, so he suspects that there is a problem with the Grand Wall and there are more roaming mutants than the ones they saw. Hetty mentioned that she will change into a short robe and they will depart immediately, and as Gawain suggested that they should go, Amber added that he should wait and let her finish first because that part was very important. A few moments later, the three of them were traveling in the mountains. Amber asked how Gawain knew that there were even more monsters and if he had seen them. Gawain explained that the mutants and the monotide complement each other. The more they are, the stronger they get, and the less they are, the weaker they get. So once their numbers exceed a certain threshold, the mutants will bring with them the monotide's corruption, and the aura will spawn even more mutants. Amber mentioned that when the mutants do not sense any life or mana, they will stay where they stand aimlessly, so in that situation, they move extremely slowly, and Gawain confirmed that it was right. So the four monsters they met earlier did not just come all the way from the Gandor wastelands to there alone because, at their rate, they would have disintegrated halfway through their journey. Hetty suggested that Gawain should have a look. She mentioned that there was something strange on the mountain pass towards the south side. The area was filled with dark, hissing mist. Gawain urged that Hetty should hurry and use the mana screening barrier. Hetty quickly cast her mana screening barrier. Gawain asked Hetty if things felt familiar, and Hetty responded yes because when the old Cecil domain was destroyed a few months ago, that aura was present. There was a horde of mutants below, and they were the ones emitting the dark aura. Suddenly, a small rock fell from above, and one of the mutants noticed it. The mutant let out a loud roar. It looked up and saw Gawain and the others. Amber mentioned that she doesn't want her salary anymore, so Gawain should let her go, but Gawain stated that she should be silent. Gawain explained that thankfully, it was not the worst-case scenario, and when Amber heard that, she remarked that the swarm could overrun the camp 3 times over. Gawain assured that Amber shouldn't be scared silly by them, as their numbers aren't as much as she thinks, as the neoplasms and fog on the ground will cause her to feel an oppressive sensation. But if she were to count them, they number less than 1,000. Amber noted that they do only look like they number in the hundreds. But they only have 800 people in the camp and 700 can't even fight. Gawain expressed that he was worried at first that their numbers would cross that threshold by too much because if that was the case, their numbers would increase exponentially. He explained that it was as if they just popped out of thin air because back then, the report stated that there were 2,000 of them, but by the time they clashed, they were at least 3,000 or 4,000 strong. But for the current ones, they were not naturally growing. Hetty reported that the mutants are moving north towards the mountains and will arrive at the campsite sooner or later, and even with those numbers, they are beyond their ability to fight against. Amber mentioned that she had a plan, and Gawain inquired about it. She explained that she would sneak over and take one out. Amber stated that Gawain, the legendary knight, shall jump down like a god and take out the remaining 999 with a single swing. She added that Gawain's pretty great-granddaughter will cast a few arcane bolts to add to the grandeur of the scene. Amber remarked that they were a powerful duo. She explained that Gawain could continue to be a lord and focus on his agriculture while she finds a tavern to spin tales. But Gawain and Hetty were already walking away, so Amber insisted that they shouldn't go because she was not done talking. A few moments later, the three of them continued to walk up the mountain. Gawain indicated that from there they could see the highlands of the south of the Mountain of Darkness, and Hetty mentioned that she had only heard of the Grand Wall from the tomes. Gawain reflected that those days were exciting times. He assured that Hetty shouldn't worry because the barrier was still there. Amber confirmed that it was right that the wall was still there, and as she inquired if that meant that the sentry towers self-repaired, she suggested that they go back and think of a way on how to deal with those monsters. Gawain revealed that he had a plan. Amber asked Gawain what the plan was and if he was planning to charge the mutants and wipe them all out, and if he was that strong. Gawain explained that if it were 700 years ago, he probably could have performed that, but if he does it at the moment, only death awaits. So he mentioned that he has calculated the mountain path and the speed of the monsters, so they still have 2 days to deploy their defenses. Amber asked what the defenses were and Gawain explained that they would collapse the cliffs to the east and to the north with explosions. Amber asked Gawain if he planned to use Rebecca's no. 2 seconds. Gawain affirmed yes. He confirmed that he would use the Rebecca. Gawain was back in his tent. He declared that there should be more mutants numbering in the near thousands heading their way. Piedmont immediately spoke that he quit and that Gawain could keep the wages as well. Gawain announced that Piedmont should halt, and as he inquired him why he reacted the same way as Amber did, he expressed that Piedmont could speak his piece once he was done talking. Byron mentioned that there are less than 100 combat-capable people in the camp, and that includes the newly trained militias, and proper soldiers with enchanted equipment may stand a chance against the mutants head-on, but it will be difficult to match them one for one. Gawain remarked that it was the reason why he didn't plan to face those monsters head-on. Rebecca queried if they abandoned the campsites. Gawain stated no, at least not in the moment. He voiced that the monsters will need 2 days to reach a position where they will be able to detect the location of their camp, and they will need at least a day to charge, so they have 3 days to prepare at most, and he has a plan, but it requires a large amount of Rebecca. Rebecca agreed and articulated that those crystals could be useful. She uttered that if they stick them in between the rocks and carve an explosion matrix beneath them, they could bring down an entire cliff wall. So Gawain's plan is perfectly workable, and she knew how powerful those crystals are when they explode. The power of the explosion increases exponentially as their numbers grow. Byron questioned if that could really kill the monsters because they are extremely hardy. Gawain proclaimed that Byron has faced them in combat before and he should know that they are not invincible. Plus, the mutants roaming inside the mana tide versus outside it are two completely different things because without the nourishment of the chaotic mana, their weakness is amplified. He remembered and probed Rebecca if she was done with the combination of the runic trigger and trap. Rebecca observed, of course, because that was really easy, and she commented that the simplest trigger only needs a few stacked up rocks. Gawain believed that Rebecca was really talented. A few moments later, people went to the northern cliff wall, and the foreman divulged that they should work faster because they don't have much time left. The foreman noted that they should place the crystal fragments at the bottom, the rocks engraved with the magical matrix, and if the rocks are damaged, they should exchange them. He reported that the things they made are weapons meant for the monsters, and those are Gawain, as he is their protector against the monsters. The foreman indicated that they should remember to check if the crystals are glowing or not because the ones that aren't glowing are useless, and if they mess up there, the entire Cecil domain will be done for, and they should remember that it is their home. A few moments later, Amber conveyed that she was back. She recounted that the monsters are very close, about half a day's time, and Gawain related that it was about time. Gawain quizzed if the mutants came according to the planned route, and Amber shared that they almost strayed into a different path halfway through. But she took the risk and left the Shadow Realm for the briefest moment to draw them back on the right path. But they were currently much more aggressive, which made Gawain ask her when she got so brave. Amber clicked her tongue and accounted that with things already at that state, there was no use in hiding, so she might as well gamble with Gawain because no one knows if she might actually survive it. Meanwhile, Hetty used her water magic to summon multiple hands. She used those hands to seal the Rebeccites that were placed on the cliff wall. Amber affirmed that it sure looked grand and that no one would believe her if she told them about how a low-level mage who couldn't even cast a proper ice bolt, a group of masons, labor conscripts, and serfs actually fixed up some magical works. On the other hand, on the southwest side of the mountain pass, the soldiers dug in the ground. They created small holes in the ground. After digging, they placed a device inside the hole. Philip interrogated Byron if what they did wasn't rather unchivalrous. Byron pressed Philip if he talked about laying traps being unchivalrous. He wondered Philip what he considered chivalry is. Philip added that a chivalric knight should face the enemy in proper melee combat, arm himself with courage and justice to face the strongest foes, and protect the people and the land. He recapped that if they win, they shall return in glory, but if they fail, they shall perish on the battlefield. Byron was speechless when he heard what Philip insisted. He responded that Philip spoke like those old scripture thumbers and that he shouldn't forget that the laying of those traps is by Gawain's orders, and he is the knight among knights, hero among heroes. Philip maintained that it was the reason why he didn't get it. Byron claimed that from what he sees, it totally fits the notion of chivalry. He concluded that they have dug proper holes there, just like the counter-cavalry formations on the battlefield where only the strongest of foes would walk out of that alive. And if one were to fight those who cannot even get past that, that is an affront to chivalry. Philip asserted that based on what Byron just professed, those traps are to weed out the weak from the strong, and Byron alleged that it was something like that. Philip acknowledged that he felt that Byron was purely talked nonsense. Byron ordered the others and enumerated that they should put a few more rocks or something in the hole as long as they don't touch the trigger, because he has seen what it's like when it blows up, and the explosion will be even greater with rocks. He reiterated that the things they made are weapons meant for the monsters, and those are Gawain, as he is their protector against the monsters. Byron reasoned, of course. He summarized that Rebecca shouldn't underestimate a mercenary's wisdom and a knight's justice. Rebecca requested that Byron wait for a moment because she would get someone to fetch the broken metals so they could bury them inside the trap. Byron opined that Rebecca is a genius, and Rebecca proudly snickered. Meanwhile, Philip just let out a sigh of disappointment. A few hours later, everyone gathered at the New Cecil campsite. Amber quipped that the mutants approached the first trapped zone north of the mountains. Gawain mused that once they sense the aura of the living people and active mana, they will transform their sluggish nature and begin rampaging, and they will start rushing towards the biggest concentration of humans within their detection range. He demanded Rebecca if she was nervous, and Rebecca volunteered that she was a little nervous. Rebecca broadcast that it was weird because she wasn't nervous at all when she fought those mutants the last time. Gawain recognized that it was because she didn't have time to get nervous, but at that time, she knew they came 3 days in advance, and waiting is the scariest thing in the world. He rejoined that Rebecca shouldn't be afraid and that she should trust in the power of those crystals because they are her handiwork. But Rebecca rejoined that she has never been reliable in her whole life. Gawain exclaimed that Rebecca shouldn't say that there because it will hurt morale. On the other hand, Hetty stood at the edge of the cliff. Amber went to Hetty and admitted that the mutants were there. Multiple lightning bolts lit up in the sky as a huge lump of dark aura walked through the path. Their growls could be heard as well as the loud thud of their step. The horde of mutants walked aimlessly and they were sluggish. Suddenly, Hetty dispelled the aura concealment. Hetty and Amber were enclosed in a huge orb of aura while the mutants passed below them. Amber declared that the mutants were already close. Hetty stated that they shouldn't do it yet because the more they bury there, the less pressure the others will face, so they should wait. Amber agreed, and she remarked that she will wait for Hetty, and the moment she triggers the explosion, she will pull her into the shadow realm. Hetty fired a bright, flashing light towards the sky to get the mutants' attention. The mutants immediately roared and fiercely climbed on top of each other to reach the top of the cliff where Hetty and Amber were. They continued to pile up, and both Hetty and Amber still waited on their spot. Hetty extended her arm and began preparing a magic circle. She mentioned that they should go. In an instant, Hetty and Amber disappeared into the shadow realm, and at the same time, the magic circles on the cliff were activated. One of the magic circles activated directly on the face of one of the mutants. A huge explosion occurred. A series of explosions were triggered along the cliff, and huge rocks fell towards the mutants. Some of the mutants got squashed by the falling rocks, but some survived. The explosion continued, and the entire path was covered by the dust and debris of the explosion. Meanwhile, the smoke of the explosion could be seen from a distance. The explosion was powerful that the powerful gust of wind it created reached the area where Gawain and Rebecca were. Rebecca inquired if it was over. Gawain responded that no, not yet. He noted that the mutants that aren't obliterated will absorb the mana released by their dead comrades. Gawain commented that they will come their way soon enough. A few moments later, just like what Gawain uttered, some mutants emerged from the smoke. As the smoke continued to dissipate, more mutants came into view, and they all ran forward. One of the mutants suddenly stepped on the trap on the ground that the soldiers created. A huge explosion occurred, and it sent a lot of the mutants flying. More explosions occurred, and the metals and rocks they placed inside the holes flew in all directions and sliced up the mutants. One of the mutants tried its best to reach forward while it melted on the ground. One of the soldiers stared straight into the mutant's eyes. The soldier got terrified. Gawain considered that blowing things up with a landmine field feels good, but if the target is a swarm of fools, its effect will be greatly affected. He surmised that it was not good because it wouldn't raise the men's morale as the horrifying scene would scare them instead. Suddenly, Byron left. He laughed and declared that those brutes are weak and foolish and that they should look at them being blasted silly, whirling around lost on the ground, and a good part of them even got stomped to death by their own kind before they could even crawl over. Byron inquired how they got scared silly by those mutants back then, and he questioned Philip what he thinks. He whispered and remarked that Philip should come on and help him out because it was awkward doing it alone. Philip stated that a knight should not laugh at the weak and that the mutants' sorry state is only thanks to the wisdom of their ancestors. When the other soldiers heard Philip say that the mutants were weak, they believed that Philip was right and wondered what they were afraid of. Gawain judged that those two knights were talented, especially Philip, because he may look all serious, but he is a proper man. He announced that they should leave the celebration for after they were done with the bastards. Gawain called the men's attention and proclaimed that they should draw their blades. Meanwhile, there were already mutants who managed to pass the minefield. Gawain pronounced that they should charge. One of the soldiers informed that it was their second clash. He noted that the first time was at the old Cecil domain, which was destroyed by dragon fire. The soldier mentioned that they used normal iron weapons against those invincible regenerating monsters. He observed that it was different at that time. The battle continued, and the mutants continued to run towards the soldiers. Byron advised that the soldiers shouldn't charge too far ahead and not go past the fences so they don't step on their own traps. One of the mutants was still alive and trembled on the ground. Gawain quickly struck the mutant's head before it could recover. He mightily stood over the mutant's corpse he just eliminated. Gawain noticed the other soldiers that fought other mutants. Suddenly, the mutants turned their attention away from the soldiers. Gawain was alarmed when he saw what happened. He speculated that the mutants seemed to have a new target. Byron queried where the mutants were going, if their enchanted armor did not hold the mutants' attention despite being filled with mana, and what was going on. On the other hand, Gawain recognized the direction the mutants went. Gawain concluded that it was the camp with the dragon egg rock sphere. He quickly called Rebecca and urged that she should bring her guards and come with him. Gawain quickly chased after the mutants. Suddenly, they heard a scream that surprised both the soldiers and Gawain. The dragon egg rock sphere exclaimed that there are monsters. He implored for help and probed what was going on, which made Gawain wonder if the thing could speak. One of the mutants suddenly roared loudly and was about to attack one of the soldiers from behind. Gawain quickly jumped off the ground. He raised his sword over his head as he was about to lunge at the mutant. In one swift motion, Gawain cut the mutant in half. Gawain's eyes were filled with vigor as he sliced up the mutant. He commented that the dragon egg rock sphere should hide because there are monsters outside. But the dragon egg rock sphere cursed and demanded what was the use of hiding in a flimsy tent like that. Another mutant ran towards Gawain, and he immediately grabbed his sword. Gawain swung his sword and eliminated the mutant. Suddenly, a fireball exploded as it hit a mutant behind Gawain. Rebecca called Gawain and proposed that he should allow her to hold the mutants back for him. Gawain reasoned that Rebecca's fireball spell is clearly abnormal. As the fight against the mutants continued, the dragon egg rock sphere ran away and repeatedly voiced that he was going to die. As the dragon egg rock sphere came across mutants, he flew high up towards the sky. But he pondered that he couldn't fly anymore. The dragon egg rock sphere fell back to the ground and hit one of the mutants. Gawain was stunned when he saw what just happened. The dragon egg rock sphere was confused as well when he saw that he eliminated a mutant. More mutants walked towards the dragon egg rock sphere, and he immediately flew high up again. Gawain reckoned that it seemed like there was no need for him to rush there at all because even if the world ends, the lunatic will be fine. A mutant shambled in the middle of the battlefield. Philip slashed the mutant from behind. He was determined as he cut the mutant in half. Philip placed his sword back into its sheath. He declared that it was the last one. Philip stated that it was finally over. He felt weak and was about to fall. Byron suddenly caught Philip with his shoulder. Philip leaned into Byron and he was about to ask him something, but he was cut off. Byron immediately announced that Philip was right. One of the soldiers inquired if it was over while another spoke that the mutants were all dead and there were no more monsters charging from the mountains, and Byron mentioned that they won. Byron yelled and remarked that they won. The soldiers noted that they should send word back to the camp and inform everyone there that they won. One of the soldiers quickly rode his horse and started galloping back to the camp. He yelled that they won as soon as he saw the camp. The soldier jumped off his horse and commented that they won. He ran around the camp and reported that under Gawain's command, the monsters had been totally wiped out. The soldier voiced that the warriors of Cecil fought 1 against 10 and that the victory shall enter the sagas. The people at the campsite cheered exuberantly. Hetty conveyed that the news of victory has been sent back. Suddenly, she started looking around. Hetty called Betty and queried her if she had seen Gawain and why the most important person decided to disappear at that moment. Betty expressed that she didn't know, while Piedmont uttered that Gawain is at the camp on the south side because there was something wrong with the dragon egg. But that was that, as he needed to send the potions over as there are plenty of wounded. On the other hand, at Gawain's tent, he and Rebecca recorded things intently. The dragon egg rock sphere observed that it scared the fish out of him and questioned if he was right that those were mutants and why they all charged at him. Gawain pronounced that he didn't know what part of the dragon egg rock sphere attracted the mutants, but he had the cheek to say that he was afraid after he single-handedly smashed a dozen of those mutants to death. The dragon egg rock sphere asserted that he didn't know what Gawain was up to, and as he wondered if he was wrong to act low profile and have some sense of self-preservation. He claimed that he originally planned to observe for 2 more days when he suddenly heard a commotion outside, and the guards had thinned, so he wanted to sneak out to have a look. Gawain pressed the dragon egg rock sphere if he was still planning to run away and pointed out that he could tell him at that moment that those monsters were just a small swarm that roamed over, so if he were to run into them, no one would be able to protect him. The dragon egg rock sphere that he was not running away anymore as the place was just too dangerous. Plus, he started to believe what Gawain said earlier, just a bit. Gawain was intrigued, and he probed the dragon egg rock sphere what he believes in. The dragon egg rock sphere indicated that Gawain was probably not the same bunch of people who captured him and brought him into the experiment chamber back then. Gawain posed the dragon egg rock sphere how he could tell. The dragon egg rock sphere imparted that they were much more backward than the previous lot, and he didn't see a single magitech cannon at all in a camp that big, so they must not be them. Rebecca affirmed that it made sense, while Gawain was pissed. Amber suddenly chimed in and added that, to be honest, if she were Gawain, she would have chased that disgraceful descendant of his out of the door the day he climbed out of his coffin. Stuffing Amber back into the shadow realm, Gawain interrogated the dragon egg rock sphere if he was saying that he was finally willing to trust his words. The dragon egg rock sphere interjected that he only trusts that they were not the same group, not that he fully trusts Gawain's every word. However, he remembered Gawain rushing to rescue him earlier. Gawain agreed and acknowledged that trust is something they could build slowly, but he suddenly noticed something. He demanded the dragon egg rock sphere if he could turn to the side for a moment and let him have a look to the left. Amber and Rebecca both squeezed their faces against Gawain as they all tried to take a closer look. The dragon egg rock sphere quizzed what was wrong and if there was something on him. He kept turning, and everyone was surprised when they saw how huge the crack was. Rebecca proclaimed that the dragon egg rock sphere's shell seemed to have cracked, and as she poked it, she inquired him if that didn't hurt. The dragon egg rock sphere revealed that it must have been the fall from a few days ago. Gawain petitioned the dragon egg rock sphere if he should find a mason or a smith to help him mend it. The dragon egg rock sphere disclosed that Gawain should forget it because it was about time for him to shed his shell anyway, so they should stand back as he will be getting out of his shell. Amber suddenly relayed that the dragon egg rock sphere should wait a bit because she will go call someone over. The dragon egg rock sphere requested if he should come out or not. A few moments later, Piedmont and Hetty came in, and Piedmont broached if the dragon egg was hatching. Amber communicated that it was, and that was why she called the two of them there, and she implored them if they knew how to raise a dragon hatching. The dragon egg rock sphere started releasing a humming sound, and its shell grew more cracks. Everyone looked at the dragon egg rock sphere in anticipation. The humming sound continued, and the cracks intensified. Suddenly a loud, booming sound filled the tent, and everyone was excited. But a bright light shined on them, and they all looked disappointed. The dragon egg rock sphere solicited them how it was and if he was shiny. Gawain queried Amber if that was how she guards someone. He remarked that he should just forget it because Amber was there, not even afraid of catching a cold when he won't be giving her sick leave or paid time off. A few moments later, Amber dreamed, and she uttered that a big beam of light blocked her. She dreamed about what happened at the old Cecil domain, and as she noticed the commotion, she inquired if there was something in the sky. Amber declared that she would screw that because money is more important. She saw Gawain's coffin, and their story started right there. Amber continued to run towards Gawain's coffin. She was excited as she got nearer. Amber pronounced that she was rich, and by looking at the size of the crypto, it was at least a duke's coffin, so she didn't come in vain that time. The young and naive, if a 300-year-old person could be considered that, Amber was totally entranced by the piece of property. Amber questioned what happened and if the corpse came back to life, and from there, the story turned from a crime education show into a horror flick. And immediately after, it became an action flick as Hetty arrived and indicated that there was someone hiding inside, so they should catch the grave robber. Amber wondered if she could call her lawyer when she was caught, and things finally progressed in a direction that begets description. Amber was horrified as she woke up from her dream. She trembled, and she immediately looked around. Amber expressed that thank goodness it was a dream and that she almost wet herself there. Suddenly, Amber noticed the blanket over her shoulder. She frowned as she stared at Gawain. Amber commented that Gawain doesn't even know how to put a blanket over himself when he sleeps. She probed who will pay her if Gawain gets sick. Amber flopped back into her chair to relax. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Amber began dreaming again, and as everyone knows, elves and mages are eternal friends. Even when they were inside the treacherous crypt in the face of an undying corpse king, they could still exchange friendly spell casts. Even when they were in search of the ruins of the past, in the face of the unknown plaque, they still exchanged friendly spell casts. Rebecca advised that Amber should not touch Gawain's coins and not touch the Violite steel door either. But at that moment, the two of them were allured by the riches of the coins and did not exchange friendly spell casts. The two of them were allured by the gems as well. Amber drooled and laughed as the gold coins rained over her. But suddenly, she woke up. Amber started crying. She interrogated why Gawain was such a miser, and she cursed and voiced that it was fine if Gawain didn't want to split the money, but she demanded if he needed to fight with her over a blanket. Amber glared over at Gawain. She wrapped the blanket over Gawain's head and walked away. Amber went and lay on the hammock placed near the trees. She went back to sleep again. Amber started dreaming about how she and Gawain joined forces and rescued the beautiful Princess Betty from the hands of a powerful mage. The mage kept addressing Betty as his dear Annie, and Betty responded no. Amber and Gawain also encountered assassins in the quiet and dark palace. Gawain trembled in fear, and Amber protected him. The assassin showed himself. He announced that the Shadow Guards are there for Gawain's life. Amber and Gawain fought in the Mountains of Darkness in an epic battle against the mutants, and Amber proclaimed that Gawain should fear not because she was there to aid him. She charged forward with her dagger to protect Gawain. Amber stabbed the mutant in the butt. She gave a thumbs up to Gawain. The brave Amber was generously rewarded by Gawain, and as Gawain thanked Amber, Amber conveyed that they were family, so there was no need for that. Gawain asserted that Amber was his valiant savior, and Amber laughed as she stated that she repeatedly mentioned that she was rich. Gawain affirmed that the entirety of Cecil Domain will forever remember Amber's deeds, and Amber requested more rewards. Amber got even more rewards, and if one were to ask her what happiness was, it was perhaps her happiness, simple, straightforward, and real. The gold coins came pouring on Amber's head, but she was speechless. Amber woke up, and she was wrapped in a blanket again. She was pissed. Amber observed that her heartless boss couldn't allow her a good night's sleep. She went back to the tent and rudely called Gawain. Gawain quizzed Amber what the matter was and noted that it was already late. Amber smacked Gawain and retorted that she didn't want a blanket. She pried Gawain if he knew how happy she was earlier. Amber revealed that she dreamt that Gawain gave her a boatload of money. She shared that she was just about to spend it, and a smack from Gawain ended her sweet dreams there and then. Gawain confessed that he was afraid Amber would catch a cold. Amber posed Gawain if that was why he covered her in a blanket and suggested that he give her a raise instead of that. Gawain apologized and explained that he just remembered how far they had come since then, from the coffin into the crypt. Just like love, some people are the type one would want to pull into their coffin straight away, no matter what is engraved on the crypt, whether it was a comedy or a tragedy, and even if it could become an outrageous tale, with a laugh straight out from hell coming out from the coffin. Some say that knowledge is power, and there are people who love chaining tomes up. Gawain used this and that and managed to get things going from the Argent Citadel back to Tanza and to Whitewater River. From the old Cecil Domain to the new Cecil Domain, the audience below could, in that very instant, connect with those performers on stage. They went from a temporary peace to a war upon their doorsteps. Gawain insisted that he noticed they have come far since. Amber pressed what it does matter. Gawain recounted that he just suddenly remembered that he had picked on Amber and teased her all that while, so when he saw her sleeping there, he just placed a blanket over her. Amber cross-examined Gawain if he already knew how awesome she was. Gawain thanked Amber for not leaving, but Amber pointed out that they should talk about money. He concluded that he knew Amber was after that, so it was her bonus. Amber thanked Gawain, and although she had plenty of musings of absconding and running away, her actions were almost like a meme. Back in real time, Gawain prodded how Amber was even standing guard like that and relayed that she could forget about that month's pay. Amber dreamed about everything, and she laughed in her sleep as she thanked Gawain. Piedmont inquired if that was it and if he had hatched already. The rock sphere stated that Piedmont was right and that he had already hatched out and out of his shell. Piedmont queried if he wasn't still an egg and remarked that he believed he was a dragon's egg. While Piedmont fumed in disappointment, Rebecca tugged on his robe and leaned in to whisper. Rebecca declared that the rock sphere should be an eggy. What Rebecca mentioned about him being an eggy echoed in the rock sphere's mind. The rock sphere was weighed down by the word eggy. He asserted that he refuses to accept the name eggy and wondered since when he called himself an egg. Rebecca noted that she always believed that the rock sphere was a dragon egg, but she never considered that he would still be an egg after hatching from an egg, and she inquired if that doesn't make him an eggy. The rock sphere commented that Rebecca is an egg and her entire family is eggs, and that he has always looked like that, as it was how his kind looked like when they reached adulthood. Gawain observed that the rock sphere had affirmed it himself, that there are many eggs, or rather, organisms like him, but he queried why he had never encountered such a bizarre life form like him before. The rock sphere expressed that it pertains to his own secrets, and he still does not trust them, barbarians. Plus, getting the name right is important, and he shall not suffer to be called Eggy. Hetty probed if he had a name of his own. The rock sphere affirmed that Hetty was right and he should have a name. He fell silent as he tried to remember his name. The rock sphere continued to be silent when he wasn't able to remember anything. He cursed and exclaimed that he had forgotten. Gawain speculated if he was supposed to call him St. Nicholas Egg then. The rock sphere was interested, and he opined that the name isn't half bad. Gawain reckoned that talking with the rock sphere would kill him 3 times quicker, and he still has plenty of headaches to deal with outside, so he needs to calm down and not stoop to its level. He cleared his throat and avowed that the rock sphere should stay there then, as they have just gone through a monster's assault, and he needs to deal with the aftermath, so he hopes that the rock sphere won't add more trouble to his table. The rock sphere responded fine and that Gawain should go do what he needed because he couldn't be arsed to move around, and that day alone got him totally egg-hosted. A few moments later, as they walked away from the tent, Hetty was looking back at it. Hetty wondered if they were leaving the rock sphere just like that. Gawain inquired what else they should do and if she wanted to bring the rock sphere up to the lab to open it up and to study it. Hetty assumed that she would not be opening it up, but she wanted to at least drill a hole and see what was inside the rock sphere. Gawain maintained that the rock sphere could move, think, and seem to be rather agile, and it also has the innate ability to control metals and mana, so trying to control it by force may not bring about any benefits, and they might not be able to control it at all, so they might as well let it cooperate with them instead. He averred that they need to heighten their guard and replace the militias with their household guards. Gawain conveyed that Hetty should inform those guards and tell them that an ancient soul resides in that sphere in the tent. He added that she should get them to reduce contact with the rock sphere, and if the rock sphere were to run around, she should get them to report immediately and not get into a fight with it, as it could take out a mutant with a single blow so normal soldiers can do nothing to stop it. Hetty pondered what he considered the rock sphere was and if it could be a magical creation of the Empire of Gandor. Gawain looked at Hetty with a serious look in his eyes. He contended that even the Empire of Gandor isn't omnipotent, so even the Arcanists and puppet meisters of the Age of Starfire could never create a magical being of such intelligence. Gawain insisted that they should forget magical experts in artificial intelligence. He concluded that artificial beings of such intelligence never appeared in any of the kingdoms, civilizations, or races across that continent. Suddenly, Gawain noticed Piedmont behind him, who was infuriated. Piedmont wondered why the rock sphere was still an egg and why it was not a dragon egg. Amber speculated why he is so hung up about the rock sphere being a dragon egg. Piedmont commented that it is because if it was a dragon egg, a dragon would hatch out of it. He pressed if she knew how much money she could make by just taking the dragon's shed scales or drawing a bit of blood, and added that if he were to bring a young dragon to the principality of the Holy Dragon, he could exchange it for a count's title. Gawain suddenly opined that Piedmont's line of reasoning itself is enough to get him hanged 40 times over in the principality, so rather than wasting his time on that, he should tell him about their wounded. Piedmont acknowledged all right, and so be it if the rock sphere is not a dragon egg and Gawain doesn't have to worry too much about the wounded because he has sent his best batch of potions over, and those with far more serious injuries have been treated with magic. He remarked that to be honest, he believed that even when Gawain's plan worked, he would still end up with a bunch of dead soldiers, and he totally did not expect all casualties to be only wounded with no deaths, which was a miracle. Gawain decreed that Piedmont underestimated Gandorian equipment because soldiers from that age are very hard to kill. Piedmont contended that Gawain should have some sense of crisis because he heard from the two knights of his that most of the armor and the combat crystals were damaged in battle. He remarked that at that rate, Gawain would be sitting empty soon enough, but Gawain insisted that he shouldn't worry because they already have better weapons. Gawain added and uttered that they have an even better train of reasoning. Amber wondered if he meant those exploding crystals he used to make the traps. Gawain acknowledged that Amber was right. Amber replied fine and that those crystals were indeed powerful, but they are very restricted in their usage and lack a safe way to detonate them. She remarked that she also needed to tell Gawain that she was almost scared to death when Hetty detonated them, and she needed to complain about that because that big-breasted but brainless great-great-granddaughter of his only erected a barrier for herself. Hetty wondered if she just called her big-breasted but brainless. Amber got extremely nervous when she saw how Hetty fumed with anger. Piedmont still reflected on the dragon while Hetty prepared to assault Amber, and Gawain just calmly walked away from the chaos. Gawain concurred that Amber was right. He acknowledged that any new things are bound to have flaws in them. Gawain insisted that since they have dealt with the mutants, it was time to focus on the flaws. Skeletons of the mutants were nailed into wood planks. Those skeletons were set upright in a straight line. The other skeletons were thrown into a huge pile. The pile of skeletons was displayed behind the podium as the people of Cecil Domain gathered. Hetty used her voice amplification skill. Suddenly, Gawain hit his sword on the podium's floor with a loud thud to get everyone's attention. He called the people of Cecil Domain. Gawain stated that he had 3 announcements to make that day. He swung his sword and gestured towards the pile of skeletons. Gawain remarked that the first announcement was that those are the monsters that destroyed Cecil Domain. The people looked terrified when they heard what Gawain mentioned. Gawain observed that those are the monsters that slew the people's kinsmen. He added that not too long ago, those were the same monsters that threatened their lives. Gawain asserted that they have defeated them. He declared that it was a direct blow and an overwhelming victory. Gawain expressed that there were 1,000 monsters, and they numbered 10 times the number of their guards. But Gawain explained that those monsters never managed to step into their camp. The people's mood lightened up, and everyone started cheering. Gawain affirmed that all of the people knew how powerful and terrifying those monsters were. He maintained that they should already know that those monsters are not invincible nor are they undefeatable. Gawain returned his sword to its sheath. He opined that in order to celebrate that victory, everyone in the camp shall have meat stew and white bread after the day's work is done. Gawain noted that there will also be beer shipped from Tanza. He conveyed that the second announcement was that he would like to thank every single person who contributed to the defense of the campsite. Gawain averred that it was not just his soldiers but also all of the people, and when the people of Cecil Domain heard that, one of them inquired what Gawain was saying while another commented that he didn't understand Gawain and queried why he was thanking them. Gawain indicated that the land is not just his dominion. He revealed that it was also the people's home. Gawain contended that the ones defending the lands are not just him and his army, as all of the people have contributed to it. He acknowledged that the waste they have smelted and the crystals they have picked contributed. Gawain confirmed that the wooden boxes they have made and the runes they have engraved contributed. He recognized that the herbs they have picked and the clothes they have washed for their soldiers contributed. Gawain pointed out that the holes carved along the walls of the mountains of darkness and the traps dug along the mountain paths also contributed. He confirmed that all of those contributions have protected their home and also their lives. One of the men watching recognized the mason named Mr. Gordon and the hunter named Hunter. Another man wondered who the scrawny one was, and the other man commented that it was a serf named Home who was burning those wastes by the furnace. And another man avowed that he knew the soldier Grim, as he alone took out 2 of the monsters and all of his siblings were killed in the old domain. Meanwhile, Gordon wondered if he took half a step more than the others. He believed that he was standing by Gawain himself, so it was all over. Gordon closed his eyes, and he was terrified when Gawain grabbed his shoulder. But Gawain proclaimed that everyone should come over and stand on the line Gordon was standing on because the line is reserved for all of them. He assured that those are the most industrious of craftsmen and the bravest of their people, so he shall fulfill his promise to them. Gawain informed that Home, Terry, and Olga were originally serfs, and all 3 of them were already freemen, so they may own property and may use their own hands to earn their land and hearth. He advised that they should not waste that freedom. Gawain notified that Gordon, Hunter, and Grim were all freemen, so they will be awarded newly developed land in advance and will be granted a house of their own once they are built. He called Grim and relayed that due to his valiant courage, Byron meant to instruct him. Gawain intimated that if Grim agrees to that, he may start as a knight's squire. He disclosed that those bronze medals are not currency. Gawain emphasized that they won't be able to exchange much even when they are smelted, but it was a mark of honor. One of the people watching remarked that it was like how a knight receives his knighthood, and as another inquired if they have the opportunity to become a knight themselves, another person revealed that they should make one for him. Gawain professed that there was one last thing to announce, and it was regarding the domain's army. Philip confirmed that it was their turn. Gawain insisted that he needs a professional, elite, and well-supplied army, so he will do away with the separation of the militia and the household guard and unify both into a single army. He stipulated that all soldiers will undergo a new, unified training regiment, and unlike the personal armies of the nobles, he will be providing a salary for all of them. Philip wondered what Gawain meant and why he didn't understand a single thing, and Byron simply related that it meant that it was something awesome. Gawain attested that all adult men have the duty to undergo basic military training during slack seasons, and it is a conscription system that all people of Cecil Domain will need to partake in. One of the people probed if Gawain wanted them to go to the front. Another examined what the difference was and declared that they need to work themselves during training and it was no different than labor. And another replied that as long as he is fed, he is fine with it. Byron was eavesdropping when one of the men contemplated if that wouldn't make them proper men if they had the opportunity to become proper soldiers and put on armor and wield a sword. And another man remarked that he has been poor for so long, but he finally has a chance to turn things around. On the other hand, Hetty called for Gawain's attention with concern written on her face. Gawain remarked that military reforms are not something that could be accomplished in a day or two, but it is something that he must do, and as for how they would accomplish that, he needs to discuss it with the 2 knights there and Hetty alongside. Hetty observed that it was fine as long as Gawain had a plan for it. Gawain raised his arm in the air. He suggested that they should celebrate that victory. Gawain and the others had a discussion inside a tent. Suddenly, Amber sneaked out while she wondered if no one noticed her. Amber considered that it was time to run, but to her surprise, Gawain managed to grab her from behind and pick her up. Amber immediately remarked that Gawain should just go to his meeting if he wanted one, and as she inquired why he needed to call her over, she claimed that it was not like she would understand what they were going to talk about. Gawain stated that he wanted Amber in his sights to prevent her from screwing someone else over. He turned his attention back to the meeting and explained that the reason he gathered all of them there is to make one thing clear, that the crisis is not fully over. Rebecca noted that she believed they had fully beaten those monsters. Gawain declared that they had only beaten those monsters once and queried if she reckoned they wouldn't return. Everyone fell silent when they heard what Gawain uttered. Philip looked downcast. Byron contemplated the matter seriously. The farmer and Hammer were anxious. Rebecca was worried. But Amber did not seem to care, while Hetty was also concerned. She inquired if he hadn't already ascertained the completeness of the Grand Wall and its self-repairing capability. Gawain expressed that it has indeed repaired itself, but no one knows when it will break down again, so they needed to be clear about something, that although they resolved a crisis, that is not a victory that will put them at total ease. He mentioned that the Grand Wall is no divine miracle, but even if it was a miracle, it is a miracle from 700 years ago, and the roaming monsters from the Gander wastelands into there is sufficient to show that the wall isn't all-powerful as it is aging, and they needed to make preparations for when it next breaks down. Amber opined that they should just run then. Gawain queried where they would run to and added that once the Grand Wall collapses, the contamination will spread across the entire continent. Plus, not everyone is like her, and they can't all run hundreds of kilometers at the rustling of the wind. Philip observed that there could have been more enemies, the traps weren't as efficient, or the monsters were lucky in triggering the traps. He declared that if that was the case, the battle result could have been the total opposite. Philip maintained that the mutants' individual physiques are far beyond ordinary humans, and as their number increases, the aura they emit will be enough to kill every living thing in a large area. He commented that every time one is added to the mutants' numbers, the pressure the warriors face increases by not just twofold, so their victory isn't all that reassuring. Gawain acknowledged that Philip was right and they could not be blinded by that victory. He noted that the camp was still weak and they had only survived for the time being. But they were still far away from establishing themselves, so he wanted to talk to them about the next phase of their plans. Rebecca, Hetty, and Amber were curious when they heard Gawain mention the next phase. Gawain stated that it was building walls, stockpiling food, increasing population, and increasing steel production, and inquired how the progress of smelting cement was. Rebecca indicated that it was still unsuccessful. She averred that they have made some headway and have made something similar from porous rocks and clay, but they will need plenty of testing to get the data for the best formulation, temperature, and burning time. Rebecca pointed out that the furnaces have been committed to the production of crystals lately, so the progress for cement is very slow. Gawain wondered if Rebecca conveyed that she saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He affirmed that finding the right direction is the largest step, so Rebecca needed to find the right cement formula, the sooner the better. Plus, the Rebexite crystal production must not stop either, at least a third should be preserved for it. And she should also leave a group of people for checking quality while he will leave the new warehouse at the southwest of the camp for her to store the crystals. Rebecca confirmed that she understood, and she will work hard. Gawain inquired about his development. The farmer stated that they have developed 100-hectare farming ground to the east and west and planted sweet roots and flame leaves as Piedmont's magic and potions were very effective. He avowed that the plants were growing rapidly so they could expect a harvest before Nivos would come, and not only would they have enough to feed everyone, but they would also have a surplus. Gawain contended that the farmer was the supervisor of agriculture, so there is no need to call people of his rank sir, and he doesn't have to call him that either, so he should either address him as the lord or by his noble title. The farmer responded yes and addressed Gawain as his grace. On the other hand, Piedmont whispered to Gawain, and as he remarked that it is rare enough for someone to call him that, he queried if he couldn't allow him to have some fun. Suddenly, the farmer replied that there was something he would like to seek his permission for, and Gawain directed that he should speak. The farmer conveyed that he hopes to develop the lake north of the Whitewater River, as he has led men to inspect the grounds there, and the land quality is good with very little gravel. However, as that requires a river crossing, he excluded it from the initial development plans, but he thinks it would be good to put that place to work. He revealed that with the monster's incursion, many people are worried, especially the farmers of the lands south of the Whitewater River, and it would help if they could develop the other side of the river. Gawain agreed and affirmed that the northern bank development will be included in the second phase plan. But before that, they need to build a bridge. He remarked that they can't rely on just a few rafts for that, so he called Hetty and advised that she should note it down. Gawain queried what thoughts she had for the population. Hetty replied that the easiest way is to actually purchase serfs, as their births are basically clean so they don't have to worry about their loyalty, but that requires a sum of money, and they might not be able to purchase the numbers they needed. She stated that the next one is to accept refugees because, due to the poor harvest in the south and conflicts between minor nobles, there are many refugees with no place to live. Hetty observed that many nobles see refugees from other domains as livestock cheaper than serfs because they leave after being given some food. But she remarked that the problems are apparent too, as it is hard to determine their birth, and they might pick up nasty habits from their search for refuge. So if they let a large number into the domain, it will probably cause many security problems. Suddenly, Amber conveyed that if one could live and work in peace by following the law, a good number of louts and ruffians would try to find a job, as it was not like they chose to become rats because they loved the darkness of the sewers. Amber inquired if she supposed people would choose a life of thievery knowing that it was either starving or getting whipped. Hetty silently looked at Amber and earnestly contemplated what she stated. Gawain broke the silence and remarked that Amber looked like a beauty when she spoke about facts, but when she lazes about, steals his stamp, or gets tossed out of his camp, she sure looks sorry. Amber revealed that she was just joking, and as she inquired if he even needed to do it, Gawain insisted that she should stop right there. Gawain considered that he could not be careless when he spoke to that disgrace of an elf because no one knew if the entire conversation might turn into a joke if he answered there. He stated that they needed a detailed, long-term plan to increase the population, so he turned his attention to Hammer and added that they should talk about the progress with steel production then. A few moments later, the meeting continued in a much lighter tone. The sky was bright as they continued the discussion inside the tent. Meanwhile, a convoy of ships traveled through the sea. One of them was a huge ship, and the others were smaller ships escorting it. The huge ship was the White Oak. A prayer chamber was located at the upper deck of the White Oak. Veronica, the princess of the Holy Light, prayed inside when someone suddenly knocked on the door. The person addressed Veronica as His Highness. He stated that they had arrived at Tanza and inquired if they should dock to meet Lord Andrew. Veronica affirmed that they should just send an envoy because the Lord has spoken, so she cannot stay there and must rush to the Cecil domain. She mentioned that there is something the Lord wanted her to see. Veronica continued to pray inside the prayer chamber. One of the escort ships of the White Oak docked at the Cecil domain. One of the knights of Veronica requested that one of Cecil domain's knights report their arrival to Gawain, and the Cecil domain's knight responded affirmatively. A few moments later, the Cecil domain's knight returned to the camp and declared that there was an urgent report. He called Gawain and indicated that there was an urgent report. He added that the support sent by the Anso royal family is about to arrive. Amber and Rebecca were both puzzled when they heard the report, while Gawain was calm. Gawain remarked that it has finally arrived. He asserted that they should go and make the necessary preparations. A few moments later, Gawain considered that those 100 craftsmen were like a timely rain. He believed that setting their obvious use to the construction of the domain aside, it would probably raise the spirits of the people who experienced war. A lot of people gathered at the port, and there was chatter everywhere. Philip opined that there was nothing for the people there, so they should return to work. But Gawain maintained that it was fine and Philip should let the people watch as they need some off time to relax. Philip replied that he would do as Gawain ordered, and Gawain repeatedly insisted that he should relax. Suddenly, Amber inquired if Veronica was there yet, which made Gawain wonder how long she had been there and if it was less than 15 minutes, and Amber replied that she didn't know because she just felt like the cobwebs were growing. Gawain observed that the spider would have godlike speed if that was the case, and Amber expressed that talking to Gawain is boring. Gawain just ignored Amber and stated nothing. Amber inquired if he had heard that the person leading the entourage was the shiny one, and she commented that she was wondering what she looked like. Gawain maintained that Amber shouldn't act like a country bumpkin and she shouldn't give someone a nickname, but indeed, he never imagined that it would be the princess of the Holy Light. He asserted that Veronica, as the only daughter of the kingdom of Anso, was deemed to be extremely talented in both martial and magical arts since young, and although part of it is rumored, it is remarked that when she first entered the Grand Cathedral of Holy Light, the bronze bell on the main spire tolled thrice, and she henceforth followed the god of Holy Light. But she seemed like she had not participated in any political activities since, so he never believed that she would personally lead the entourage into their place there, and as he clicked his tongue, he mentioned that he sadly knew nothing about Veronica and couldn't postulate anything. Amber clicked her tongue and declared that the nobles are a conniving bunch because everything their lot does needs to be scoured for any hidden schemes, and even taking a fart itself would fall foul of that. Hetty chimed in and remarked that Amber is brutish and has not improved. Gawain commented that the two of them should have enough. He affirmed that the ship had arrived. On the other hand, Veronica has stepped out onto the ship's deck. Veronica was with Shandy, her assistant, and Kane. Her gaze fell towards the Cecil domain ahead. Veronica remarked that it seemed like Cecil domain's construction was proceeding apace. Suddenly, Veronica noticed something in the distance. Her eyes glowed as she used her skill. The range of Veronica's vision quickly expanded. She looked deeper into the Cecil domain and noticed a dark aura. Veronica took a closer look, and she saw that the dark aura was burning fiercely in a vacant lot behind the houses. She was surprised when she saw the pile of the mutant skeletons. Seemingly sharing Veronica's sight, Kane inquired what those were in the king's name and what monster's bones those were. Veronica stated that 2 months ago, Gawain issued a warning to her father about the Monotide and the mutants, yet to her, it seemed like that warning did not evoke much attention, and Kane opined that they needed to report it to Francis too. Veronica assented, but the situation will become even tougher with that. Kane inquired if Veronica meant about the East. He maintained that it was an absolute disaster. Veronica just calmly closed her eyes and did not utter anything more. A few moments later, people lined up to make way as Veronica came down the ship. Amber observed that Veronica was a beauty and she looked even prettier than her portrait, and she inquired what she ate growing up. Meanwhile, Gawain's attention did not fall on Veronica but on Shandy. Shandy seemed translucent as she walked behind Veronica. Amber inquired what he was looking at and if it could be that his sense of aesthetics was screwed, which made Gawain wonder what aesthetics she was talking about. Amber remarked that there is an extremely beautiful princess, but Gawain did not look at her, and as she inquired what he was staring off to the side for, he insisted that she should be quiet, and it was just that the person looked like someone he knew in his past life, so he took an extra glance. Gawain wondered if Amber did not notice. He wondered if none of them could see Shandy. Suddenly, Gawain hit his sword on the floor. He indicated that the new Cecil domain welcomes His Highness Veronica. Veronica expressed that it was a great honor for her to meet the hero of 700 years ago. She inquired if she should speak with him in the manner of speaking with her elders. Gawain advised that Veronica should just forget it and that she should just speak like they are equals. He maintained that trying to decide protocol against an old bugger like him who crawled out of the grave would just see no end to it. So Veronica should let everyone disembark and rest first, and he will take her on a tour of the campsite afterward, as it was not proper for them to stand there and talk either. Veronica concurred that she shall accept Gawain's proposal then. Gawain took the opportunity to stare at Shandy once again. He considered that even with his experience, he had never seen such a being before, and as he wondered if it could be an elemental being and it might be a straight-up SSR, he believed that it seemed like Shandy looked normal to the others based on everyone else's reaction. Veronica requested that Cain get the guards to rest, and Cain tried to disagree, but he was cut off. Veronica stated that she had no need to worry for her safety in the domain of the founding Grand Duke. Moreover, she inquired if he didn't think that it was discourteous to have so many soldiers following behind Gawain. And as Cain agreed with Veronica's order, Gawain deemed that it was as expected of the legendary princess. Veronica introduced Cain Laurent, the vice-captain of the First Royal Knights, and as she mentioned that he was there in charge of the escort mission. Cain apologized for earlier, but Gawain remarked that there was no need for that while he considered that Cain was a member of House Laurent. Gawain inquired about Shandy, and Veronica stated that she is from the Holy Light Church, as she is, and she was there as her assistant. Gawain welcomed Veronica and her people once again, and as he indicated that Hetty should bring the craftsmen and soldiers to rest as he will take Veronica and the others on a tour of the camp after. Amber tried to inquire when dinner will be, but Rebecca quickly stopped her. Cain approached Gawain and stated that although he knew it was not the right time, he had a question, and he inquired what those bones on the southern shore of the Whitewater River were. Gawain stated that it was just how he reported back in the royal city that those are products of the Monotide, and a few days ago they once again attacked their camp but were stopped by them. However, he needed to warn Cain that those monsters wandered from the Gandor wastelands, and they managed to find fragments of Gandorian weaponry on them. Cain suddenly had an outburst and insisted that it was impossible. He asserted that it has been 700 years since the Monotide on the Gandor wastelands, so even if monsters were to survive, it would be difficult for them to pass through the belted-shaped plains and the mountains of darkness. Moreover, there is the Grand Wall there, so it was impossible for them to reach there unless there was something else. Before Cain could finish his sentence, Gawain interjected that it was that unless. Cain was horrified and confused when he heard what Gawain uttered. Gawain inquired if Cain would say that it was impossible unless something went wrong with the Grand Wall. Veronica inquired if he was certain about it. She stated that they have never heard of any problems happening to the Grand Wall for the past hundreds of years, which is extremely pertinent, and owing to the fact that humans still cannot master the core high magic technology. Those sentry towers were manned by the elves of the Argent Empire. Gawain asserted that he is very certain, and in fact, they went to investigate. And although the wall was still there, it is deteriorating at a rate exceeding their imaginations, and the mutant incursions at that time are the best proof of that. He maintained that the elves could be trusted, but even with the might of the Argent Empire, there will be a delay in transmission going through the Gandor wasteland from the southernmost observation point to the northernmost tower, so they cannot fully place their hope on them. Veronica stated that she understood, so she shall report the situation to her father once she returns and suggests that he immediately send envoys to contact the elves. She also remarked that regarding the security of the camp, which will be the first to be struck if the Grand Wall goes dark, she is not doubting Gawain's courage, but she was cut off. Gawain thanked Veronica for her concern, but they currently do not have any plans to move the camp as they have confirmed that the Grand Wall shouldn't have any problems in the near future and it won't collapse. Plus, they have just warded off a mutant assault. Veronica remarked that she was curious since she heard that, and Gawain stated that the camp managed to ward off the monsters, so she inquired how he achieved that. Gawain explained that he supposed half of it was luck because the monsters ran into a landslide as they made their way there, and were detected by their people long before. He maintained that as for the rest, they should just take it as the strength and wisdom of an old man. Gawain laughed while Cain and Veronica were uncomfortable. On the other hand, Amber remarked that Rebecca should see that Gawain could piss someone to death just by talking. But Rebecca responded that it was not like there was anything wrong in telling the truth. Amber declared that the shamelessness must be their family's tradition. Rebecca retorted that Amber was insolent while throwing a fireball at her. A huge explosion occurred, which immediately embarrassed Gawain. But while Cain was worried, Veronica was unfazed. Veronica cleared her throat to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. She stated that they have noted Gawain's decision and shall respect it, but they needed to let him know that if the situation in the south gets worse, the kingdom will not have much aid to spare, which made Gawain wonder what happened. Cain affirmed that it was the eastern borders. He explained that it was the Anso Empire and the Typhoon Empire. Cain asserted that they have reached the point of no return. Gawain expressed gratitude to all of them for coming from afar. He declared that the future constructions of the Cecil domain relied on all the craftsmen seated there that day. He urged them to allow him to say it once again. He extended his welcome to the new Cecil domain. Everyone responded with cheers and raised their glasses. Veronica remarked that it was indeed an inspiring speech. He admitted that he was not good at those, but she insisted that he was too humble because he was the founding Grand Duke who led the great pioneering that built Anso 700 years ago. So there was no way he was not adept with rallying speeches. He pointed out that times had changed because, back then, everyone was united and only clinging to the belief that we must live on. Plus, those who escaped from the Gander wastelands were all kin, so they were even closer to each other. He added that they should not talk about that and suggested they try their Cecil-style wine. Although their current situation did not allow them time to properly create the perfect drink, he explained that the family-inherited brewing technique was still quite famous in the old Cecil domain. He requested their pardon because, at that time, the camp could only produce liquor of such a level and serve game meat, but she urged him to pay it no mind. He commented, however, that Cain didn't seem like he had much of an appetite, and she reasoned that he should excuse him because, after all, only upon hearing what he had just mentioned did they realize how grim a situation the kingdom was in. He brought up Typhoon and affirmed that it was indeed grim. He recollected when Cain remarked that both they and the Typhoon Empire had most likely reached the point of no return. He inquired whether war had been declared. Cain responded with a shake of his head. He revealed that it would be 1 year. The relations on both sides were so bad that they were teetering on the edge of war, and perhaps it would be within 1 year because both sides were already mobilizing men and waiting for who would strike first. Rebecca reminded them that they still needed to face the Mana Tide and inquired whether the Typhoon Empire really believed they would escape it if the Mana Tide erupted. Veronica disclosed that, in fact, her father had already sent a warning to Typhoon, warning them that a change was taking place in the Gandor wastelands and there were signs of mutant activities at Anso's borders. He urged them to put down their hatred and face the crisis all men shall face together. But the Typhoon unilaterally cut off that communication, reinforced their units by 30,000, and after that, there was no contact since. Rebecca criticized that it was not right, but Gawain countered and stated that it was a rather understandable reaction. He questioned why the Typhoon should believe when Anso claimed the Mana Tide was coming and explained that, to him, they would have wished for the Mana Tide to erupt right in the middle of Anso. Rebecca asked how that could be, and Amber asked if they thought that the Mana Tide would only target Anso, and if they didn't fear for their safety. Gawain pondered about it and he asked if they thought of the true power of the Mana Tide before it actually struck and if they believed in the existence of the mutants before seeing them with their own eyes. Until that time, what they have seen does not even count as the aftershocks of the Mana Tide, and in Typhoon's eyes, they only see Anso's warning as an excuse to delay and prepare for war. 700 years have passed, yet humans are still a short-sighted race, especially when it comes to politics. Their minds are muddled by potential benefits and the like. To ensure their lifestyle and wealth, they would even abandon the southern area. And that wall of life and death has long disappeared in their eyes. Veronica declared, "May the God of the Holy Light forgive all the ignorant." But he thought about it and realized that the Typhoon Empire's reaction is not quite right either. Rather, it is a little too forceful. Cain asked if he was saying that the Typhoon Empire would still declare war on them even when knowledgeable about the coming of the Mana Tide. And he explained that he didn't say that because it was not like he knew what the Typhoon Empire was actually like. Forgetting the Typhoon, even in Anso alone he was puzzled for a few months, and if it wasn't his portrait hung as a mourning portrait, he wouldn't have believed that it was the land he founded back then. Back into the present, Gawain swirled the wine in his cup. That being said, he is quite satisfied with the life in the new Cecil domain. The liveliness everyone exudes there stems from them casting aside their prejudices and living an even freer life. It is what their new camp needs at the moment. Veronica replied that it was indeed a lively camp, but she begged to pardon her and asked if it didn't seem like it was missing some guidance of faith. When he took her around the camp, she noticed that although the people there are enthusiastic about their life and work, the camp seems to lack a certain atmosphere of faith. She requested that he not misunderstand and explained that she meant that faith will not be a burden to the people but instead provide them strength and guidance. If he is amenable to it, she asked if he would consider allowing the Holy Light Church into his domain. In fact, it was Shandy who led her onto the right path, and her faith too deserves reverence. Gawain asserted that it was not like he was doubting their faith, and he too respected the faithful. But he only had about 900 souls in his domain, and most of their strength was used in their daily labor, so it would be too much if they needed to build a church and to feed those preachers. Veronica replied that it was not a problem, and if he was willing, she shall build a holy light church on his domain in her name. Also, she could guarantee that aside from the tithes given willingly, the church will not take a single penny from that land, and all expenses shall be personally borne by her. And he asked if there was something that good. She answered that if he joined in at that moment, the clergy of the church would provide free healing and guidance to his people as the God of Holy Light teaches them to treat men with benevolence and to guide and protect the masses with the power of the Holy Light. And he wondered if the latter sentence should be spoken at that time and thought that the last sure was faithful to the God of Holy Light. He expressed that how Cecil appreciated her gracious thoughts and that he would consider it, but not at that time. He added that once the domain stabilized and his people needed guidance and faith, he would be glad to welcome her aid. Veronica responded that it was fine and reminded him that although there were many gods, only the God of Holy Light accepted all. She stated that it was at the edge of the Holy Light that all ignorant lives would find ultimate salvation, and assured him that whenever he needed it, the Lord would watch over all. The next morning, Veronica and her group returned to their ship. Gawain inquired if she was leaving already and mentioned that he had been thinking about giving her a more detailed tour. She confirmed and remarked that they had already seen the vigorous development of the new Cecil domain, so it was sufficient. She continued by stating that they needed to report the matter about the mutants and the Grand Wall. She gestured for him to come closer, which puzzled him. She brought up that she merely had a question and wondered if he could satisfy her curiosity. She wondered if he had seen any of the gods while he was in the realm of the dead. He felt uncomfortable with her inquiry, but she appeared so enthusiastic while waiting for his reply. He brushed it off and reasoned that perhaps he wasn't fully dead then, and the gods didn't consider him as such and ignored him. She sought confirmation if that was the case. She expressed gratitude for his answer and stated that she would pray for him and his domain before the Lord. The ship began its journey. Gawain and the others waved goodbye. They watched as the ship sailed away. He gazed at the ship with a smile on his face. He suggested that they should go. He suspected that she had been meaning to ask him since last night. She hesitated for a moment. She questioned why he refused Veronica's aid in building a church. She pointed out that the priests of the Holy Light Church had the ability to heal and calm the hearts of the people, and that their domain urgently needed such medical personnel. He challenged whether she believed there were good intentions behind that and if she believed Veronica's offer to help them build a church and send a priest was simply out of kindness. She countered if he was implying that the shadow of the royal house and the grand cathedral of Holy Light loomed behind it, and defended that it shouldn't be the case because Veronica was known to be honest and faithful, so she would not allow her ties to stain her faith. He acknowledged that she might not do so, but emphasized that it didn't mean others wouldn't. He prompted if she noticed the two people Veronica brought along. He pointed out that one was an inner court count of the House Laurent of the East personally ennobled by the king. He added that the other was a priestess of the Grand Cathedral of Holy Light who never left Veronica's side, meaning neither the royal house nor the church allowed Veronica out of their sights for a single moment. No matter how faithful she was, he questioned if she could prevent others from making assumptions and concluded that he dared not accept her goodwill under such circumstances. Amber remarked that in any case, she didn't like the Church of the Holy Light. Rebecca speculated if it was because Amber kept stealing from them. As Amber denied it and claimed it was nonsense, Rebecca pressed and asked when she got caught. Rebecca followed up and wondered if she heard that, and Hetty commented that it was brazen and brutish behavior. Amber challenged the gaze directed at her. She explained that in the eyes of those god-botherers, adherents of the goddess of the night like her were viewed as owing them something from birth, and they received cold stares no matter where they went. She questioned how that was her problem and added that they never discovered who stole their things yet still came to trouble her. She demanded what that would be called if not provocation. She insisted that Gawain should set things straight for her. Suddenly, Gawain became pensive. Hetty wondered what the matter was. Amber curiously brought up what he was thinking to appear so serious, and he claimed it was nothing. Just that something Veronica mentioned caught his interest. She inquired what it was, noting that Veronica had said plenty to him. He recalled that Veronica had told him the previous night that although there were many gods, only the God of Holy Light accepted all, and it was at the edge of the Holy Light that all ignorant lives would find ultimate salvation. He questioned if she didn't think there was something wrong with that sentence. She asked what the problem was and suggested it was just their usual babble. He disagreed, pointing out that Veronica calmly stated many gods and only the god of holy light, which were not phrases one would expect from a devout follower of the Holy Light Church. Hetty asked if he meant that Veronica was placing the god of holy light above all others. He confirmed it. He explained that it was a subtle inducement that could easily go unnoticed, but its meaning was clear, and it seemed that Veronica had heard some voice from her god, leading her to that conclusion. On the Gandorian calendar, year 1740, a battle was taking place. A knight inquired what monsters those were and remarked that they kept healing and regenerating no matter how hard they hit him. But the other knight urged that they should cut the chatter and get out of there first. The knight figured that his equipment was reaching its limit, so he needed to finish it fast. He swung his sword at the mutant, but he was horrified when his sword shattered to pieces. Before he could react, he was grabbed swiftly. The mutant raised him in the air, and he was stunned. He groaned in pain as his body began to melt. The other knight cursed as he heard him screaming in pain and saw that he was about to get devoured. Gawain rushed towards them. He pulled his sword. He swung it and eliminated the two mutants simultaneously. He inquired if they were all right and instructed that they should follow close, as they won't be able to fully destroy them at the moment, so they must find a way to break through. One of the knights responded that he is fine, but it is hard to say for the other. Gawain offered that they should let him have a look. It looked bad. He called Charlie and urged that he should gather the priests. Charlie plunged his spear into the mutant's head. He pulled it back, and the mutant's head melted and splattered everywhere. He twirled it in his hand. He responded that Gawain should know that his hands are full. But Gawain challenged whether he wasn't free at the moment, and he replied nope because he is not interested in talking to those god-botherers. He wondered if he saw his spear thrust earlier, but Gawain pressed that he should cut the crap and move. The divine arts the priests have will determine if they survive, and their soldiers need healing. Plus, they need to break through that place before the monsters fully regenerate, so they cannot afford to fight on like that. Charlie conceded, but he warned that those old farts had been acting strangely for a few days already, so he shouldn't blame him if they ended up summoning something weird and eating him. A few moments later, the priest invoked his lord. He begged for it to forgive their ignorance and foolishness. He pleaded for it not to forsake them. Charlie commented that he told Gawain so, that they would refuse to help even when everything was at stake. And they just kept rambling to that god of theirs. And it was not him alone. All of the adherents who escaped with them are like that, which is scary. Gawain respectfully addressed the priest. He stated that everyone there required his aid and demanded why he was not bestowing the gifts of the god on them. The priest replied that he couldn't hear him. He followed up what he couldn't hear. The priest disclosed that he could no longer hear the voice of God. He challenged if that meant that his divine art was useless without the voice of his god and pressed that he should tell him what that had to do with their survival. The priest remained silent for a moment. He admitted that he could still use his divine arts, but their effects would be slightly diminished. He dismissed what it mattered and lamented that losing the guidance of the Lord meant that they were being forsaken. Nothing matters anymore. Gawain was pissed, and he went to grab the priest. He insisted that he should look around him. While he was quibbling about that nonsense, he questioned how many men had fallen around him, and he allowed them to perish just like that. He reminded that everyone knows that the priest's divine arts are critical in battle. That is why they all entrusted him with their hope, protecting him with everything they have. But he let them down. Charlie interjected that it was enough, and the priest insisted that without the grace of God, they are doomed regardless. Gawain let go of the priest. He scolded that before talking about God, he should try being a man first. He challenged how men who have forsaken their humanity could desire the grace of God. The priest was astonished. Charlie apologized to him and explained that Gawain had joined them recently, and his youth makes him impulsive. Suddenly, the priest interrupted that he should hold on. He demanded who he was and if he knew how disrespectful a gesture he had made to the clergy of the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Light. Gawain reasoned that since he was using his position against him, that meant that he had returned to being human. And he was much relieved then, as they still needed to rely on him to lead them out of that wasteland. As for him, he is just a trainee knight, so he requested that he pay him no mind. Based on his memories, the breakthrough operation was successful. Although the Monotide caused the destruction of the Empire of Gandor, the people who survived the catastrophe launched several massive resettlement programs and formed a few new nations so the embers of humanity lived on, and the surviving humans discarded their prejudice and hatred. The Loran continent enjoyed 700 years of peace, but what concerned him was that even though there were plenty of faiths in their world, not a single clergyman could commune with their gods a full year after the Monotide and lost their chance for ascension. The so-called communing with the god actually refers to the murmurings a faithful devotee could hear at times when they prayed, performed holy deeds, or renewed their faith. The murmurs of a god form a mental imprint in the minds of the devotees, causing them to get closer towards the spirit of the gods, granting them even more power. Aside from the clergymen who were unable to ascend due to the effects of the Manhwa tide, there were no new people who could master any divine arts in that year, and even the newborns of that year were not equipped with any talents for the divine arts. Thankfully, the divine arts mastered by the clergymen before the Manhwa tide were still effective, and they relied on that to uphold the wavering church, preventing the collapse of faith. To prevent the situation from getting worse, the leaders of all major sects conducted a number of secret meetings, and clergymen no longer cared about their faith and moved ahead like normal folk in the Manhwa tide. And in the end, at the peak of the ancestors, the gods finally gave a new oracle after an attempt to commune with them. After that, the various major sects signed a compact at the peak of the ancestors that is currently known by later generations as the Holy Compact. Now that 700 years have passed, the friendship agreement between the countries built by survivors was no longer there. Comparatively, the Holy Compact is even more binding, and it allows the religions of the human realm to maintain peace. So he inquired if someone would dare to claim supremacy of their gods above all else under such circumstances. Amber appeared perplexed by what he expressed. He muttered that it was nothing and reflected on the meaning behind Veronica's words, because although the relationship of the various sects could no longer be compared to when the Holy Compact was signed, for her to make such a proclamation under the binding power of the compact truly caused him to question what she was up to. Amber suggested that he should stop dwelling on it, and while she wondered if he believed she was about to start a religious war, she remarked that she believed Veronica probably misspoke, plus he already rejected her suggestion, so there was no use thinking so much at the moment. Gawain contemplated it further. He conceded and remarked that she made a valid point. She noted that it was amazing that he didn't get angry at her. A few hours later, evening came, and Gawain reflected under a candlelight. He questioned whether he was really overanalyzing things. He assumed that perhaps the news Veronica brought from the east simply made him extremely anxious. He opened his drawer. He accepted that Amber was right and that there was no use overthinking things at that time. The construction of the camp is still not fully completed, and it is far too early to be building a church, as the most important thing at the moment is to complete things there. He summoned Betty. She awoke and responded. He informed her to call Rebecca and Hetty over and relay that he had something interesting for them to have a look at.